Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter stuck in demonic mirror world? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. You asked me to come directly to you, Professor, if anyone was wandering around at night, and somebody's been in the library restricted section. Harry felt the blood drain out of his face. Wherever he was, Filch must know a shortcut because his soft, greasy voice was getting nearer, and to his horror, it was Snape who replied. The restricted section. Well, they can't be far, we'll catch them. Harry stood rooted to the spot as Filch and Snape came around the corner ahead. Of course, they couldn't see him, but it was a narrow corridor, and if they came much nearer, they'd knock right into him. The cloak didn't stop him from solid. He backed away as quietly as possible. A door stood ajar to his left. It was his only hope. He squeezed through it, holding his breath, trying not to move it. And to his relief, he managed to get inside the room without their noticing anything. They walked straight past, and Harry leaned against the wall, breathing deeply, listening to their footsteps dying away. That had been close, very close. It was a few seconds before he noticed anything about the room he had hidden in. It looked like an unused classroom. The dark shapes of desks and chairs were piled against the walls, and there was an upturned wastepaper basket, but propped against the wall facing Harry was something that didn't look as if it belonged there, something that looked as if someone had just put it there to keep it out of the way. It was a magnificent mirror, as high as the ceiling, with an ornate gold frame, standing on two clawed feet. There was an inscription carved around the top. Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi. His panic faded now that there was no sound of Filch and Snape. Harry moved nearer to the mirror, wanting to look at himself but seeing no reflection again. Finally, he stepped in front of it and had to clap his hands to his mouth to stop himself from screaming. Harry whirled around. His heart was pounding far more furiously than when the book had screamed. For he had seen not only himself in the mirror but 3 other people standing right behind him. But the room was empty. Breathing very fast, he turned slowly back to the mirror. There he was, reflected in it, white and scared looking, and there, reflected behind him, were 3 others. Harry looked over his shoulder, but still, no one was there. Or were they all invisible, too? Was he, in fact, in a room full of invisible people? And this mirror's trick was that it reflected them, invisible or not. He looked in the mirror again. A woman standing right behind his reflection was smiling at him and waving. He reached out a hand and felt the air behind him. If she were really there, he'd touch her. Their reflections were so close together, but he felt only air. She and the others existed only in the mirror. She was a very pretty woman. She had dark red hair in her eyes. Her eyes are just like mine, Harry thought, edging a little closer to the glass. Bright green, precisely the same shape, but then he noticed that she was smiling but crying simultaneously. The tall, thin, black-haired man standing beside her put his arm around her. He wore glasses, and his hair was very untidy. It stuck up at the back, just as Harry's did. Harry was so close to the mirror now that his nose was nearly touching that of his reflection. "Mum," he whispered. "Dad." They just looked at him, smiling. And slowly, Harry looked into the face of the other person in the mirror. It was an older teenage girl with dark red hair and soft brown eyes, as Harry watched. The teenager winked at him before a teardrop ran down her cheek, and she wiped it with a sad smile. Who is she? Harry thought as he watched his mother wrap her arm around the girl. The Potters smiled and waved at Harry, and he stared hungrily back at them, his hands pressed flat against the glass as though he was hoping to fall right through it and reach them. But, instead, he had a powerful kind of ache inside him, half joy, half terrible sadness. "I want to go there," Harry whispered in a tight voice as tears began to race down his face. "I don't want to be alone anymore, please let me go there." Suddenly, a bright glow surrounded Harry, temporarily blinding the boy, and the glass seemed to fall away. Harry's eyes widened in horror as he lost his balance and pitched forward into the mirror, disappearing completely a moment later. Rose Potter yawned lazily and stretched her arms over her head as she quietly strolled down the darkened hallway. It was well after curfew, and the third year knew that if she were caught, she would no doubt end up losing Gryffindor 50 points, at a minimum, depending on Professor McGonagall's mood. Usually, Rose would not have to worry about SUCH things as she would often have her invisibility cloak, but tonight, she was feeling particularly daring and so went out without it. This was what Rose always did when she couldn't sleep. She would wander the corridors of Hogwarts, finding comfort in the darkness that surrounded her and the magic that seemed to permeate every inch of the castle. Tonight was particularly hard for her, and it was why she had elected to wander without the protection of her cloak. This would have been Harry's first year of Hogwarts, Rose thought sadly. What house would he have been sorted into, I wonder? As Rose's thoughts strayed to the little brother she had lost 10 years ago, a tear ran down her cheek, and she slowly wiped it away as she took a shaky breath, taking comfort in the cold air that filled her lungs. "Guess I'd better head back," Rose thought as she turned to head back the way she had come. Before she had taken a single step, however, a bright light emanated from under a door in front of her, and the door seemed to bulge outwards as though something was trying to push it open. As Rose stared, her eyes widened in surprise. What the bloody hell was that? Rose thought when the light had finally dissipated. Ordinarily, Rose would have no problem investigating something new and strange. She loved doing so, but that was when she had her invisibility cloak to keep her from being seen. Biting her lip in indecision for a moment, Rose sniffed in annoyance at her own curiosity before finally slowly edging toward the door as quietly as she could, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Rose eased the door open and peeked inside. Her eyebrows rose to her hairline as she saw a small boy lying alone in the empty room, seemingly out cold. Slowly, Rose made her way into the dark room and warily approached the boy. He was wearing Gryffindor robes, yet Rose couldn't remember seeing him anywhere in Gryffindor Tower. A moment later, Rose's expression changed from surprise at finding the kid all alone to angry as she saw that lying next to him was what appeared to be her invisibility cloak. "Hey," Rose barked as she gently shoved the still-out cold boy with her foot. "Hey, wake up, kid." Slowly, the boy woke up and rose to a sitting position, though his eyes still looked a little glassy. "What's going on? Who are you?" the boy asked as he slowly took in his surroundings. "That's my question," Rose growled softly. "Who are you, and why do you have my invisibility cloak?" "What?" the boy asked, bemused. That's mine. It belonged to my father." "Want to try again, kid?" Rose retorted as she grabbed the boy and roughly hauled him to his feet before pinning him to the nearby wall. "That is my cloak. My father gave it to me for my 13th birthday, and it's supposed to be locked up in my trunk. So why do you have it?" The boy stared at Rose in silent fear for a moment, and Rose found her curiosity rising still further as she took in the boy's appearance younger version of her father. Except for the eyes, which were almost identical to her mother's. "Who are you, kid?" Rose demanded, making the boy look at her with surprise. "You don't know who I am. I wouldn't have asked if I did." Rose sneered. "I'm Harry Potter," the boy replied, making Rose turn crimson with rage. "How dare you?" Rose snarled, making the boy flinch. "How dare you use my little brother's name? I should hex you right here." Harry turned pale, and tears ran down his cheeks as he looked at the teenager in confusion. But that's my name," Harry said in a small voice. "I'm not lying, I swear." Rose said nothing as she gazed at the boy claiming to be her brother. The similarities between him and her parents were astounding, but that could easily be explained away. He could have taken polyjuice or something similar. "Please," the boy whimpered piteously, "please don't hurt me. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not lying about who I am. I really am Harry Potter, and I don't have any siblings." As Rose looked at the boy, she felt tears begin to form in her eyes. She had been taught from an early age how to spot a lie from her father and Uncle Sirius, and while the boy was clearly afraid, there was no dishonesty in the boy's eyes. "Harry," Rose whispered, her eyes widening in shock, "is that you?" Without waiting for an answer, Rose pulled the boy into a hug, causing him to flinch violently and bang his head hard against the wall behind him. The boy's eyes rolled back into his head, and he promptly collapsed into Rose's arms a moment later. Many considered Albus Dumbledore to be the wisest and most powerful wizard alive, and while that was not a thought that Dumbledore shared, it was one that he was forced to endure nonetheless. Still, even with all his power and wisdom, even Dumbledore knew that there were things about magic that remained a mystery, even to him. One of those mysteries seemed to be lying right in front of him, brought to the hospital wing by Rose Potter an hour ago in the form of a young boy seemingly unconscious. When Dumbledore had been summoned by Madame Pomfrey, he had thought that one of the students had been injured, and he had rushed down as quickly as he could, only to find a distraught Rose Potter sitting next to a sleeping child who looked alarmingly like a young James Potter. That wasn't the strangest thing, however. The most peculiar thing was when Madame Pomfrey began her medical evaluation, waving her wand over the boy as the parchment next to her began to write down all the injuries that the boy had. And at the top of the parchment read the words, "Harry James Potter, Father James Charles Potter, Mother Lily Marie Potter née Evans. Is this accurate, Poppy?" Dumbledore asked in a soft voice. "There's no mistake." "There's no mistake, Albus," Madame Pomfrey replied. "I don't know how to explain it, but this boy is the child of Lily and James Potter." "But he's supposed to be dead," Dumbledore replied, frowning slightly as a sob came from Rose, who was holding Harry's hand as though it were a lifeline. "How is this possible?" "I don't know, Albus," Madame Pomfrey replied. "It's a miracle. That's the only explanation I can come up with." "It's him," Rose said softly, making the two adults turn to her. "I don't know how, but it's Harry." Dumbledore stared at the boy thoughtfully as Rose hanged interminably between laughing and crying. "Harry Potter died when he was a year old, killed by Lord Voldemort." Dumbledore had attended the funeral. He'd seen how distraught the Potters were. Our Lily had been inconsolable when they had lowered the boy's casket into the ground, and it was only sheer strength of will that kept Dumbledore from openly weeping. "The Potters will need to be informed," Dumbledore said softly as he gazed down at the sleeping boy. "I will flow them immediately and let them know that their son has been returned to them." Rose issued another sob at that, and Dumbledore placed a gentle hand on her shoulder before turning and making his way out of the hospital wing and back to his office. James and Lily Potter were sharing a late nightcap before bed. Dumbledore's head suddenly appeared in their fireplace, to the bemusement of them both. "Professor Dumbledore," James called warmly, "a bit late for a call, isn't it? Is everything all right? Is Rose all right?" Lily asked. "She hasn't pulled another stupid prank, has she?" James looked offended at his wife's comment, and Dumbledore chuckled lightly. "Rose is perfectly all right, I can assure you," Dumbledore replied cheerfully. "Another matter has arisen that requires you both. Can you both come to my office immediately?" James and Lily shared a look before James replied, "We'll be right there." "Excellent," Dumbledore said with a smile, "then I'll see you both momentarily." Dumbledore then withdrew his head from the fireplace as James and Lily quickly made their way upstairs to get changed out of their pajamas. As Harry slowly began to regain consciousness, the first thing he noticed was that someone was holding his hand very tightly. Slowly, Harry opened his eyes to see who it was, but unfortunately, without his glasses, all he could see was a blur. "Harry, you're awake," a voice next to him said. Who are you?" Harry asked softly. "Where am I?" "My name is Rose," the voice replied, "and you're safe. You're in the hospital wing." Very gently, someone placed Harry's glasses in his face before taking his hand in theirs again, and Harry saw that it was the girl who had attacked him earlier, making him pale and try to pull his hand out of her grip. "Harry, I am so sorry that I attacked you," Rose said in a small broken voice. "Please don't be afraid of me. I promise that I'm not going to hurt you." "Who are you?" Harry asked in a scared voice, though he had stopped trying to pull his hand free, much to Rose's relief. "My name is Rose Potter, Harry," Rose said softly, noting how the boy's face paled at the revelation, "and I'm your big sister." That's not possible, Harry muttered. I don't have a sister. Yes, you do, Rose said gently as she placed a warm hand on Harry's cheek. So shocked was Harry at the news that he had a sister that he didn't pull away from the touch, and Rose smiled at the boy, even as tears began to run down her cheeks. Mum and Dad should be here soon. I imagine they're looking forward to seeing you, Rose said with a smile. Harry's eyes went so wide that Rose thought they would pop out, then Harry promptly fell back onto the pillow in a dead faint. Rose looked at her brother for a moment and then proceeded to burst into laughter at what had just happened. Lily sat in the chair in front of Dumbledore's desk, her face so pale that she looked like a ghost. Behind her, James stood, gripping her chair so hard that his knuckles were white. Truthfully, it was only by holding onto the chair that James could stay standing as he felt like his legs had turned to rubber after hearing what Dumbledore had just said. He's alive, Lily said so softly that Dumbledore almost missed it. My baby is alive. How is this possible? It's not, James said simply. Harry died, Albus. You were at his funeral. We buried him 10 years ago. Indeed, Dumbledore replied sadly, and yet, the boy currently sleeping in the hospital wing is Harry Potter, your son. Lily let out a laugh that sounded like a sob and buried her face in her hands, and James placed his hand on her shoulder as his eyes became misty with unshed tears. Where did he come from? James asked as his wife sobbed. This shouldn't be possible. That is something I would like to know as well, Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling like mad. So perhaps we should all make our way down to the hospital wing and find out. James nodded and almost laughed when his wife jumped to her feet and sprinted out the door, leaving him alone with Dumbledore, who was smiling with genuine happiness. I feel sorry for anyone who tries to stop Lily from reaching young Harry. You and me both, James laughed as the two made tea. When Harry woke up the second time, it was to the peculiar feeling of someone gently stroking his hair. As Harry opened his eyes, they widened in surprise at the beautiful red-headed woman sitting next to him and seemed to be fighting the urge to sob. I know you, Harry said softly, making the woman smile at him. I saw you in the mirror. What mirror? A voice asked from the other side of Harry. Turning, Harry released a surprise. Ed gasped at the man sitting on the other side of him next to Rose. You were in the mirror too, Harry replied in a small voice. Perhaps it would be better if you start from the beginning, Dumbledore. He said as he made his way out from behind the curtain, startling Harry. Professor Dumbledore, sir, what's going on? Harry asked, not taking his eyes off of the man in front of him for fear he would vanish. That's precisely what I would like to know, Harry, Dumbledore replied warmly, so why don't you tell us how you came to be here? I won't get expelled, Harry asked softly. The thought of leaving Hogwarts was literal torture for Harry. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at Harry's question, and a slight grin appeared on his face before he answered. I give you my word, Mr. Potter, that you will not be expelled. Harry nodded slowly, turning his attention back to the woman who was looking at him as though he were a priceless treasure. And so Harry began to talk. He told of how he, Ron, and Hermione had involuntarily discovered the three-headed dog on the 3rd floor. What the bloody hell were they doing keeping that in a school full of children? James had demanded, and how Hagrid had accidentally let loose that whatever it was guarding involved someone named Nicholas Flamel. Harry then told of how the trio suspected that Professor Snape was trying to steal it and that they could somehow stop him from doing so by discovering what it was. Harry, what were you thinking? Lily had asked in shock. Then, Harry told of how he had received his father's cloak for Chr. Istmas and how he had used it to sneak into the restricted section to look for information on Nicholas Flamel. You used my cloak to study, James had said, aghast, and how Harry had ended up in Front of the mirror and saw his family for the first time and desperately wanted to be with them. Then the glass had disappeared, and Harry had fallen through the mirror and ended up here. The room was dead quiet when Harry had finished speaking, with everyone looking at Harry with different expressions. Dumbledore was looking at Harry with intrigue and curiosity, while James, Lily, and Rose were staring at him with sadness and shock. Amazing, Dumbledore said simply, truly an amazing tale. And to answer your question, young Mr. Potter, Nicholas Flamel is an alchemist who created an astounding magical object. However, why he would ask to hide it at Hogwarts is another matter entirely. Harry, Lily said softly, what did you mean when you said that was the first time you've ever seen us? Harry looked down at his lap and sniffled softly before replying in a broken voice. Where I come from, you and Dad are dead. You were both killed by Voldemort when he attacked our house on Halloween. That's how I became the boy who lived, because I survived and somehow beat him. We're dead, James whispered, but surely Sirius would have shown you pictures of us. I don't know who that is, Harry replied, looking up. Dumbledore was astounded, but for an entirely different reason, and it took the old man a moment to speak after what he had just heard. You defeated Lord Voldemort. How? No one knows, Harry replied softly, just that I somehow survived and got this scar on my forehead as a result. Harry raised his bangs to show the lightning bolt scar, and the watchers looked at it in shock for a moment before Lily regained control of herself. Harry, who did you go to when we died? Lily asked tensely. Who raised you? Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, Harry replied, turning his gaze back to his lap as the adults paled in horror. No, Lily whispered, why would you be sent to them? Anyone would have been better. Where was Sirius? Or Remus? Where were Alice and Frank? I'm sorry, Mum, Harry replied sadly, but I don't know who any of those people are. I didn't even know I was a wizard until Hagrid showed up with my letter. Lily looked ready to murder at that, and Harry flinched. Expecting to be hit as he usually was by his aunt and uncle, Lily saw this and immediately took her son in a hug, noticing with despair as he flinched in her embrace. I'm not going to hurt you, Harry, Lily said softly as she held him tight, tears running down her cheeks. No one will ever hurt you again, I promise. Are you really here? Harry asked, desperation evident in his voice. Is this really happening? Quote, we're here, son, James said as he joined his wife in hugging their son, and we'll never go away again. A moment later, Rose had joined the group hug, and for the first time in his life, Harry cried not from despair or pain but rather from happiness. An hour later, James and Lily stood in Dumbledore's office, having left Harry when the boy had finally fallen asleep. Rose had been forced to go back to her common room on the threat of having her broom taken away for a month as she didn't want to leave her brother alone. A different dimension? James asked incredulously. You're joking. Right. Dumbledore laughed cheerfully at the comment for a moment before replying. I assure you that I am not. The mirror that Harry saw is called the Mirror of Erised. It is an incredibly powerful magical object which shows the most desperate desires of our hearts to whosoever looks into it. Now, normally all it does is show the viewer what they desire. Harry must have been so desperate to join those he saw within the mirror that his magic enacted with that of the mirror in his world and brought him to one where you both are still alive, and he even has an elder sister. Lily and James were too stunned to reply. Their baby had been returned to them, but how it had come to pass seemed too fantastic to be believed. Will he have to go back? James asked, making Lily stare at him in horror for a moment before she turned to Dumbledore, who was resting his chin on his fists. Honestly, I have no idea how such a thing would even be possible, Dumbledore replied softly. And I doubt we will find such a way, so for now, Mr. Potter has no choice but to remain here in our world. Lily slowly sank into a nearby chair and began to cry tears of happiness at the news that Harry would be able to stay while James gently squeezed her shoulder. Furthermore, Dumbledore added, when Harry left his world, he said it was Christmas, and yet, here in ours, the term just began 3 weeks ago. Which leads me to believe that his world is a little further along than ours. And speaking of which, have you two decided what is to be done with Harry? What do you mean? James asked. Well, Harry will have to restart his first year all over again, Dumbledore explained cheerfully, but since he has already completed the first term of the year, if you two would like, he can go home with you instead and come back after Christmas break. The decision is entirely up to you, of course. Lily and James looked at one another in silent conversation for a moment. It would be wonderful to have their child back with them again, and since Harry had already completed his first term at Hogwarts, it wouldn't hurt to have him home for a few months while they got things settled. A child coming back from the dead would naturally cause more than a few stirs in the magical world. Finally coming to a silent decision, the two Potters turned back to Dumbledore, who was smiling as though he already knew what their decision would be. "We'll take Harry home until the next term begins," Lily said softly. "The boy has been separated from us for long enough, and there are things that need to be done." "Indeed," Dumbledore said solemnly, pressing his fingers together in thought. "The Harry Potter died 10 years ago. We will need to think of some way to bring Harry back into the world without too many people asking questions that we cannot properly answer." "What do you mean?" James asked. "Dimension travel is a very legendary field of magic," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "It is a subject that is very closely studied by the unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, and if they were to learn that young Harry is indeed a traveler from a different dimension, I fear they would take him into custody to study him." "No," Lily almost screamed in anger and horror. "My son is not a lab rat to be poked and prodded. And I won't let anyone take my baby from me again." "Nor will I," James added with a dark look. "I'll kill anyone who tries." "I believe you," Dumbledore said with a nod, "but, to ensure that doesn't happen, I believe a cover story should be created regarding Harry." "Such as?" James asked. "I will think of something and present it to you when I have a believable story that we can use," Dumbledore said warmly, his eyes twinkling cheerfully. "Until then, I suggest you go and spend some time with your son." Lily and James nodded happily, and the two quickly left to return to their son's side in the hospital wing while Dumbledore smiled after them. The Potters deserved this reward after all they had suffered and lost during the war. Once they were gone, however, Dumbledore's mood turned solemn. Harry had survived Voldemort's attack in his world, which meant that the prophecy regarding the boy had been fulfilled. But did that also mean that the prophecy in this world would be as well? Dumbledore had almost abandoned hope that Voldemort would be defeated for good since the death of Harry Potter 10 years ago. True, he had been very severely wounded by James that night, but if the prophecy was to be believed, only Harry could truly destroy the Dark Lord for good. And if that were the case, then perhaps Harry being sent here was more than chance, perhaps it was fate. Dumbledore would ponder this question long into the night as the two Potters sat beside their son, happier than they had been in a very long time. Author's note: I can literally hear you people screaming. You already have 3 fanfics that you're working on, why would you start another? The answer to that is an easy one: because my brain hates me, lol. I'll write an entire chapter of one of my fics, but then I'll read an interesting one on FFN or AO3, and my brain will go, I could write something like that. And then, the idea won't leave me alone until I write it down, then I can get back to my previous FIC again. I don't know where I'm going to take this one. But as long as people like it or I stay interested, I'll keep writing it. But I have to give credit where credit is due. I was inspired to write this FIC after reading Through the Looking Glass by Myra Valhalla. I hope you enjoy it. When Harry opened his eyes the following day, the first thing he saw when he put his glasses on was his mother sleeping silently in the bed next to him. As Harry looked at her, he felt tears slide down his face and, for a moment, couldn't understand why he was crying. She's really here, Harry thought with a smile. He had been so afraid of falling asleep the previous night because if this was a dream, then it was one that he desperately wanted to stay in. He didn't want to be the boy who lived, famous for something he couldn't even remember doing in the first place, and forced to live with people who hated him for no reason other than his existence. What Harry wanted more than anything was lying next to him, and he never wanted to stop looking at her. A moment later, however, the doors to the hospital wing banged open loudly, making Harry jump up just in time to be tackled by his new big sister, Rose, who wrapped him in a tight hug. If she noticed the way Harry flinched in her arms, she made no mention of it. "Good morning, little brother," Rose chirped as Madame Pomfrey came out of her office to see what the noise was and frowned disapprovingly for a moment before heading back inside. Gee, good morning, ma'am," Harry stuttered, unsure what to call her. Apparently, ma'am was the wrong thing to say, though, because she frowned. As she pulled away and tweaked his nose softly, making Harry giggle for a moment. "What's this, ma'am, nonsense?" she asked in mock annoyance. "Call me big sister, or Rose if you prefer." Ma'am makes me sound like an old hen. Well, you are older than him, sweetie, Lily said softly, making the two turn to her as she rose from the bed. Harry felt his eyes prick again, and Lily seemed to notice. Because she sat down next to Harry and wrapped her arm around the boy before beginning to gently rub his hair. Harry, who had never been held before, didn't know what to do and didn't want to anger her, so he tried to stay very still. Lily internally sobbed as she felt her son stiffen in her arms. It broke her heart to know that Harry had not only been thoroughly damaged by her own sister but even now expected his own mother to hurt him when all she wanted to do was hold him and keep him safe. She swore at that moment that no matter how long it took, she would repair the damage Petunia and her monster of a husband had done to her child. Moon. Rose fumed. I'm only 2 years older than Harry. I'm not old. A voice began to laugh behind her, making Rose turn to see James enter the hospital wing alongside Dumbledore. Both looked to be thoroughly enjoying Rose's torment, which only seemed to annoy her more. You too, Dad? Rose asked in a mock-wounded voice. Have I no allies left to call upon in my darkest hour of need? Quote, always so dramatic, James said as the hospital wing echoed with laughter. I knew we shouldn't have let you read those muggle books that your mother bought. Hey, Lily retorted, Shakespeare is something every child should read at least once. Just because you have no culture in your life does not mean I will let you corrupt our children too. Harry what? Ched curiously as Lily and James traded verbal barbs back and forth for a moment before Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly. The two stopped after another moment of laughter, which sounded like music to Harry's ears. Good morning, Harry, Dumbledore chirped, his eyes twinkling. How are you feeling? Fine, sir, Harry replied softly. Excellent, and Madame Pomfrey has given you a clean bill of health. Aside from a few things that I shall need to speak to your parents about, so, I see no reason why you can't go home with them today. Go home? Harry asked in shock before turning to look up at his mother, who was smiling warmly down at him. That's right, sweetheart, Lily replied happily. We're taking you home until the new term starts as you've already completed your first one back in your old world. Harry gaped like a fish for a few moments before he was finally able to form words. Old world. Yes, Harry, Dumbledore replied cheerfully. I believe that the Mirror of Erised you fell through actually pulled you into another dimension, this dimension, to be precise. And seeing as how you've already completed your first term at Hogwarts, I see no reason why you shouldn't be allowed to go home until the next term starts after the Christmas holiday. Harry's mind reeled at the words, and he suddenly felt as if the room was spinning very fast. He was in another dimension with no way back. His parents were alive, and he was going to go with them to their house and stay there until after Christmas. It was all too good to be true. Too much was happening at once, and Harry collapsed into Lily's arms with a groan. Harry, Lily said fearfully as her son passed out. Headmaster, what's happened to him? I believe we bombarded the poor boy with too much shocking news at once. Dumbledore chortled as Lily laid him back down gently. It's no wonder the poor boy collapsed after all that. Anyone would, I imagine. James chuckled softly at Dumbledore's words before turning his attention to his daughter. Shouldn't you be in class, young lady? Rose C. under her father's inspection, made worse when the other adults also turned their gaze on her. I might They told Professor Flitwick that I wasn't feeling too well and asked if I could go to the hospital wing. James gazed disapprovingly at his eldest child for a moment before a smile split his stern expression. And he shook his head in exasperation. Well, you can hardly blame me, Rose said defensively. I just got my baby brother back. I just wanted to see him, that's all. I understand completely, my dear, Dumbledore said warmly. But we mustn't neglect our responsibilities, must we? No, sir, Rose said glumly before turning her gaze to the floor. Now, my dear, Dumbledore said quickly. There's no need to be so morose. You're more than welcome to sit here with young Harry while Madame Pomfrey and I talk with your parents about Harry before they take him home. Rose almost jumped for joy at that and quickly sat on the bed next to her brother, seemingly entranced with the act of simply staring at him as she held his hand in hers. Lily stood staring at her two children. Happily for a moment before following the two adults into Madame Pomfrey's office, gently shutting the door behind her so as to not be disturbed. As the three adults sat down, they stared across the desk at Madame Pomfrey with sudden trepidation. The school nurse had a pained look on her face as though she was hiding a secret she didn't want to share yet knew she had to. "Are you sure you wish to know what I've found?" Madame Pomfrey asked softly. "Once you know, you can never unknow." "If it concerns my son, then I would like to know everything," James replied firmly, "even if the knowledge is better left unsaid." Lily nodded quickly at her husband's words and took his hand in hers under the table. "I need to know what those animals did to my son," Lily growled. Madame Pomfrey sighed wearily a moment before she picked up a piece of parchment and looked at it sadly for a moment before passing it over to Lily, who took it with a shaky hand before looking down to read what it said. Left arm broken age 3. Right arm broken age 3. Concussion age 3. Jaw broken age 4. Scalding burns on both hands age 4. Scars on back and buttocks from severe beating with unknown object age 4. Left arm broken again age 4. 3 ribs broken, evidence of severe fall age 4. Scars from dog bite on left leg age 5. Spinal injury, evidence of severe fall age 5. Right leg broken age 6. Left leg broken age 7. Right arm broken again age 7. Skull fracture age 7. Right hand broken, evidence of object crushing at age 8. Lily couldn't bear to read any more and handed it to James. Feeling as though she might be physically ill, how could her sister do this to Harry? Lily knew that Petunia had always been jealous that Lily could do magic, and Petunia couldn't. But to do such things to an innocent child was beyond jealousy or bitterness, it was evil. How could he have survived this? James asked, looking like he was dangerously close to murdering someone. As he handed the parchment to Dumbledore, who began reading it with a shocked expression. "His magic," Madame Pomfrey said, a single tear running down her cheek, which she quickly wiped away. "His magic is the only thing that has kept him alive all these years. Whenever those animals hurt him, his magic began healing him almost immediately. Being kept in a near constant state of magica. Healing for so long has also strengthened Harry's core considerably. He will be an incredibly powerful wizard one day." "How could Petunia do this?" Lily whispered, yet everyone seemed to hear it. And James wrapped an arm around his wife comfortingly, as she fought not to sob. Beside them, Dumbledore placed the parchment down on the desk before looking down at his lap as though he had aged 50 years in a matter of moments. "While you two were upstairs talking to Albus, I spent the majority of last night trying to repair the various scars and misaligned bones that the poor boy has," Madame Pomfrey said in a broken voice. "I got most of them, but not all. Harry will have to come back to see me in a few weeks so that I might finish my work. Also, be aware that Mr. Potter will be incredible. Why stiff for a few days while his body gets used to his bones being in the proper place for once. I will be prescribing draft of dreamless sleep to help with any nightmares the boy will surely have some pain relief potions for use if the boy needs them." Lily and James nodded gratefully at the nurse before Madame Pomfrey continued, clasping her hands together and placing them on the desk in front of her. "You should be aware that this much abuse over such an extended period can have long-lasting effects on a person. You will need to take things slowly with Mr. Potter. He will not be used to kindness from others and will no doubt be afraid of being hurt by you too should he do something wrong. I would never harm my son." Lily shirked in rage as she jumped to her feet, making Madame Pomfrey raise her hands soothingly. "I know that, dear, but Harry doesn't. And it will take time before he understands that." Her fury left Lily, and the woman seemed to collapse back into her chair as he realized the truth of the nurse's words. Harry had spent his whole life being hurt, and it would take some time before her son realized that it would never happen again. The thought of what he had endured made Lily sob as she placed her hands over her face. Beside her, James looked ready to march to Petunia Dursley's house and crucio her until her mind broke. It was all she deserved after what she had done to his son for so long. Instead, he gently rubbed his wife's back as she sobbed her heart out. When Harry opened his eyes again, it was to the sight of his sister holding his hand and staring at him with a warm smile on her face. "You know, if you're going to keep fainting, we may need to charm a pillow to follow you around so you don't get hurt," Rose joked. "I'm sorry," Harry mumbled, dropping his gaze to his lap and making Rose's smile drop slightly. "I was only kidding, Harry. There's no need to be so serious. You'll end up with wrinkles in no time if you don't remember to joke around now and then." Harry raised his eyes to look at her, and she was pleased to see a slight smile on his face. "That's better, little brother," Rose said warmly as she scooted closer to him. "I wish I could go back home with you. You're going to love it. Potter Manor is huge and has its own Quidditch pitch where you can practice. Plus, the library is magnificent." As Rose went off about how amazing Potter Manor was, Harry found himself feeling suddenly nervous, and Rose stopped in the middle of explaining the various rooms. "What's wrong, Harry?" Rose asked. "You can tell me anything. That's what big sisters are for. After all, what if?" Harry suddenly found himself unable to voice the fear that had been nagging at him since he woke in this strange new world. What if Mum and Dad don't want me? What if they realize that I'm not their Harry and decide to abandon me? Rose felt a terrible sadness rip through her at the words, and she quickly wrapped her arms around the boy. Ignoring the way he flinched in her embrace, she held him in her arms for a moment longer before pulling away and placing a hand under his chin, forcing him to look at her. "Now you listen to me, Harry James Potter," Rose said sternly. "No matter what world you came from, you are my brother, and I love you with all my heart. Just as you are Mum and Dad's son. They will never abandon you, nor will I. Understand?" Harry stared into Rose's hazel brown eyes silently before tears began streaming down his cheeks, and he nodded happily. Rose smiled and gently wiped away Harry's tears before taking him in another fierce hug, trying to hide her own tears as she felt her baby brother flinch from her. For almost 30 minutes, the Potters sat with Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey discussing what to express. ECT with Harry Anders of mental and physical abuse he had received. Then, finally, Dumbledore turned the conversation into something new, to the relief of Lily and James. "Now, I believe that I have come up with a very cunning deception that will allow us to reintegrate young Harry into your lives without much complication. It, unfortunately, will mean that your family will be under heavy scrutiny for some time, but hopefully, it will pass by the time the new term begins and Harry returns to school." "What have you come up with?" James asked curiously. "We will inform the world that Harry Potter was, in fact, not killed the night that Voldemort attacked your home, but rather apparated to safety with the help of accidental magic," Dumbledore said, making the two Potters' jaws drop in astonishment. "That's your plan?" James demanded. "That'll never work. We had a funeral for the boy, Dumbledore. It was in the papers for weeks. We can't just have Harry show up after a decade and say, 'We made a mistake.'" "Ah, but that is precisely what we can do, James," Dumbledore said calmly. "Voldemort's curse left no body, only a pile of ash behind. So, who's to say that young Harry actually died that night? Instead, we will say that Harry apparated away and came to a Muggle orphanage. Harry was simply lost in the system with no name and no reports of missing children until his Hogwarts letter appeared, leading to him being returned to his loving family. It could work," Lily said softly. "The only people who know the truth of that night are the ones who were there, and I don't think Voldemort will show up and disabuse the Ministry when this story breaks. And with Peter dead, that just leaves us three." Turning to her husband, Lily continued, "But Professor Dumbledore is right, James, when this story breaks, Potter Manor will be bombarded with reporters and people wanting to interview the boy and us, for that matter. It will be a media circus for the foreseeable future. We dealt with those leeches before," James said darkly, memories swirling of how reporters had stalked him and his family following the death of their son. They had not been given a moment's peace and had only stopped when James, in a fit of rage, had hit a reporter with a curse that made him vomit up snakes. The other reporters had been so horrified that they had given the Potter family a wide berth after that. And James had been fined 1,000 galleons, though he hadn't cared a bit. "Very well, then," Dumbledore clapped happily. "If there is nothing else, I think you two should go and prepare Harry's room for tomorrow." The Potters smiled at the words, and James hugged his wife close as they rose to leave Madame Pomfrey's office. Their boy was coming home. The next day, Harry felt very nervous. His parents had come early to collect him and take him back home to Potter Manor. Rose had shown up before breakfast and given Harry a fierce hug with the promise that she would write him every week, and he had better write back. Or she would come to Potter Manor herself to make sure he was okay. After a final hug, Rose left for breakfast, and Harry had been led to Dumbledore's office by his mother holding his hand as though terrified he would disappear between the hospital wing and the headmaster's office. "Ready, Harry?" Dumbledore asked warmly when they finally arrived to find James and Dumbledore quietly talking about something. "Yes, sir," Harry replied softly, making everyone smile at the shy boy. "We'll be in touch, Headmaster," James said warmly before he approached Harry and took the boy's other hand. James then threw some powder into Dumbledore's fireplace and shouted, "Potter Manor!" Instantly, green fire lit up the fireplace in front of Harry, and the boy took a startled step back. "It'll be okay, sweetie," Lily said soothingly. "It won't hurt you, I promise." Harry swallowed nervously and nodded at his mother before allowing her to pull him into the flames. Instantly, the world began to spin. Harry gripped his parents' hands tighter and felt their grip before he was spat out of a completely different fireplace. "Welcome home, son," James said in a soft voice as Harry looked around in wonder. They were standing in what looked like a sitting room with two large couches facing one another and a large wooden table standing between them. "Come, I'll show you to your room," James said warmly as he let go of Harry's hand and directed Harry to follow him. When they exited the sitting room and entered the entrance hall, Harry's mouth dropped open in awe. A magnificent chandelier that appeared to be made of millions of tiny blue crystals hung over their heads. In front of them was an enormous marble staircase that seemed to rise forever. Seeing his son's expression, James let out an amused chuckle. "It is a lot to take in at once, but you'll get used to it soon enough." "I don't know if that's possible," Harry replied in an odd voice, making his parents laugh for a moment before Lily retook Harry's hand and directed him to follow his father up the stairs. When they, at last, came to a door made of what looked to be oak, James turned to Harry and sheepishly said, "I hope you like it. We didn't have much time to get it ready." James then slowly opened the door, and Harry stepped inside, feeling his knees buckle as he did. The room was twice the size of Dudley's. With a magnificent-sized bed against the far wall, a large open window lay open in front of Harry, and he could see a large forest that stretched interminably. The room held 4 large bookcases, a desk, a large dresser, and an even more enormous closet. But the best thing of all was the color. James had painted the entire room Gryffindor colors, and the red and gold seemed to make the room seem even warmer and more welcome than should have been possible. "Do you like it?" Lily asked softly as though afraid of what he might say. "We can change the colors if you prefer," James added. Before anyone could say anything else, Harry had tackled his father in a fierce hug and mumbled into his shirt, "It's perfect, thank you, Dad, Mum." Lily felt tears prick her eyes as she knelt down and hugged her son. They stayed there for a long time, no one wanting to do anything else but spend time with the one they thought lost so long ago. Chapter 3. We all know the story. On Halloween 1981, he who must not be named attacked the home of Lily and James Potter and killed their youngest child, Harry Potter, before himself being banished by magics unknown. That night the Dark Lord vanished. And for 10 long years, we have had peace, but that peace came at a terrible price, for it came from the death of an innocent child. At least that is the story that we have been led to believe. But this morning, this reporter is happy to inform you all that the story of that night is an apocryphal tale that we all have been fooled by. For today, Harry Potter has been found alive and safely returned to his parents, Lily and James Potter. How is this possible when so many of us remember the poor boy's death? There was even a funeral in which several noble members of our society attended, including our own Minister of Magic, Millicent Bagnold. The story of Harry Potter's survival is fantastical, told to the Daily Prophet by Albus Dumbledore himself. The night that the Dark Lord attacked the Potters' residence at Godric's Hollow, aided by the betrayal of the Potters' secret keeper, Peter Pettigrew, we all believed that the poor boy had died when in fact, the boy used accidental magic to transport him to safety. Nothing short of miraculous, in this reporter's opinion. According to Albus Dumbledore, when the boy apparated to safety, he was transported to a Muggle orphanage where he was, as Professor Dumbledore put it, lost in the bureaucratic system for a decade. It was only when Harry's Hogwarts letter was sent out that it was discovered that the boy was, in fact, alive. Professor Dumbledore himself, believing it to be a trick, went to the orphanage in question to discover the truth and was shocked when he found Harry to be alive and ignorant heritage, but also that his parents, as well as the rest of the magical world, believed him dead. Unfortunately, Harry's survival came with a terrible price. Professor Dumbledore informed this reporter that the orphanage in which young Harry lived was exceptionally cruel to him due to his accidental magic. The poor boy has supposedly been horribly abused for the past decade by those who were supposed to protect him. It is for this reason that Professor Dumbledore has allowed young Harry to skip his first term at Hogwarts. Instead, the boy will be living with his parents at Potter Manor, where he will receive all the education that he would have received at Hogwarts, while he gets to know his family once again. Harry will attend Hogwarts at the beginning of the second term once he has become acclimated adequately to using his magical powers without the fear of being punished for them, as he has become accustomed due to his decade-long sentence amongst the Muggles. For almost 10 years, the Potters have been celebrated as the ones who defeated the Dark Lord, and yet that victory came at a terrible cost that no parent should ever have to pay, for no parent should ever have to bury their child. Now, a miracle has occurred, and Harry Potter has been returned to his family, and this reporter is not too proud to admit that she shed tears of joy when she heard the news. It is my hope, and many know do. UBT share my view, that Harry's life from now on will be a happy one after all the years of pain and fear that he has had to endure, and that now that he has been reunited with his family, he will spend the rest of his life knowing what it is to be loved and cared for. Voldemort's hands shook as he read and reread the article that his servant had brought him. It was impossible. Voldemort had watched the baby turn to ash when Voldemort had hit it with his curse. He had watched the brat's eyes widen in terror before his body had disintegrated into nothing. That night should have been his crowning glory. The night he had defeated the supposed, prophesied one. Instead, it had been the night in which he had lost everything. James and Lily Potter had arrived soon after Voldemort had killed the child. And James had attacked the Dark Lord while his wife had fought Peter Pettigrew. Both parents had fought with much greater magical power than anything they had shown before, fueled by their pain from losing their child and hatred for the ones responsible. It had taken only a matter of minutes for Lily Potter to defeat Pettigrew, using a curse to blast a hole through the traitor's chest. Pettigrew had been dead before he hit the ground, while Voldemort was busy defending himself from the myriad of curses that James Potter had thrown at Voldemort, giving the Dark Lord no chance to do anything but defend himself. Much to the Dark Lord's surprise, for never before had James Potter shown such power. Both parents had then turned their attention to him, and Voldemort was shocked to discover that he was actually outmatched. He that had spent decades learning magics that had been thought forgotten and delved deeper than any wizard before him was being beaten back by a wizard who should have been beneath him and his mudblood whore. His anger that these two dared to defy his will had burst forth and allowed Voldemort to cast a spell that threw Lily Potter through the bedroom wall. His wife had just been killed by the same man who had slaughtered his son. James Potter's rage became absolute, and Voldemort remembered the man's wand glowing bright red. Then, thinking that James Potter was about to stun him, Voldemort tried to cast a shield, only to be shocked when the spell burst through his shield and slammed into his chest. Whatever James Potter had cast was no stunner. Instead, it had ripped through Voldemort worse than any curse he had ever encountered. Even the Cruciatus curse paled in comparison to the agony that Lord Voldemort found himself in, and he knew at that moment that if he didn't escape, he would die. The wards that Pettigrew had placed around the Potter's cottage stopped them from apparating to safety, but they only affected the Potters, not Lord Voldemort. So in desperation, the Dark Lord had apparated away, knowing that he would not be able to defeat James Potter, much to his eternal shame and anger. It was only later that Voldemort discovered the horrifying truth. Whatever spell James Potter had hit him with had severely damaged his magical core to the point where Voldemort had less than 5% of the magical power that he once was master over. Even simple summoning spells left the Dark Lord gasping in exhaustion. Anything more powerful than that often left him barely able to breathe and sometimes caused him to pass out from magical exhaustion. Seeing their once mighty master fall to such a state, his followers abandoned him soon after, believing his power was broken and that he would never again become the powerful Dark Lord he once was. Now, he had only 2 servants left, and even they were beginning to show signs that their patience had run dry as he desperately searched for anything that might return to him his powers. Voldemort had spent a decade looking through millions of books, visiting ancient seats of power in far-off countries for anything that might alleviate the curse that bastard James Potter had placed upon Voldemort. Yet, he had found nothing to explain what had happened to him. After 10 years, Voldemort was beginning to lose hope and had all but abandoned any hope that he might one day regain his powers when his servant brought him the paper showing that Harry Potter was alive. That was the icing on the already depressing cake that was his life now. "It's impossible," Voldemort hissed as he reread the paper for the 3rd time. "I saw him die." "My lord," Voldemort's servant said nervously, "perhaps you only thought you saw him die. You might have been mistaken, after all." "No," Voldemort snarled as he rose from his seat and flipped the table in front of him, scattering his breakfast across the floor, his rage beyond control at this newest development. "I saw him die. I watched his body turn to ash." "Then perhaps this boy is an imposter," the second servant added. "Perhaps he is not whom he claims to be." "Yes," Voldemort said quickly reining in his rage as his vision began to blur. "Yes. That must be it. Both of you, go and discover who this brat is. Report to me once you have." "Yes, my lord," the 2 servants replied in unison as they bowed before quickly making their way out of the room. Once he was alone, Voldemort collapsed once again into his chair. He was getting weaker and running out of options on how to remedy that. If something wasn't done soon, he would be nothing more than a filthy muggle with no magical power at all, and that was a fate that he would rather die than experience. Once news of Harry's miraculous survival was spread, Potter Manor was bombarded with reporters and others who wanted nothing more than to see the boy who had supposedly come back from the dead. Luckily for the Potters, the mass of people could not get through the wards that surrounded the manor, and thus, the Potter family was allowed peace while they showed Harry his new home. Potter Manor was massive to Harry, who had known only his relative's house on Privet Drive. The manor contained a huge 3-story library that held enough books to make the British Library look small in comparison. On top of this, the manor also held a large dining room, an equally large sitting room, a vast kitchen manned by over a dozen creatures that James called house elves, a ballroom that looked massive to Harry's small frame, and more than 24 rooms for guests and other purposes. Even with James's assurances that Harry would grow accustomed to the size of the manor, Harry began to wonder if he ever would, as it just seemed too massive to be allowed to exist. To Lily's joy, she would often find Harry in the library reading and, more often than not, would join him, if for no other reason than Tosin, who had been lost for so long. About a week after Harry had moved to Potter Manor, he had come downstairs for breakfast when he was suddenly tackled by a large black dog that seemed determined to lick every corner of Harry's face. James had come to see what all the noise was about and had broken into smiles at the sight of Harry laughing as he was licked to death by the giant black dog. "Sirius, that's enough," James had laughed, "you're going to drown the poor boy." Then, to Harry's astonishment, the black dog transformed into a large man with long curly black hair that hung to his shoulders and piercing gray eyes, but the strangest thing was that Harry seemed to remember him for some reason. "Hello, Prongslet," the man said in a sad voice that Harry couldn't understand. "I'm so happy to see you again." "Again?" Harry asked in confusion. "Do I know you, sir?" "Harry, this is Sirius Black," James clarified with a smile. "He's my best friend and your godfather if your world is anything like this one." Harry paled slightly at the words, and it was a moment before he found his voice again. "If you're my godfather, why didn't you come for me in the other world?" "I don't know, Hup," Sirius said sorrowfully. "I have no idea why. The Sirius of your world would leave you behind, and I am so sorry that he did." For a moment, nothing was said, and Harry simply stared at the man who looked so sad for some reason. Why did you call me Prongslet?" Harry asked softly, making James and Sirius share a grin before Sirius replied. "You saw how I transformed into a dog?" Sirius asked, making Harry nod. "Well, your dad can transform into a stag, and as such, we nicknamed him Prongs. When you were born, I gave you the nickname Prongslet." Harry looked at his dad in astonishment for a moment as James quickly transformed into a stag and back into a man. "That's wicked," Harry said in a whisper as his dad grinned happily. "So, what's your nickname, then?" Harry asked, turning back to Sirius, who smiled warmly. "Padfoot," Sirius said simply, making the boy grin. "Remus wanted to be here, but unfortunately, his job has held him up," Sirius said, turning to James. "He said he'll introduce himself when he returns to England for Christmas. He's looking forward to meeting the pup." Harry had no idea who they were talking about but enjoyed being a part of the conversation anyways as the three made their way to the dining room. And Sirius bombarded Harry with questions about himself and what the boy liked and disliked. Harry laughed as he sped through the air on the new broom his parents had bought him a few days ago. It had been a month since Harry had come to Potter Manor, and it seemed to go by in a flash due to how happy Harry was. For the first 2 weeks, Harry spent nearly every day with his parents, telling Th.M. about his life before he came to this world, and they seemed to never get tired of hearing him talk, even when he told them about how bad the Dursleys had treated him. Lily would always hold him tight when the memories became too much. At first, it was a strange feeling to Harry, who had never experienced such comfort. Still, Harry soon began to enjoy being held by his mother. The one thing Harry hated most was how often his nightmares would attack him. On more than one occasion, Harry had awoken in terror, afraid that it had all been a dream and that he was still with the Dursleys and his parents were still dead. Still, when Lily and James would come running into his room due to the sound of his sobs, he had been so happy to realize that he had been wrong and would often fall back asleep with his parents snuggled up next to him. Once a week, Harry was forced to return to Hogwarts so that Madame Pomfrey could continue his treatment in repairing the damage that Harry's relatives had performed on him over the decade that they were responsible for him. The past week had been his last appointment and as a reward, Harry's parents had told him that he could have anything he wanted, within reason, of course. Harry had mumbled that he would really like a broom to replace the Nimbus 2000 he had in his previous world. James's eyes had lit up with excitement upon hearing that his son had been the youngest seeker in a century. While Lily simply shook her head and mumbled something that sounded eerily like father, like son. Rose had been ecstatic when she learned about Harry's Quidditch past and demanded he try out for Gryffindor's team when he started school. She was on the team herself as a chaser, but their current seeker was incompetent, according to her, and needed replacement as soon as possible. Harry was chasing a practice snitch across the family's Quidditch pitch. He had been flying since breakfast and yet was still not ready to stop. The freedom he felt while on a broomstick was like a drug. As far as Harry was concerned. Suddenly, the snitch took a nosedive, and Harry eagerly followed it straight down. He could see the ground getting closer, yet he was not afraid. Even as it appeared that he would end up crashing face first into the ground. At the last minute, the snitch pulled up, and Harry followed, his feet grazing the grass because of how close he had come to crashing. Then, with a triumphant laugh, Harry reached out and closed his fingers around the metal object, relishing his skill for a moment before a voice rang across the field. "Harry James Potter, what the devil do you think you are doing? Come down here this instant." Turning to see who was calling him, Harry was surprised to see his mother standing beneath him with her hands on her hips, looking furious with him. Beside her stood James Potter, who seemed torn between looking proud of what Harry had just done, and angry at the same time. Taking a quick gulp to settle his nerves, Harry slowly descended to the ground before finally jumping off his broom to stand in front of her. "What's up, Mum?" Harry said, trying to sound curious about what he was to have done to make her mad at him. James's lips twitched for a moment as though he seemed to be trying not to laugh while Lily's lips thinned considerably. "What's up?" Lily asked coldly. "How about you nearly colliding with the earth after a 60-foot dive?" "So that's what's up. What were you thinking?" Harry's eyes fell to his feet, and he shuffled nervously as he tried to think what to say to mollify his mother. "I wasn't in any danger, Mum. Honest," Harry said quickly, looking into his mother's eyes. "My first game, I made a dive way bigger than that, and it turned out okay." That seemed to be the wrong answer. As Lily's eyes widened in horror at her son's words. "That's not the point," Lily retorted harshly, making Harry flinch slightly. you know that you're only supposed to fly if your father or I am here to watch you. You could have broken your neck, and there would have been no one around to help you. Now, Lily, James began before he was cut off by his angry wife. No, James, Lily growled as she spun around to face her husband, who backed down in the face of her fury. I know Harry has spent his whole life with people who don't care if he lives or dies, but it's different now. And I, for one, don't want to bury my son again. Harry and James paled instantly at the words, and Harry's head dropped in despair for a moment at how stupid he'd been for making his parents worry before he was quickly taken into a fierce hug by his mother, flinching at the sudden embrace. I don't want to lose you again, Harry, Lily said softly. I don't mean to frighten you, but when your father and I tell you something, we need you to listen to us so that you don't get hurt. Do you understand? I understand, Mum, Harry mumbled. I'm sorry I disobeyed you. I just love to fly, that's all. We understand, champ, James said as he went down on one knee to face Harry. There's nothing else like it in the world. But it's also dangerous. You could be seriously hurt or worse. So, let your mother or I know first next time you want to fly. Okay, Harry mumbled back as his mother pulled away, her eyes shining. Oh, you know we have to punish you, right? Lily asked softly. Harry's eyes went wide with terror instantly, and he began to back away from his parents, who were looking at him wide-eyed. No, Harry pleaded, his eyes beginning to tear up. Please don't beat me. I'll be good, I promise. The color instantly fled from Lily and James's faces as both realized that Lily's words had been misunderstood and that Harry thought they were going to hurt him. Before Harry could take another step back, Lily and James had pounced on the boy and hugged Harry as though they never wanted to let him go. Harry, it's going to be okay, James said quickly as the boy began trying to remove himself from their embrace. We would never hurt you like that. I swear it on my soul. As do I, Lily added quickly, tears running down her cheeks. We will never lay a hand on you, sweetie, I promise. Gradually, Harry began to relax as their words reached through the terror to him, and a moment later, he was quietly crying into his mother's chest as his father gently rubbed his back. I'm sorry, Harry mumbled softly. No, we're sorry, Harry. Lily replied quickly. I should have realized that after all you've suffered, the thought of being punished by us would terrify you. But I promise that we will never punish you like that. Yeah, James added quickly. The most we'll do is ground you to your room for a little while, but I promise we will never lay a hand on you. Harry nodded, which he understood as his parents finally pulled away, and Harry quickly wiped his eyes. Your punishment will be to have your broom taken away for a few days until you learn not to go flying without us, understood? Lily said gently, her hands resting on her son's shoulders. I understand, Mum, Harry replied softly, and I'm sorry. Lily just smiled gently at Harry for a moment as James stooped to pick up Harry's broom off the ground. Now, let's go inside and get ready. Sirius has invited us for dinner, and it would not do to be late, would it? Lily said gently, smiling as Harry quickly nodded his head in agreement. Chapter 4. Rose smiled happily as she made her way down to dinner. In truth, she had been feeling almost high since Harry had appeared, and each day she awoke to a letter from him. Left her sobbing happily as she read each word. For weeks she had endured constant badgering about Harry and how was it possible that her baby brother had returned when all thought him lost, but she didn't care a whit. Her brother was back, and that was all that mattered as far as she was concerned. Good morning, my humble subjects, Rose called happily as she took her seat at the Gryffindor table. You may all bask in my presence, now. The table echoed with laughter as most of Gryffindor was used to Rose's antics by now. She had been blessed to receive her mother's good looks and brains and her father's proclivity for pranks and a bit of rule-breaking here and there. Rose had been injured during the last Quidditch game when a bludger was sent her way by way of one of the Slytherin's beaters. The result had been that Rose had fallen a dozen feet and broken 2 of her ribs and her left leg and had to spend the weekend in the hospital wing. Our queen has returned to us, Fred Weasley cried dramatically. All hail the queen, George Weasley finished, making Rose laugh at her 2 best friends and co-conspirators in creating chaos and pranking the ever-loving daylights out of the school. They had met aboard the train in the first year and been thick as thieves ever since, to the anxiety and stress of the teaching staff. The table echoed with cries of, "All hail the Queen," before laughter broke out in full. Even Professor McGonagall at the head table looked as though she was fighting not to laugh. As the laughter finally began to die down, Rose looked over at the two people who were most in her thoughts. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Harry had told Rose how much those two meant to him, and since he had been sent to a new world away from his first friends, R.O. Say was determined to rectify this situation by giving them back to Harry. "Hey, your name's Hermione, isn't it?" Rose asked, making the girl jump slightly as the supposed Queen of Gryffindor took notice of her. "Why yes, can I help you?" "Indeed you can," Rose said with a grin. "My little brother will be attending school after the holidays and could use a friend. He doesn't know much about our world, and due to the life he's led. I know he's very lonely, even if he doesn't say so. So, would you be willing to look after him for me? I think you two would make fast friends." Hermione's eyes widened, almost comically before tears appeared in them, making Rose smile sadly. She knew how hard the girl had had it these last few weeks, with everyone calling her a know-it-all, for no other reason and she was more intelligent than most in her year. The way Rose saw it, she was simply helping the girl make a friend while at the same time giving Harry back his. Hermione quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve before answering, a huge smile gracing her features. "I would love to," she cried enthusiastically before a blush took over her face, and she regained her composure. I mean, it would be my pleasure to get to know your little brother." "Great," Rose said happily. "I'll introduce the two of you next term. I'm sure he'll be excited to make a friend. In the meantime, how about you write him a letter or two? I'm sure he'd appreciate it." Rose turned back to her breakfast, surreptitiously watching the muggle born from the corner of her eye and fighting not to smile at how happy Hermione suddenly seemed at the prospect of a new friend at Hogwarts. "One down," Rose thought happily as she turned her gaze toward the redhead little brother of her two best friends. "Now just have to figure out how to snag the last one. Perhaps I can get Mum and Dad to invite the Weasleys over for Christmas. That might work." As Rose silently conspired, a grin appeared on her face that all those who knew her knew meant trouble was close at hand. Lily smiled as she watched her son asleep in his bed. Almost every night for the past 2 months, she had come and sat beside Harry, doing nothing more than watching him sleep. For so long, she had felt like someone had ripped out her heart, leaving nothing behind but a hole that nothing seemed able to fill. Over the years, her family had helped immeasurably until, at last, the pain seemed like a dull throb, and yet it was still there. But then, Lily had been blessed with a miracle, and her son, her baby, had been returned to her, and finally, the pain was completely gone. She didn't know if she should thank God or fate or even Mother Magic, and to be honest, she didn't care. All that mattered was that her sweet baby had been given back. And she would die before she ever let him go again. Gently, Lily ran her hand over Harry's head, making the boy smile in his sleep and lean into her touch. Lily felt unshed tears form in her eyes as she ran her hand across her son's head a second time, and then a third. As Lily pulled her hand away, Harry suddenly began to twitch and moan, making Lily pale slightly. Harry had been plagued by nightmares since moving into Potter Manor, and each time, Lily felt as though her heart was breaking all over again as she watched what the years of abuse had done to her child. "Please, I'll be good. Please don't leave me," Harry moaned pathetically as he began to twitch more violently. "Please. Don't go. Harry, sweetie, wake up," Lily called as she gently touched his shoulder and tried to shake him awake. "It's okay. Mummy's here." Harry's eyes shot open, and it took him a moment to remember where he was as he took in his surroundings with a terrified expression. Seeing Lily, Harry launched himself into her arms and began to shake as he sobbed into her chest as Lily gently rubbed his back. "I dreamed you left me behind," Harry cried, "that I was all alone again." "Shh, it's all right, Harry," Lily said soothingly. "I'm here. And I will never leave you this time. Promise?" Harry asked piteously. "I promise, Harry," Lily said in a soft voice. "As do I, champ," a deep voice said a moment later, making the pair turn to look as James strode into the room and joined in the hug. "We're not going anywhere this time, Harry." They stayed there until Harry fell back asleep, and Lily gently lowered him back to his bed. Both gave Harry a quick kiss before making their way back to their own bedroom. "I've been thinking," James said as Lily curled up next to him. "Perhaps Harry needs more help than we can offer." "What do you mean?" Lily asked, propping herself up on one elbow to look at her husband. "I mean that Harry is a broken little boy, and as much as we might not want to admit it, he needs help. The fact that he hasn't turned into a sociopath or something after all he's suffered is nothing short of astounding, to be honest." "So what do we do?" Lily asked, hating the truth she heard in James's words. "I saw we make an appointment at St. Mungo's and have Harry checked out by a mind healer. They are more qualified to help our little boy than we are." "Are you sure about this?" Lily asked in a scared voice. "What if they try to take him away? Then they die," James said simply, making Lily shiver. "I won't lose him again, but Harry needs to talk to someone before he starts at Hogwarts." "Okay," Lily said at last, "I'll flow Street Mungo's in the morning and schedule an appointment for him." "It's going to be okay, Lily," James said as he wrapped his arm around her and held her tight. "You'll see. Everything will be fine." "I hope so, James," Lily whispered. "If I lose him again, I won't survive it." James said nothing, simply holding his wife tighter as the two fell asleep in each other's arms. A few days later found a nervous Harry sitting next to his parents as they waited to be seen by the mind healer. As the minutes ticked by, and still, no one came out of the door. Harry began to grow nervous, and started to shuffle in his seat unconsciously until James placed a calming hand on the boy's shoulder. "It's going to be okay, Harry," James said in a soothing voice. "I promise nothing bad is going to happen, okay?" "Okay, Dad," Harry replied softly, making James smile down at him. James loved hearing Harry call him Dad, and doubted he would ever get tired of it. Suddenly, the door opened, and an elderly witch with dark auburn hair, wearing white robes, came out and approached the trio. "Good morning, my name is Healer Harriet Stowe," the witch said warmly. "Are you the Potter family?" "We are," Lily replied back as she shook Harriet's offered hand. "I'm Lily. This is James, and this little guy is Harry." "Hello," Harry said shyly as he took the witch's hand and shook it. "Good morning, Harry," Harriet said with a warm smile. "Would you like to join me so we can talk for a little while?" "Okay," Harry replied as he nervously rose from his seat and followed Healer Stowe into her office. A moment later, the door closed behind the pair, leaving James and Lily alone to worry and wonder at what might happen. Author's note: I apologize for the short chapter, but I hope this chapter soothes you until I have more time on my hands to write more. Chapter 5. Harry smiled happily as he reread the letter he had received just that morning from Hermione. Though Harry was happier than he had ever been since coming to this new world, he still felt incredibly sad when he thought of his former friends that he had left behind in his old one. And when he received his first letter from Hermione, Harry had immediately written to Rose to thank her for talking to Hermione for him. As Harry finished reading the letter, a small knock made him turn around in his chair to see his mother enter. "Harry dear," Lily said warmly, "we'll be leaving soon, are you ready?" "Almost, Mum," Harry replied. "Okay, well we'll be leaving in 15 minutes. So come downstairs when you're ready, okay?" "Okay, Mum." Without another word, Lily turned and left, shutting the door gently behind her as she went. Harry turned back to the letter and gave it one last look before gently folding it and placing it on his desk and rising to finish getting ready. For over a month now, Harry had been regularly going to see Healer Stowe twice a week to help Harry recover from the years of abuse that he had sustained at the hands of the Dursleys in his old world. Not that anyone besides Harry and a few others knew that, as far as anyone else was concerned, Harry had been abused in the orphanage where he had been raised. At first, Harry had been reticent to divulge anything about what he had gone through, but Healer Stowe had gradually gotten Harry to trust her, and soon they were talking as comfortably as could be. Harry's nightmares had actually begun to fade, and even his violent flinching when someone tried to touch him had slowly begun to ebb. As Harry quickly pulled on his jacket and exited his room, he failed to notice the figure that had been watching him from outside his window, nor the shadow as the figure flew away. So, Harry, how are you feeling today? Healer Stowe asked as she sat across from him, her parchment and quill ready to jot down anything Harry said that might be important and needed to be brought up again later. I'm okay, Harry replied with a shrug that left Healer Stowe unconvinced. Harry, Healer Stowe said patiently, I thought we agreed not to lie to one another. So, how are you really? For a moment, Harry said nothing. Just bit his lip fretfully in indecision before finally looking down at his feet and mumbling in a piteous voice. I had another nightmare last night. Was it about the man who made you call him uncle? Healer Stowe asked, jotting something down as Harry nodded. You know he can't hurt you anymore, Harry, Healer Stowe said in a soft voice, he can never hurt you again. You're safe and your parents will never allow any harm to befall you. I know, Harry mumbled back, and these sessions have helped a lot, it's just you can't understand why you're still having them when you're finally free from the ones who have been hurting you, Healer Stowe stated, making Harry nod quickly. Harry, you've suffered greatly over the years, more than anyone, let alone a child, should have to endure. Healer Stowe replied with a sad expression, the aftereffects of suffering that kind of abuse for so long don't just go away overnight. But I'm happy, now, Harry exclaimed, I have my parents back. I have a new sister and I even have friends waiting for me when I start Hogwarts. So, why am I still broken? Oh, Harry, Healer Stowe said sadly, leaning forward and placing a warm hand on Harry's knee. You're not broken, far from it, in fact. What do you mean? Harry asked in a small voice as he looked up at her. Those vile beasts that hurt you for so long tried to break your spirit. But they failed because do you know what I see when I look at you? What? I see a bright, wonderful, little boy that will one day go on to accomplish amazing things and I, for one, look forward to seeing them all. Harry smiled shyly at that and Healer Stowe winked at him before leaning back again, and asking in a cheery voice. So what else is new this week? Are you excited about the coming holidays? Rose smiled nervously as she checked her trunk for the 5th time in less than an hour. She would be going home for Christmas break the following day and she was understandably nervous and excited in equal measure. It had taken her and the twins a surprising amount of needling to convince their respective families to host Christmas at Potter Manor, but the end result was that all agreed to it. To the elation of the Weasley children and Rose, but especially to Harry who was looking forward to seeing Ron again, if albeit a different Ron than he remembered. Finally deciding that she had packed everything and wasn't forgetting anything, Rose made her way out of the dormitory and down to the common room. Hermione was sitting in a chair by the fireplace, as usual, and was currently reading Transfiguration, while the twins were busy helping Ron finish packing. Ron had foolishly decided to wait until the last minute to pack and had paid for it with a stinging hex to the buttocks from Fred, which sent poor Ron dashing to his dormitory to finish packing before they were set to leave. All packed? Hermione asked as Rose plopped down in the chair next to her. Yup, Rose replied happily. What about you? Of course, Hermione smiled, I've been packed to leave for over a week, now. Overachiever, Rose teased, laughing as Hermione responded by sticking her tongue out at Rose. Anything new from Harry? Rose asked, watching happily as a bright smile appeared on Hermione's face. It was the same smile that always appeared when Harry was mentioned. Oh yes, Hermione cried happily. I received a letter from him yesterday. He's looking forward to the start of the new term and meeting me for the first time. I told him that I feel the same, of course. So I can see, Rose laughed, making Hermione draw inward for a moment before she said in a shy voice. I've never really had any real friends, so it's nice to have one for once. It's just what? Rose prodded. What if Harry doesn't like me when we finally meet? Hermione asked in a small voice. Now, you get those foolish ideas out of your head, Hermione Granger, Rose said in mock anger, making Hermione look at her in surprise. Harry is really looking forward to meeting you, and I guarantee that he will love having you as a friend, and why wouldn't he? You're the best witch in your year. Hermione looked like she was about to cry at the compliment, when the door to the boys' dormitory exploded open, making both girls jump. A moment later, Ron came running out with his DS over his head, trying desperately to avoid the streaks of light that the twins were firing at him as they followed him down the stairs. I'm sorry, Ron cried as he jumped down the stairs a narrow Lee avoided what appeared to be a stinging hex from George. It was an accident, I swear. Well, so is this, George retorted as he fired another hex at Ron, who again managed to avoid it before diving out of the entrance to Gryffindor's common room, followed almost immediately by the twins, who were both still swearing vengeance against Ron for whatever he had done to them. What was that? Hermione asked in shock. I have no idea, Rose replied as she got up, but I better go stop them before they injure the little beanpole. Molly Weasley will not be happy if her children show up one short tomorrow. With a final wave, Rose smiled and dashed out after her two best friends as Hermione laughed behind her. Nothing could upset Rose, for this was without a doubt going to be the best Christmas of her life. For she would be sharing it with her little brother. Harry smiled happily as he walked around Potter Manor, the snow falling gently around him. He was excited because in a few hours the Potters would be traveling to London to pick up Rose from King's Cross, and the waiting was killing him. Lost in thought as he was, Harry failed to notice the slowly approaching figure that was rapidly descending on him until it landed on his shoulder hard, making him jump in alarm and stare at the white owl that was staring at him in what appeared to be indignation. Quote ellipsis dot. Hedwig, Harry whispered in shock, is that you? Hedwig hooted angrily in reply and dug her claws into Harry's shoulder as though saying, of course it's me. But how? Harry asked in shock. We're in a different dimension, how did you get here? Hedwig simply turned her head sideways and stared at Harry as if to say, did you think something as simple as dimension travel would keep me from you? I've really missed you, girl, Harry said softly as he ran his hand down her feathered back, pulling his hand away when she nipped his hand rather hard. Ah, Hedwig, don't be that way. Hedwig hooted indignantly and turned away from Harry, who smiled affectionately at her antics. Would some bacon make it up to you? Harry smirked. Hedwig slowly turned to him to look at him with narrow eyes and hooted sharply as if to say, better be a lot of it. Deal, Harry said with a laugh as the two made their way back inside Potter Manor. After telling his parents how he suddenly came into possession of a snowy owl, Why set a plate with half a dozen pieces of bacon which Hedwig pounced upon with an almost feral amount of glee that made James, Lily, and Sirius laugh. I've heard of loyal owls before, James said warmly. But I've never heard of one literally crossing dimensions to reunite with its owner. It's almost too impossible to believe, Lily added as she ran a finger down Hedwig's back, making the owl oot happily at the attention she was getting. Once she was done with her meal, Hedwig flew to Harry's shoulder and gave his ear an affectionate nip before flying away to the Potter's Ollery as Harry watched happily. He had truly missed Hedwig and had never thought to see her again. To be proven otherwise made Harry almost cry with happiness. A few hours later, Harry was bouncing happily next to his parents as they waited for the Hogwarts Express to arrive. Any minute now, Rose was set to arrive and Harry was determined to give her the biggest hug he could. The train wasn't set to arrive for another 15 minutes and Harry desperately needed to relieve himself, so after they had gone through the pillar between platforms 9 and 10, Harry told his parents he would be right back and made his way to the nearest bathroom. Harry was washing his hands when he looked up and saw someone in a black cloak standing behind him, making Harry jump in alarm and spin to face the mysterious person. Who are you? Harry asked in sudden fear. Only a servant, the cloaked person stated quickly, and my master would very much like a word with you, Mr. Potter. Before Harry could so much as cry out, the robed figure roughly grabbed his arm and the two apparated away, leaving nothing behind but an empty bathroom. Rose nearly ran off the train when they finally arrived, in her desperation to see her little brother again. As she stepped onto the platform, Rose swung her head around and smiled happily as she spotted her parents and Uncle Sirius waiting for her with bright smiles of their own upon their faces. Mum, Dad, Uncle Sirius, Rose called happily as she ran to them, giving each a hug before pulling away and looking around for her little brother. Where's Harry? He said he needs to use the bathroom, James said with a frown as he looked down at his watch, but he should have been back by now. I wonder what's keeping him. I'll go get him, Sirius replied quickly, sending a wink at Rose before stepping away towards where the bathrooms lay. How was the trip? Lily asked cheerfully. Your father and I have been looking forward to seeing you, and I know Harry has as well. Wasn't too bad, Rose replied with a shrug. mostly played exploding snap with the twins. Said Weasleys had just begun to walk over when Sirius ran back to the Potters with a dark look on his face that suddenly made Rose feel very nervous. James, Lily, Harry's gone, Sirius called out, making Rose's parents turn pale instantly. What? James nearly shouted in alarm. What do you mean gone? I mean, I just came back from the bathroom, and he wasn't there. Sirius clarified. Maybe you missed him, James said quickly, desperately trying not to panic. And gone where? Sirius retorted. There's nowhere for him to hide here. Quote, James, Lily cried in terror. Where is he? Where is my baby? We'll find him, Lily, I promise, James replied quickly as he took his wife in his arms and read to calm her before releasing her and turning back to Sirius. Summon the Aurors. I want every inch of this station searched, James said, his Auror discipline taking over at the thought of his son having been kidnapped. Right away, Sirius replied before turning on his heel and apparating away. Dad, Rose said in a hollow voice, Harry's going to be okay, isn't he? Harry will be fine, Ed. Quickly before drawing his wife and daughter into his embrace, you'll see, we'll find him safe and sound. Rose nodded slowly, trying to hide how terrified she was. This was supposed to be a good day, instead. Her brother was missing and Rose felt like someone had gripped her heart in a vice grip and wouldn't let go. James, we have to find him. Lily sobbed. Please, I can't lose him again. We'll find him, Lily. James replied quickly, I swear it to you, and then I will make whoever took him wish that they had never been born. Chapter 6. Flashback. Hedwig prided herself on her many outstanding attributes. She was a being of indescribable beauty, a supremely intelligent creature, and a devourer of bacon, but the one thing that Hedwig was above all other things was a protector to her master. That was why she had spent nearly every night searching Hogwarts since his disappearance. Once it became known that her boy was missing, the entirety of Hogwarts began to search for him. Yet no one could find a single trace of where he might have gone. Even the stuffy old man with the long beard had been unable to locate her master, though he never stopped trying. After several months with no clue as to where her boy had gone, most of those who should have protected him seemed to have given up. Only her master's friends, the bushy-haired girl and the red-headed boy, refused to stop searching. Hedwig had spent many an hour perched on the chairs in Gryffindor's common room, watching as her master's two friends pored over every book they could get their hands on in the hope that something, somewhere, would point them in the right direction to where Hedwig's master was. When everyone else went to sleep, that's when Hedwig would begin her own search. Her master needed her. He had no talons to fight his enemies with and was entirely too small from his years with the cruel people who raised him to be a threat, and that is why he needed Hedwig. Despite listening ad nauseam to the staff of Hogwarts that Harry was not in the castle, something in Hedwig's being told her that her boy was still here, somewhere, so while everyone slept, the snowy owl would soar through the castle checking every nook and cranny in her search. During one of these searches, Hedwig felt it. It was small, no more than a whisper, but she felt her boy's presence calling out to her, and with a hoot of happiness, Hedwig flew towards where the feeling was coming from. Flying at top speed, it took Hedwig only a few minutes to close in on where her boy's presence was coming from, and she found herself in an empty classroom containing only a large mirror leaning against the far wall. As Hedwig landed in front of the mirror, her head cocked in confusion. Why would her master's presence be coming from a mirror? What was she supposed to do here? If owls could scratch their head, Hedwig would most definitely have been doing so. Instead, she issued a bark of challenge at the mirror's huff, demanding to know why it had brought her here. A moment later, the mirror's surface seemed to ripple as though it were made of water, causing Hedwig's eyes to widen in shock. Was she supposed to enter the mirror? Was that where her master was? Was that why no one could find him? Pushing away the fear that bubbled in her tiny gut, Hedwig steeled her nerve and flew toward the mirror, fully expecting to crash into the glass. Instead, to her surprise, she passed right through it, and immediately her world went dark. When she had awoken, Hedwig found herself lying in the same classroom she had just left. Yet there was no trace of the mirror to be found. Before she had time to dwell on that, however, she felt it. Her boy was closer than he had been in months, and Hedwig was determined. Ed to find him and give him a piece of her mind for disappearing on her and causing her such worry. So, following the trace, Hedwig soon left Hogwarts far behind and flew for what seemed like hours before coming to a heavily warded mansion. Rather than be unable to enter, as she had expected, Hedwig found, to her shock, that she was able to pass through as though the wards weren't even there. A moment later, she was perched on a tree outside a window staring at her boy. She had found him at last. End flashback. As Hedwig sat perched on the knee of her master's sister, she listened with Barrel. Why contained rage as the humans around her argued with one another about the disappearance of her boy. Someone had taken him a few hours ago, just after she had managed to find him again, and that one would pay for it dearly once Hedwig caught up to them. As her boy's sister began to gently stroke Hedwig's back, the snowy owl felt simmering anger boil in her tiny frame. Whoever was responsible for taking her boy would soon learn why Hedwig viewed herself as a protector above all other things. We searched every inch of the station, but there was no sign of him, Kingsley Shacklebolt said. He stared sadly at the two distraught parents, one of whom was his boss. That's impossible, James Potter retorted. He can't have just disappeared. When I did a sweep of the loo, I picked up traces that someone had disapparated. Shacklebolt replied. The trace was weak, meaning it happened some time ago, but it was there. Can you follow it? Sirius asked quickly, his hope dashed as Shacklebolt shook his head. Unfortunately not, Shacklebolt replied sadly. It was too degraded by the time we arrived. So we have no idea who took my son, where they took him, or even if he's still alive. James roared, causing the assembled Aurors to flinch from their boss's anger. Only Lily's sudden sob saved them as James turned to her and wrapped his arms around her before pulling her into his embrace. James, please, Lily begged. I can't lose him again, please. You have to find him. We will, Lily, James promised. We'll find him and make the bastards that took him bleed for it. I swear it to you. I don't understand why he was grabbed in the first place, Rufus Scrimgeour said suddenly, making the room turn to him. The Dark Lord is gone. Most of his followers have turned their backs on him or are in Azkaban. There's no logic to the boy's abduction. His power was broken that night according to the few Death Eaters we interrogated, Frank Longbottom stated. That's the main reason so many of his followers turned their backs on him. But we never found the old bastard's body. You think he's responsible for my son's abduction? James asked as his eyes widened in horror. It fits, Frank replied. Who else would want to harm Harry but the one who lost everything due to the boy? Oh God, please no. Lily whispered before promptly collapsing into her husband's arms. James quickly carried his wife to a nearby chair and gently sat her down before turning back to his Aurors. I want my son found. I don't care how long it takes or what resources we need to use. The Aurors all nodded as one before turning and walking into the fireplace, leaving only a burst of green flames in their wake and leaving Sirius alone with the distraught Potters. James issued a shuddering breath as he made his way to the chair next to his wife before collapsing into it and putting his face into his hands. A sudden cough made everyone turn to Rose, who had been sitting so quietly that everyone had forgotten she was there. And James winced as he took in his daughter's appearance. Rose's eyes were red and puffy from crying, and she looked far paler than usual, yet there was a Ned look in her eye that filled James with sudden hope. I have an idea on how to find Harry, Rose stated in a firm voice. What is it, honey? James asked softly. Rather than answer, Rose simply pointed at the snowy owl perched on her knee, causing the adults to stare at it for a moment before looking back at her with a confused expression. Hedwig is Harry's familiar, Rose stated as though it were obvious. She literally crossed dimensions to find him again. If she can do that, I have no doubt she can find wherever he is now. Lily's head shot up at these suddenly stared at the snow owl who was preening under the flattery that Rose had just given her. A moment later, Lily had shot across the room and was kneeling in front of the owl with a desperate look on her face. Can you do it, Hedwig? Lily all but begged. Can you find my baby? Hedwig fixed Lily with a stare that spoke of abnormal intelligence before issuing a bark that seemed to say, of course, I can, stupid human. Right then, James said quickly, Lily, you and Sirius follow Hedwig while I round up the Aurors. Once she's led you to where Harry is, send me a Patronus, and I'll be there in a flash. Do not try to go in by yourselves. Wait for me, got it?" Sirius and Lily both nodded quickly, and a moment later, Lily summoned 2 brooms to her, one of which she handed to Sirius before extending her arm towards Hedwig, who quickly jumped to it from Rose's knee. As the adults turned to leave, Rose jumped to her feet. "What about me? Can I come?" "Absolutely not," Lily stated as she turned back to Rose. "Harry is my brother. I deserve to come with." Rose snapped as tears began to fill her eyes. As Lily opened her mouth to argue, James knelt down on one knee and placed his hand on his daughter's shoulders, gripping them firmly but gently. "Honey, I know you want to go and help your brother, but this could be very dangerous. And I can't risk your safety. I can't risk losing both of my children. So I'm going to take you to the burrow. And I need you to promise me that you will stay there, okay?" For a moment, Rose said nothing, simply stared at her father as tears ran down her cheeks, then she quickly lunged at him and wrapped her arms around his neck, squeezing for all she was worth. "Promise me that you'll come back with Harry," Rose whispered into her father's ear as he hugged her tight. "I give you my word," James replied in a firm voice that promised he would do everything in his power to return with Rose's little brother. Without another word, James stood up and walked with Rose to the fire place before throwing a pinch of flow powder and crying out, "The burrow!" In a flash of green, they were both gone, leaving Lily and Sirius alone. With an almost terrifying intensity, Lily turned to Sirius and said coldly, "Let's go get my son." An instant later, Hedwig flew off following the same trail she had followed to find her boy the first time. Behind her followed Lily and Sirius, both steeling themselves for the inevitable fight that would surely come. Harry sniffled in abject misery, his arms wrapped tight around his knees as he waited for the man who had kidnapped him to return. As soon as they had arrived at wherever they were, the man had dragged Harry to an empty room before throwing him inside and leaving, locking the door behind him. At first, Harry tried to look for a way out, but the only window had bars on the outside, and there was no other way out, so Harry silently sat against the far wall and waited for whatever was going to happen to him. After what felt like hours, Harry heard the door unlock and looked up to see the man who had abducted him enter. "Let's go, boy," the man said simply. "My master is expecting you, and it's unwise to keep him waiting." Without another word, the man roughly grabbed Harry's arm, making the boy cry, before dragging Harry from the room and into the drawing room. As they came closer to the only occupant in the room, Harry Fay, Lieutenant, as though his blood had turned to ice as he gazed at the man seated in the center of the room and staring at him from over his steepled fingers. The man was tall, with pale, almost bone-white skin, made even more prominent due to the pitch-black robes he was wearing, but the thing that made Harry most afraid was the man's eyes, which were blood-red with feline-like slits in lieu of pupils. "That will be all," the seated man said, dismissing Harry's abductor, who promptly bowed before turning and quickly leaving the room, closing the door softly behind him. "So, you're the one everyone claims as Harry Potter," the man said in a harsh whisper that shook Harry to his core. "Don't be shy, come closer, child." Harry gulped in terror and tried to make his body move, but it seemed as though he had been frozen in place. And all he could do was stare. "I said, come here. Now," the man snarled, making Harry jump and slowly edge closer to the man staring at him with the same kind of hatred that his relatives used to use when they looked at Harry. As Harry drew closer, he felt horror well up in him as he took in the man's visage. The man was completely bald and had no nose. Only a pair of snake-like slits where his nostrils should be, but the worst thing was, again, the man's eyes, which seemed to peer straight into Harry's soul and made the poor boy feel like prey before a predator. "You are not Harry Potter," the man hissed. "I watched that child die. I killed that child." Harry flinched as the man's voice went from a sneering hiss to a hate-filled roar in seconds. "So, who are you really? An imposter trying to fool the Potters in the hopes of stealing their fortune? Speak." I, Harry said, desperately shaking the terror rolling through him as he tried to form words. "I'm Harry Potter." The man leapt to his feet and grabbed the front of Harry's shirt before lifting him into the air as Harry thrashed in terror. "Lie to me again, brat, and I will remove your pathetic tongue from your mouth, understand? I'm not lying, Harry cried as tears ran down his cheeks. I really am Harry Potter. That's not possible. I killed him. The man snarled as he dropped the boy to the floor and retook his seat. Who are you? Harry whispered in fear as he gazed up at the man from where he lay on the floor. The man smiled cruelly at Harry for a moment before answering in a voice as cold as ice. I am Lord Voldemort, boy. But the real question is, who are you? If any color was left on Harry's face, it promptly fled as he realized that he lay before the man who had murdered his parents in Harry's previous world and been responsible for the pain Harry had suffered at the hands of his relatives. I may be too weak to properly punish you for your lies, brat, Voldemort sneered. But I still have enough strength to learn the truth of who you really are. Without another word, Voldemort pointed his wand at Harry and shouted out a single word. Legilimens. Instantly, Harry's head felt like it would explode, and he grabbed it in both hands as he began screaming in pain. It was too much, and all he could do was lay there and pray it would be over quickly. You're sure this is the place, Hedwig? Sirius asked as he stared at the dilapidated building in front of him. Hedwig ruffled her feathers in irritation as though offended at the question and immediately barked, as though to say, You dare doubt me, stupid human. Sirius held his hands up in peace, even as a laugh escaped his lips at the owl's antics. Okay, I believe you. No need to get so riled up. Hedwig glared at Sirius for another moment before flying to a nearby tree, where she perched to better look at the building where her boy was being held. It looked as though it had once been a grand manor, though now it was merely a shadow of its former glory, with broken windows and vines growing out of control along its walls. There are heavy wards here, Lily said softly as she waved her wand in intricate patterns and began muttering an incantation. It will take me some time to dispel them. I'll let Prongs know where we are and to bring the cavalry. Sirius replied, You get to work taking the wards down. As Lily nodded and began to mutter again, Sirius drew his wand and stepped away so as to not disturb Lily's work. Expecto Patronum, Sirius cried, making a sizable silvery dog shoot out of his wand, which promptly turned and faced him. Prongs, I've found Harry, but some serious wards guard the place. Lily's trying to dispel them, but I don't know how long that'll take. Get here as fast as you can. Instantly, the silver dog transformed into a small ball of light before shooting away as Sirius he turned back to watch Lily work. A single thought ran through his head, please let us make it in time. Voldemort stared in shock at the unconscious boy before him. The child had been telling the truth. He was Harry Potter, though not the Harry Potter of this world, but rather one from another dimension. One in which he, Lord Voldemort, had been destroyed by an infant. That alone had shocked Voldemort, but what else he found in the boy's mind had been the cherry on top. The boy held a piece of his world's Voldemort within him. The moment that Voldemort had discovered that, hope rose within him. Throughout his 10 years in exile, Voldemort had read thousands of books of every variety, looking for some way to restore his powers, yet he had never been able to find anything that might help. But now, Voldemort saw his chance to reclaim all that had been taken from him. If he could somehow retrieve the piece of soul that lay within the boy, and pull it into himself, then perhaps Voldemort really would regain all that he had lost. But how to do such a thing? Steepling his fingers in thought, Voldemort's mind raced through all the books he had read, all the spells and potions he had studied until, at last, he remembered a ritual that he had learned while studying in Germany. The ritual was crude and dangerous and had a meager chance of success. Still, at this point, Voldemort would take any chance at all to save himself from losing his powers entirely, and if it succeeded, then Lord Voldemort would once again rise, and the world would kneel at his feet as it should have 10 years ago. Burks, Voldemort shouted as he rose from his chair and began to pace, attend to me. The door to the chamber opened a moment later, and the man who had abducted Harry strode in before stopping and kneeling a respectful distance away. We have work to do, Voldemort hissed. This boy holds the key to return my powers to me. Truly, Burks replied in shock as he looked at the child who lay unconscious next to him. Yes, and I will not let this opportunity pass me by. Tonight, Lord Voldemort rises again. Casting one final glance at the child, Voldemort stepped past his servant and made to exit the chamber. I have to prepare the ritual, Voldemort hissed. said as he stopped at the doorway and turned back to his servant. Your job is to protect that boy at all costs. If something happens to him, I promise you will die screaming. Is that clear? Yes, my lord, Berks replied quickly, offering another head dip in submission. Without another word, Voldemort turned and strode to his study to retrieve the book and ingredients he required. Tonight, all that was taken from him would be returned. And all those who had betrayed him would be made to pay. How's it coming? Sirius asked as he gazed down at Lily in worry. Sweat was pouring off of Lily as how she had spent the last few hours exercising, and though Sirius could tell that the wards were taking their toll on her, she seemed determined to pull them down. Slow, Lily snapped, because Avenue to keep answering your asinine questions every 5 minutes. Sirius opened his mouth to respond when a series of pops interrupted him and caused him to quickly spin around, drawing his wand as he did so, only to drop it a moment later as James and several Aurors strode forward with determined looks on their faces. Well, James said simply. Lily's still trying to bring the wards down, Sirius replied. She's been at it for over an hour now. Dawlish, Longbottom, Scrimgeour, take over for my wife. I want these wards brought down, now. Instantly, 3 of the Aurors with James strode forward, drawing their wands as they did so, before kneeling next to Lily and nodding at her to step away, which she did a moment later with an almost relieved sigh. Any idea what's in there? James asked, frowning as Sirius shook his head. It could be anything, but at least we know that Harry is here. That's all that matters. James nodded at his friend's words before wrapping an arm around his wife's shoulder and leading her away from the wards. As gently as he could, James forced Lily to sit against the nearby tree on which Hedwig was perched. Catch your breath, love, James said softly. It's going to take a little while to get through the wards, and Harry will need you in top shape. Lily slowly nodded, and a moment later, Hedwig flew down and landed on her shoulder before beginning to nuzzle Lily's cheek, making Lily laugh softly before raising a hand to gently stroke the snowy owl's head. Got it, Frank Longbottom called out several minutes later as the 3 Aurors rose and wiped the sweat from their brow. Good, now let's get my son back. James growled as he drew his wand and ran towards the manor. Behind him ran the rest of his followers, each ready for a fight. Harry stared lifelessly at the ceiling, trying not to show how terrified he was. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious after Voldemort had used that spell on him that hurt Harry's head. All he knew was that when he came to, he found himself shirtless and strapped to a table as Voldemort poured a ring of what looked like blood in a circle around Harry. A moment later, Voldemort approached Harry with the bowl he had been using to make the circle. Without a word, Voldemort dipped his fingers into the bowl and began to draw symbols onto Harry's body as he muttered to himself in a strange language. Harry was almost positive that he would die tonight, yet he refused to show Voldemort how afraid he was. Harry's parents had died for him, yet through some miracle, Harry had been granted tea. He chanced to see them again one last time, so if this was the price he had to pay for that gift, he was okay with it. As Voldemort finished drawing the symbols on Harry's body and stepped back, a sudden boom shook the building, causing Voldemort to turn to the man who had abducted Harry and brought him here. To begin with, I need more time to complete the ritual. Kill whoever you encounter. Yes, my lord, Berks cried before turning and running out of the room, leaving Harry and Voldemort alone. Now, boy, Voldemort hissed with a cruel smile, you will return to me that which you have stolen. As Voldemort began speaking in a strange language, Harry felt as though his whole body was being set on fire. A moment later, the pain shrank until it centered exclusively around the scar on his head, unable to do anything else. Harry began to shriek in pain. The moment the Aurors entered the house, they were immediately under attack. An explosion rune had been placed on the door, and James had narrowly managed to shove Frank Longbottom out of the way before it went off, showering the attackers with bits of wood and plaster. A moment later, as the Aurors made their way through the cloud of dust and smoke, they heard screams of anger as 2 Death Eaters began to fire every curse, hex, and spell in their arsenal. Lily narrowly missed being hit with a cutting curse as she dove behind a nearby couch. Unfortunately, the sofa burst into flames a moment later, and Lily was forced from her cover. Find Harry, James shouted from where he Sirius and Frank were currently dueling a Death Eater. We got this. Don't let her stop the ritual. The second Death Eater shouted from where he was dueling Dawlish, Shacklebolt, and Scrimgeour. Stop her. Nodding, Lily sprinted down the hall. Way as she ran toward the sounds of screaming, the Death Eater's words ringing in her head. Ritual. Lily thought in terror. What ritual? What is he doing to my baby? As Lily finally reached the door, she screamed in rage as she realized it wouldn't open. Alohomora, still locked. Snarling in righteous anger, Lily aimed her wand at the door as another scream rang out from the other side of it. Pouring every ounce of hatred and rage she had, Lily screamed as loud as she could. Bombarda Maxima. The door exploded inward, and Lily immediately ran inside, but as the dust settled, she could not move as she stared in horror at what was happening. Harry was tied to a table but seemed to being in agony as a black cloud of smoke issued from his forehead and appeared to be flowing into Voldemort. The Dark Lord was chanting in a language that Lily couldn't understand and seemed to be glowing as the cloud poured out of her son and into him. As Harry issued another agonizing cry of pain, Lee snapped out of her daze and pointed her wand at Voldemort's back. Let my son go, or as God is my witness, I will fucking kill you. You will not interfere with my rebirth, Lily Potter. Voldemort hissed as he causally flicked his wrist in a dismissive gesture, sending Lily flying across the room. Yes, Voldemort hissed in pleasure as the last of the smoke finally left Harry's body and entered Voldemort's. It's been so long since I felt like this. Muum. Harry screamed in agony. Please make him stop. It hurts. Let him go, you snake-faced asshole. Lily roared as she jumped over feet and fired a blasting hex at Voldemort, which caught him in the side before he could protect himself and sent the Dark Lord crashing through the nearby wall. A moment later, James and Sirius ran into the room, both bleeding from several cuts that they had sustained during their fight. James, it's Voldemort, Lily cried, making her husband pale instantly. Where is he? Sirius shouted before the wall behind them exploded outward. Lord Voldemort has returned. Voldemort shouted in glee as he stepped through the dust that was once a solid wall. As his eyes took in the defenders who stood before him, Voldemort issued a cruel laugh. James Potter, seeing as how it was you who robbed me of my powers last time, it seems only natural that you should be the first of my victims now that I have returned. Be thankful that you will not live to see what I will do to your son and Mudblood. You will not touch them. James snarled as he and Sirius began to fire curses in rapid succession. This time, when I kill you, you'll stay dead, my lord. Burks cried as he ran into the room, bleeding heavily. Johns is dead. More Aurors are on their way. We need to leave now. Voldemort snarled in rage, even as he dodged a bone-crushing curse sent from Lily. It seems luck is on your side, Potter. Voldemort snarled, but next time, that will not be the case. With a final snarl of hatred, Voldemort spun on the spot and vanished in a flurry of robes, leaving Burks behind without a second thought. My lord, don't leave me. Burks managed to cry before his head was severed from his body, courtesy of a cutting curse sent by Sirius. As Burks' body crumpled to the floor, James and Lily turned to their son, who lay unconscious on the table. We have to get him to St. Mungo's now. Lily screamed in hysteria as she began to frantically untie Harry. I've got him. James cried as he picked up his boy, grabbed his wife's hand, and spun on the spot, apparating away. Author's note. That's one hell of a cliffhanger, ain't it? But don't worry, the next chapter won't take as long, and now that Harry is no longer a Horcrux, he might actually get to enjoy his life without the pain that he owns every time he gets close to Lord Snakeface. I hope you enjoy the chapter, and as always, reviews are welcome as they help me craft a better story. Until next time, stay golden, Pony Boy. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Lily Potter was no stranger to fear. She had experienced it many times in her life. When her first case of accidental magic had occurred, when she had her first flying lesson and nearly fell off of her broomstick. When Dumbledore had told her and James that Voldemort would be coming after her family due to some prophecy. But as she gazed through the glass into the room where the St. Mungo's healers were desperately trying to save her son's life, Lily realized that she had never been so afraid in her entire life, and if it weren't for James's arm around her shoulder, Lily was sure that she would have collapsed by now. 4 healers were standing around the unconscious form of her son. One was pouring healing potions down Harry's throat as fast as she could, while another was pulling bottles from a seemingly limitless bag as fast as he could. While this was going on, the 2 remaining healers were waving their wands over Harry, sending golden light to wash over his unconscious body and causing the boy to twitch violently every now and then. When Lily and James had apparated to St. Mungo's, Lily immediately began screaming for help. A moment later, Harry was seized from her arms and rushed into a nearby room, which James and Lily were barred from entering, so they were forced to watch and pray that they hadn't lost their son a second time. James, Lily, a voice suddenly called, making the 2 parents turn to see who had called them. Dumbledore was quickly striding towards the worried parents with an expression on his face that seemed torn between worry and determination. "Professor Dumbledore," James replied as Dumbledore stopped in front of them. "I came as soon as I heard," Dumbledore replied. "Is Harry all right?" "We don't know," Lily said softly. "They took him in over an hour ago and won't tell us anything. My baby could be dying, and they won't bloody tell me anything." Lily fell to her knees at that and began to sob uncontrollably as James lowered himself to the ground to console her. "Lily," James said softly, "Harry's going to be fine, you'll see." "You don't know that, James," Lily shouted as tears ran freely down her cheeks. "We could lose him all over again." James flinched as though Lily had smacked him, and quickly tried to wrap his arms back around his wife, only for her to dissolve once again into a sobbing mess as a healer ran toward them. "Is everything all right? My wife requires attention," James replied quickly, causing the healer to nod at once and call for help. A moment later, 2 orderlies appeared and helped Lily to her feet before leading her down the hall as the healer followed close behind. "Sirius only told me that Harry was injured," Dumbledore said simply once Lily was out of sight. "What happened?" "Voldemort," James stated as he turned back to the glass and watched as the healers continued to work on his son. "What?" Dumbledore replied in a horrified voice. "James, you must tell me everything." "I don't know the whole story," James replied in a hollow voice. "Harry's familiar was able to lead us to where he was being kept. After he was taken, it took us a while to get through the wards, but once they were down and we began our assault, we were immediately attacked by dark wizards." "How many?" Dumbledore asked. 2, James replied, "but they were incredibly powerful. It took the combined might of my aurors to get through them." Lily, meanwhile, went to find Harry. "And then?" Dumbledore asked with bated breath. "When Sirius and I finally managed to take down the Death Eater that we were fighting, we ran into the room that Lily had gone to. Harry was strapped to some kind of altar, and Lily was shouting that Voldemort kidnapped him. I didn't believe it until the bloody wall exploded, and that bastard stepped out of it." "He's returned?" Dumbledore asked in a hollow voice, the blood running from his face. "I don't know how," James said, "but when we dueled, it felt as though he wasn't at full strength yet." "What do you mean?" "Sirius and I nearly had that snake-faced bastard," James snarled. "He fled when his remaining servant ran in and told him that reinforcements were on the way. He abandoned his servant, of course." "What happened to the Death Eater?" "Sirius relieved him of his head," James said with a cruel grin that seemed out of place on his face. "Sirius shouldn't have done that," Dumbledore said sadly. "Killing is not the way. We cannot defeat our enemies by acting like them. That bastard killed my son," James snarled, and then tried to do it again. "Do you think I care about killing every last man and woman serving that arsehole?" Dumbledore said nothing, simply stared with sadness as James's anger washed over him. For a moment, the 2 men simply stared at each other until Dumbledore finally looked away with a weary sig order immediately. Dumbledore said softly, "If Voldemort truly has returned, we must ensure that steps are taken to stop him before he can restart his war. Or else many will die or worse. When you are ready, may I have the memory of what occurred? Perhaps it will answer a few questions regarding how Voldemort returned." James nodded as he turned back to the glass, watching as the healers continued to work on his son. "I need to make my report to the minister. Fudge needs to be made aware that Voldemort is back. He'll never believe it," Dumbledore replied in a wary voice. "He's too in love with power to believe that someone might take it from him." "He won't have a choice," James growled back. "There are 3 people Who saw Voldemort return and another 3 Aurors who fought against 2 Death Eaters? Fudge won't be able to deny it. Perhaps not, Dumbledore replied, but he can suppress it. He can use his considerable power to make sure that anyone who speaks of what they saw will lose their job at the ministry. Let him try, James snapped as he turned to the aged headmaster. As the head of House Potter, I have considerable power myself. And if Fudge tries to bury this, I will bring the full weight of it down on his incompetent head. Dumbledore shook his head wearily at James's tirade before stepping up next to him and placing a calming hand on James's shoulder. He's going to be okay, James, Dumbledore said softly. The healers here are the best in Europe. They'll bring him back to you. I hope you're right, Albus. James replied in a broken voice. I can't lose Harry again. It would kill Lily, and I'd be right behind her. Nothing else was said between the two, nor was anything else needed. Dumbledore simply stood beside his former student and laid a comforting hand on James's shoulder as each prayed for Harry to be saved. Pain. That was the first thing Harry registered as he slowly opened his eyes. As the blinding light hit his eyes, Harry groaned and quickly shut his eyes again, hoping to block out the pain that seemed to radiate throughout his entire being. Harry, a voice next to him suddenly shouted, causing him to flinch involuntarily, you're awake. Thank God. Rose. Harry croaked as he slowly opened his eyes again and stared blurrily at where the voice had come from. Is that you? Harry's answer came in the form of his big sister enveloping him in a tight hug that made him gasp. I thought I'd lost you, Rose whispered as she tightened her hug and tears began to run down her face and onto Harry's neck. Where am I? Harry asked as Rose pulled away and gently put his glasses on his face. At St. Mungo's, Rose said with a sniffle as she sat on the bed next to Harry. What's that? Harry asked as he slowly raised himself up into a sitting position. Some kind of hospital. Yeah, Rose replied as she wiped her eyes. Never came here in your world, I take it. No, Harry replied with a weak smile. The Dursleys weren't really concerned with my health when I was growing up. Rose glared at that, making Harry fidget slightly until she finally looked away and shook her head in aggravation. How long have I been here? Harry groaned. A little over a week, Rose said as a tear ran down her cheek. Your core was almost completely drained. It took the healers nearly 20 hours of constant work to stabilize you. We all thought we were going to lose you again. Harry's jaw dropped open almost comically as shock ran through him. He had been here for over a week. And according to Rose, he had nearly died. Harry was only drawn from his thoughts when Rose tackled him in another hug that made Harry grit his teeth as pain raced through him. Where's Mum and Dad? Harry asked as Rose released him and sat down next to him again. They went to the cafeteria to get something to eat, Rose replied. Mum has refused to leave your side. Dad had to bring fresh clothes for her to change into. Harry opened his mouth to respond when the door suddenly opened, causing Rose and Harry to turn to see who had come in. Harry, Lily shrieked as she dropped the teacup she had been holding and ran toward him. A moment later, Harry was being crushed by his crying mother, followed a second later by his father. Mum, Dad, I'm sorry. Harry mumbled. For what, honey? Lily asked as she pulled away and wiped her eyes. I shouldn't have wandered off, Harry said in a small voice. If I had just waited until we got home to use the loo, none of this would have happened. Harry, it wasn't your fault, James said softly as he ruffled Harry's hair gently. We don't blame you, sport. You don't? Harry asked with a sniffle. Not a bit, sweetie, Lily said with a smile. We could never blame you for what happened. We're just glad that you're okay. Can we go home? Harry asked. We will soon, sweetie, Lily said softly as she kissed Harry's forehead. The healers just need to look at you, and we can go from there, okay? Okay, Mum, Harry replied with a smile. Now, I think I should get your mother another cup of tea, James said with a laugh as Lily blushed furiously. Immediately, Lily drew her wand and waved it at the broken teacup that lay by the door. A moment later, the cup was repaired, and the spilled tea disappeared, causing James to laugh as he got up. Bent down to pick it up and leave the room a moment later. Dark Wizards Kidnap and Torture Harry Potter. By Rita Skeeter. Many years ago, our world was united in our collect. I've misery as we mourned the death of a child. a child who saved us all from perhaps the most evil wizard our world has ever known. But, then a miracle occurred when Harry was found to have been alive the whole time and was safely returned to his family. After years of abuse at the hands of those who raised him, the only thing that Harry Potter should have been expecting was to attend Hogwarts after the winter break. But instead, Harry Potter was kidnapped from the train station as he and his parents went to pick up his sister, Rose Potter, who had just been released for winter break. James Potter, lead Auror at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, immediately summoned the Aurors to find out what happened to his son. After a lengthy search, Harry was found to have been abducted by dark wizards for reasons unknown. After a lengthy battle between Aurors and dark wizards that left many on both sides dead, Harry was rescued and brought to St. Mungo's for treatment. This reporter has since discovered that whatever young Harry was subjected to nearly left the poor boy a squib, as nearly his entire magical core was depleted. According to interviews that this reporter has conducted, it took the healers of St. Mungo's nearly a full day of continuous treatment to save young Harry's life. Afterward, Harry was in a magical coma for over a week. Thankfully, Harry has since awoken from his coma and, after a few days of observation by the St. Mungo's healers, has been allowed to return home with his family. Many questions remain, however, regarding Harry's abduction. Who were these dark wizards? Why did they take Harry Potter? What did they do to Harry Potter that nearly turned him into a squib? All attempts to interview the Potter family have been met with a myriad of threats of physical violence by Lily Potter. So, unfortunately, I cannot answer these questions, but hopefully, others will be able to shine light on what exactly occurred. In the meantime, however, we at the Daily Prophet hope that Harry and the rest of the Potter family will have a very happy Christmas and that Harry is looking forward to attending Hogwarts after the holiday break. Dead on both sides. James spat as he threw down the paper in disgust. No Aurors died. And there were only 2 Death Eaters. You know how Rita Skeeter is, Sirius sneered as he took a sip of his fire whiskey, always has to embellish everything. And with Fudge trying to keep a lid on what really happened, it's no surprise. James growled as he took his own glass and took a sip. It had been nearly a week since Harry awoke from the magically induced, and it took the healers another 3 days before they cleared Harry to leave and go home. The day after he had taken his family home, James had been summoned to the office of Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law. When he got there, James saw that Minister Fudge was also waiting for him, and it only took 5 minutes for the reason to make itself known. Because the only people to see who was actually responsible were Sirius and James, Fudge concluded that they must have been mistaken about seeing Voldemort rise from the dead. When James tried to counter this idiotic line of thought by stating that Lily had seen it as well, Fudge replied that Lily's testimony couldn't be trusted as she was an emotional wreck, understandably so, seeing as her child had been nearly rendered a squib. James argued that his memories could be used to show that Voldemort had indeed been the one responsible, but Fudge had refused to hear any more, and when Mies retorted that the other Aurors had been there as well, Fudge had a conclusion for that as well. The other Aurors had not seen anything, aside from the 2 dark wizards that they had been fighting, and therefore could not say with any amount of certainty that Voldemort had indeed been the one responsible. James had unfortunately lost his temper then and threatened to go to the papers if Fudge tried to cover this up. Fudge had then equally lost his temper and threatened to fire James if he even considered such action. As Sirius dragged James from the room, he couldn't resist one last threat, and roared that Fudge was nothing when compared to the power that House Potter could bring to bear, and that Fudge had made a very powerful enemy that day. James smiled with righteous fury as he remembered how Fudge had paled at James's words. Afterward, Amelia strongly recommended that James take a nice long holiday so that he could spend more time with his family while tempers cooled down around the ministry. Still, James knew the truth. Fudge was trying to find some way to fire James, and his so-called holiday was nothing more than a suspension while Amelia tried to save his job. Now, James and Sirius were sitting in James's study and enjoying a warm glass of fire whiskey while they waited for Lily and the kids to return from St. Mungo's. The healers had wanted to look at Harry again make sure that he was okay and there would be no surprises in the future that might cause Harry issue. So, what's the word at work? James asked as he sat his glass down. Fudge called all those WHO went on the raid against Voldemort into his office this morning, Sirius replied. Oh yeah, James said with a raised brow. What did he want? To let us all know, in no unambiguous language, that we are to keep our mouths shut. If anyone speaks to the press, that person will find themselves unemployed shortly thereafter. Unbelievable, James growled. How did that idiot ever become Minister for Magic? Beats me, Sirius replied as he drained the last of his glass. The man is an idiot of the highest order. Apparently, he's been looking for some way to fire you, but seeing as you're the head or within exceptional track record, there isn't really much he can do. Voldemort is back, and as long as Fudge is in charge, the ministry will be in danger. James said darkly as he refilled his and Sirius' glass. My family will be in danger. I agree with you, Prongs, Sirius said as he leaned back in his chair and sipped his drink, but what can you do? His political base is secure. And with jackasses like the Malfoys backing him, he's pretty much untouchable. For now, James sneered, but that won't always be the case. His term of office is set to expire in 6 months, Perha. P.S. New leadership is needed to protect our country from Voldemort and his ilk. You're not thinking of running, are you? Sirius asked incredulously. I know you're head or, but being minister is a whole different animal. I don't know if you're up for it, Prongs, no offense. None taken, Padfoot, James laughed. There hasn't been a Potter as minister since my great-grandfather. Perhaps it's time for another Potter to take the helm, especially since our current minister is leading us toward destruction. James Potter as Minister for Magic, Sirius said thoughtfully as he swirled his glass, doesn't sound too bad. No, James replied with a raised glass, it doesn't sound too bad at all. Sirius laughed at his friend's enthusiasm as he raised his own glass and clinked it against James's. To the future, Sirius said in toast, may it be bright for your family in the future. Harry looked up from his book for the 3rd time and smiled as he saw his sister Rose sitting in the opposite chair, likewise reading. Since Harry had returned from St. Mungo's, Rose had not let Harry out of her sight, and on more than one occasion Lily had walked into Harry's room to check on him, only to find Rose and Harry asleep curled up against one another. Hey, Rose. Harry said softly. Not happening, Rose replied, not looking up from her book. Huh. You were going to say that I don't need to keep such a close eye on you. Rose replied, but until we get on the train to Hogwarts, I'm not letting you out of my sight, so get used to it, kid. You realize that I'm not a baby, right? Harry said with a slight grin. Yeah, I know, Rose replied as she lazily turned the page of her book, don't care. Harry and Rose laughed together at that before returning to their reading, unknown to both of them. Lily was watching surreptitiously from the doorway under a notice me not spell. Like Rose, Lily had no intention of letting Harry out of her sight until both of her children were safely on the train back to school. And as such, had spent the last few days keeping a constant eye on her son. Voldemort had taken Harry from her once, then tried to do it again. There would be no third time. Christmas morning came, and Harry was sure that it would remain the greatest memory of his life for as long as he lived, though Harry had already had a good Christmas when he stayed at Hogwarts with Ron. It just wasn't the same as experiencing the holiday with his family surrounding him. Harry was awoken bright and early by Rose, who decided that the best way to awaken her little broth for his first Potter Christmas was to dive bomb him and then tickle him until they both fell off the bed and lay in a heap on the floor. After being successfully extricated from the tangled mess by a laughing Lily and James, the Potters made their way downstairs, and Harry couldn't help but feel in awe at what he saw. The breakfast table was positively groaning with food, and such delicious-looking food it was too. Harry immediately felt bad as he imagined how long it must have taken the poor house elves to make so much food. James must have understood how Harry was feeling, for he promptly put an arm around Harry's shoulder and explained that house elves were not slaves, but friends, and enjoyed doing work such as cooking like this. Sirius showed up halfway through breakfast and Harry didn't help but smile as he saw his godfather enter the room with his usual swagger and half grin. After breakfast, the Potters and Sirius retired to the living room, and Harry felt his jaw drop almost comically at what he beheld. A gigantic Christmas tree stood in the center of the room, decorated with hundreds of ornaments dangling from it that shined like gems, almost magically. Beneath the tree sat a veritable mountain of presents that stood even taller than Harry and rendered the poor boy speechless. These couldn't be all for him and Rose, could they? Surely not. While Harry had received a few pleasant gifts last Christmas, it was nothing like this, and Harry immediately felt guilty that his parents would have spent so much on him. Lily and James must have sensed what he was thinking, for they both took Harry into a very warm hug which left Harry feeling happier than he ever had in his life. The best Christmas gift of all was getting to spend it with his mum and dad. Everything else. Cedros and Harry had both received brand new Nimbus 2001s, which caused both to tackle their parents as they expressed their gratitude for such an amazing gift. James promised the both of them that they would all go out and use them after they were done opening presents, and Harry felt giddy at the prospect of trying out such an amazing broom. Sirius had likewise bought both Rose and Harry the same gift, a broomstick servicing kit. No doubt having been forewarned by James about the gift he planned on buying Rose and Harry, while Hermione had sent Harry a copy of Hogwarts, a history, which Harry looked forward to reading as he never had before. Harry had just begun to open another present from his parents, a dark green sweater with a golden snitch sewed onto it, when the doorbell rang, and Lily ran to see who it was. She returned a few minutes later with an elderly-looking man with scars across his face, who was wearing a worn and frayed suit. Remus, James called happily as he ran and embraced the man. I was worried you wouldn't be able to make it. Almost wasn't able to. Remus shrugged. Getting an international portkey this time of year is mad. Glad to see you all the same, Moony, Sirius said happily, giving Remus a hug once James had let go. Remus, I'd like to introduce you to my son, Harry, James said warmly once Sirius had released the man. Harry stepped forward and extended his hand dutifully. Hello, sir. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you as well, Harry, Remus replied with tears in his eyes. I knew you once, a long time ago. And I'm so happy that I get to see you again. Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. Way to bring the mood down, Moony, Sirius chuckled as he slapped Remus on the back merrily. Come on. We're just starting to open presents. Remus laughed for a moment before joining the others. A moment later, the cheerful atmosphere returned as everyone began to tear into their presents with fervor. It took several hours to get through all the presents, with each being better than the last, and Harry couldn't help the tears that flowed when he looked at all he had been given. He knew that others felt differently. But Harry still didn't feel like he was worth all of this. Just having his parents with him was enough for him. The house elves had just taken everyone's praise NTS to their respective rooms when the doorbell rang again, and Lily ran to see who it was. A moment later, she returned with the Weasley family, and it took all of Harry's willpower to keep him from running up to Ron and hugging his first friend for all Harry was worth. No one saw Rose's surreptitious grin at how well her plan was coming together. Hello, I'm Ron, Ron said shyly as he extended his hand to Harry, who immediately shook it with a massive smile on his face. Nice to meet you. I'm Harry Potter. Want to be friends? Sure. Ron replied enthusiastically with a matching grin of his own. You play Quidditch? No, Harry lied, remembering what his backstory was supposed to be, but I'm eager to learn. Well, no better time to start than now, Sirius said with a booming laugh. How about we all go outside and have a game? We've got enough people, after all. We didn't bring our brooms, unfortunately, Fred or George said sadly. Not a problem, James laughed. I've got more than enough for everyone to use in the shed. An enthusiastic cheer met James's words, and the group began to charge outside, with James and Sirius leading the pack as Molly and Lily shook their heads in mock exasperation. Some children never grow up, Lily laughed as she and Molly watched from the front doorway as James opened the shed and began to hand out brooms. My Arthur is the same, Molly replied cheerfully. Always playing with Muggle toys in his shed. Where is Arthur? Lily asked. Oh, he was forced to go in early today to deal with some last-minute paperwork, but he wanted me to assure you that he'll be here for dinner. Well, that's good, at least, Lily replied with a smile. I must say, it's amazing how quickly your son has become friends with my Ronald, Molly said happy. As she and Lily watched the two of them flying close together and laughing cheerfully. it's almost as though they've known each other their whole lives. Yes, quite extraordinary, Lily said with a shy smile. She already knew how Harry and Ron had been best friends in Harry's original world, so it made sense that the same result would occur here. Shall we get started on dinner, then? Molly asked with a smile. Yes, let's, Lily replied cheerfully as the two turned and made their way back into the house. The sky was filled with cries and laughter behind them. A few hours later completed Harry's perfect Christmas. Harry and the group played Quidditch for hours until they were all too tired and cold to continue, despite how much they might want to. As they all returned to the house, they were immediately hit with scents that instantly made their mouths water, and when they entered the dining room, they discovered why. The dining room table was groaning with food, way more than RRY thought could be eaten by so few people. A giant turkey, magically enlarged, no doubt sat in the middle of the table, surrounded by a myriad of dishes. There was a green bean casserole, honey-glazed ham, scalloped potatoes, prime rib, Yorkshire pudding, candied yams, and a dozen other dishes that left Harry staring in naked hunger. "This can't be just for us, can it?" Harry asked Rose as they stared at the table, drooling. "We have a few more people joining us, sweetie," Lily answered before Rose could. "We usually invite a few friends for Christmas," James added. "They should be here soon. So why don't you all clean yourselves up while there's time?" "Okay, Dad," Harry replied cheerfully as he and the others made their way upstairs. A little while later, when Harry returned, he was greeted by the sight of 6 additional people, including one girl with the strangest hair color that Harry had ever seen. "Harry, this is Andromeda and Ted Tonks and their daughter Nymphadora," Lily said warmly. "Please don't call me that, Aunt Lily," the girl replied as she walked up to Harry and extended her hand. "Watch her, Harry. Just call me Tonks. I'm your cousin." Harry felt himself start WITH surprise at the words as he took the girl's hand and took a look at her. She was wearing a pair of torn blue jeans and a bright yellow sweater under a black jacket, but the strangest thing about Tonks was her hair, which was bright bubblegum pink. "I have a cousin?" Harry asked in shock. "Well, technically, I'm Sirius' cousin," Tonks answered cheerfully, "but, seeing as how the Potter line is connected to the Black line, of which my mother is formerly a part, we're kind of third cousins or something like that. But still, family is family, right?" Before Harry could respond, Tonks had rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Harry before picking him up and swinging him around, making Harry giggle slightly while the adults watched with indulgent smiles. "I guess that would make you my aunt?" Harry asked sheepishly as he turned to Tonks' mother. She was a tall, elegant-looking woman with long black hair and kind eyes that immediately put Harry at ease, as Harry took in her appearance. He saw that she was wearing a comfortable-looking white turtleneck sweater and gray pants. "I suppose I am," Andromeda replied warmly, "if you want me to be, that is." "I've never had a kind aunt before," Harry mumbled shyly. "The lady who made me call her aunt wasn't very nice to me." Andromeda's eyes went sad at that, and she shared a look at Lily before quickly making her way forward and taking Harry into her bosom in a warm hug. "Well, now you can say that you do have a nice aunt, how's that sound?" Harry enthusiastically nodded as he returned the hug to his new aunt, once they had pulled away. Harry noticed Andromeda's husband, who was staring at Harry with a warm smile. "That makes you my uncle, right?" Harry asked shyly. "Guess it does, kid," Ted reported and extended his hand. "Uncle Ted does have a nice ring to it, I suppose." Ted was a rather large man with a head of light brown hair and kind brown eyes. Like Andromeda, he was wearing a comfortable white sweater and dark gray pants. And Harry cheerfully shook his hand. "And what am I? Chopped liver?" Rose asked in mock anger. "Well, if Harry is my new nephew, that would make you my niece, of course," Andromeda replied with a wry grin that made everyone laugh. Their laughter became even harder when Rose pretended to grumble about Harry getting to call Andromeda aunt first. "And these are the Longbottoms," James said warmly as he introduced the other family that had entered the house since Harry had gone upstairs. "Alice and Frank work with me in the Auror office, and their son Neville, here, will be joining you at Hogwarts next term." Harry almost felt his jaw drop as he took in Neville's appearance. His Neville had been a chubby boy with almost no self-confidence, no doubt due to how he was raised by his overbearing grandmother and abusive uncle. This Neville was slim and stood straight as an arrow, sporting a shy but wry grin that caught Harry off guard. There was almost no comparison between Harry's Neville and this one. "Hello, I'm Harry," Harry said warmly as he extended his hand. "Would you like to be friends? I could use some when I go to Hogwarts next term." "I'd really like that, Nevi," Ye replied warmly as the adults watched with matching smiles. "I don't have very many, myself, and I would really enjoy having more of them." After releasing Neville's hand, Harry introduced himself to Alec and Frank. Alice was a round-faced woman with short blonde hair and a warm smile that instantly put Harry at ease. On the other hand, Frank was a tall yet slim man with dark brown hair and keen-D eyes that left Harry feeling warm as he looked into them. "Alice was your godmother, Harry," Lily said softly, "before we lost you, that is." "Oh, Harry," Alice breathed softly as tears pooled in her eyes, "it's so good to see you again. I thought we lost you." Before Harry could reply, Alice had swept him into her arms and held him tight as she softly cried, despite how he felt about new people touching him. Harry felt perfectly at ease with Alice hugging him and almost immediately returned the hug, which lasted for several seconds. "Enough of that," Sirius called cheerfully, "it's Christmas. Let's feast." A cheer rang out at that, and the group made their way to the dining room before each taking their seat. As Harry gazed around at the multitude of smiling faces that surrounded him, he felt happier than he had ever felt in his life, and was absolutely sure that this was, and would remain, the greatest Christmas of his life. Author's note: I'm going to start with the question I've been getting bombarded with the most. How could the tiny sliver of Voldemort's soul inside Harry possibly be enough to return Voldemort to power? The answer is obvious, or at least I thought it was. The tiny sliver inside Harry may not have been much, but it was enough to provide a jumpstart to Voldemort's core, like jumping a car, just enough to get the motor running again. I apologize for how long it took me to update this story, and I can't promise that the next one will take less time. Unfortunately, life has a way of interfering with the things we want to do, you know. And going back to school and working 12 hours a day, I don't have much time for writing anymore, but I'll do my best to ensure that the next chapter is out ASAP. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. The night air felt cool and peaceful as the wizard sat in his rocking chair and gazed fondly at the pixies that were dancing around his garden. As the wizard lifted his glass to enjoy another taste of the delicious drink that his wife had made, the wards suddenly went off, letting the wizard know that someone had broken through them and had invaded his property. Instantly, the wizard shot to his feet, letting his glass drop from his fingers and smash on the hard ground as he ran into the house, his wand in hand and ready to defend his home from whoever was stupid enough to attack it. As the wizard ran through his home, he couldn't help but frown. The wards around his property were supposed to be incredibly strong, and it would have taken someone of equal or greater strength to break through them, which left the wizard wondering who it was that had invaded his home. As the wizard turned the last corner and stepped into the greeting hall, his front door suddenly exploded inwards, showering him with debris and throwing him from his feet. As he hit the floor, he felt his wand rip from his hand and clatter to the ground not far away from him. Dazed but determined to protect his family and home, the wizard tried to lunge for his wand, only to be thrown backward as a blasting curse hit him in the side, throwing him across the room while simultaneously breaking 3 of his ribs. Before he had a chance to register the pain of it all, the wizard found himself petrified and slowly being raised into the air so that his feet dangled several inches off the ground as he fought against the pain slowly consuming him. Through the ruin of dust and broken wood that used to be his front door, the wizard watched, teary-eyed, as someone he had thought long dead strode through the mess, only to stop when he was a few feet from the injured wizard. "Lord Voldemort," the wizard whispered in equal parts horror and pain. "Hello, Crabbe," Voldemort said with a cruel smirk, "did you miss me? Your powers have returned," Crabbe asked as fear coursed through him. He had been among the first to abandon the Dark Lord after his fall so many years ago, and now he feared what would happen to him due to that decision. "Indeed," Voldemort said in a silky voice that sent chills up Crabbe's spine, "it took far longer than I would have anticipated, and I had to use some unconventional means. But you must have always known that I would return to repay you for your disloyalty." Crabbe swallowed hard at that as sweat began to form on his brow, not from the pain, but rather from the terror he was now feeling as he gazed into Voldemort's cold, cruel eyes. "My lord, Crabbe began before Voldemort hit him with a silencing charm, rendering him mute and terrified as he hovered above the ground. "Silence," Voldemort snarled. "Did you really think me gone, Crabbe? Did you truly believe that I was so weak, so inconsequential that my end would come from James Potter and his mudblood bitch?" Crabbe could say nothing, only stare pleadingly at Voldemort as the Dark Lord continued his tirade, spittle spraying from his mouth as he grew angrier. Who had masked magics not seen in hundreds of years. Who had pushed the boundary of magic further than it had ever been pushed. Did you really think me so pathetic? As Voldemort finished speaking, he slashed his wand across Crabbe, canceling the silencing charm and giving Crabbe back his voice. "Please," Crabbe begged as tears ran down his cheeks, "please, don't kill me, my lord." "Terribly sorry, old chap," Voldemort sneered. "But an example needs to be made to the rest of those who abandoned me as to what happens to those who betray their oath of loyalty to me." As Crabbe began to sob earnestly, a cruel smile spread across Voldemort's face, making the Dark Lord look even more monstrous. "Now, none of that," Voldemort chuckled. "You should feel honored. Your death will send a message to all my ungrateful followers that I have returned and that they will return to my service if they wish to continue breathing. Now, where is that lovely wife and charming son of yours? Shall we go find them together?" Crabbe's eyes shot open in horror at the words, and he immediately opened his mouth to scream for his wife to grab their son and run or apparate away, only to once again be rendered mute as Voldemort slashed his wand over Crabbe's dangling body again, silencing him. Voldemort said with a smile as he wagged Crabbe's face. "I'm afraid that such a continuous rebellious attitude will have to be punished." The blood rushed from Crabbe's face as Voldemort strode past him and up the stairs searching for Crabbe's wife, for several minutes. Crabbe hovered in the greeting hall anxiously listening, praying that his wife had escaped when she heard the front door explode. Those hopes were dashed moments later when Crabbe heard a heart-wrenching scream of pain and terror echo throughout his home before the voice was quickly silenced. Crabbe began to fight against his invisible bonds like a man possessed, and had he had use of his voice, the greeting hall would be echoing the sounds of his fury as he tried to release himself. Moments later, Crabbe's heart shattered utterly as he heard the sound of his son screaming for help before the shouts turned into incoherent screams of pain that seemed to tear at the elder Crabbe's soul. After what seemed like an eternity, Crabbe's son finally stopped screaming, and the house was once again silent, save for the sound of Crabbe's heaves as he silently sobbed at the loss of his family. Moments later, Crabbe heard the unmistakable sound of Voldemort's returning footsteps echoing as the Dark Lord grew closer, as Voldemort retook his place in front of Crabbe. The wizard couldn't help but stare in horror. Voldemort's robe was covered in blood, and the Dark Lord was wearing a smile of pure evil and cruelty that made Crabbe's blood freeze in his veins as he beheld it. "And now," Voldemort said with a purr, "it's your turn." Lily Potter couldn't help but fret as she checked her children's trunks for what seemed like the fourth time so far. It was finally time for Harry and Rose to return to Hogwarts, and to say that the house was in a state of turmoil would be putting it mildly. The Potters had risen at dawn, and, after a magnificent breakfast that left them all feeling full and awake, the great adventure of making sure that everything was packed and ready began. Lily knew that the house elves had already packed her children's trunks the previous night, but she just couldn't help but check their work over and over again, much to James's amusement. Adding to the stress of making sure that her children's trunks were packed, Lily was also frantic to ensure that her trunk was packed correctly and ready for the trip to Hogwarts. A few days before the end of the holiday break, Dumbledore had reached out to Lily, informing her that the Muggle Studies professor had decided to end her 10-year-long tenure at Hogwarts early, and that if Lily was willing, she could have the position as soon as the new term began. Wanting to keep a close eye on her children, now that Voldemort had returned, Lily had immediately accepted the position and, as such, would be traveling to Hogwarts via flow rather than riding on the train. Needless to say, Harry and Rose's opinions differed on the idea of their mother joining the Hogwarts faculty. Harry was overjoyed that he would get to see his mother every day, even if he It'd have to call her professor while at Hogwarts. Rose, on the other hand, seemed horrified at the prospect that her mother would have a closer eye on her and her friends. I'll never be able to safely pull a prank again. Rose had cried, much to the amusement of James and Sirius, who assured her she would. She just needed to get better at being sneaky. After completing her inspection, Lily went to her own room to recheck her things. Even though she had already checked it not more than 20 minutes ago, as she stormed up the stairs to her room, James couldn't help but laugh from where he sat. Watching his wife slowly lose her mind as she always did when it was time for Rose to return to Hogwarts. After Lily returned to her room to check her bags, James turned his attention back to the newspaper he was reading and couldn't help but smirk as he saw how badly Fudge was floundering due to James's machinations. James and Sirius had spared no expense in getting James's name out into the street. And into the mouths of the ordinary people. Thousands of galleons had been spent so far in making sure that everyone in magical Britain knew that James Potter would be running against Cornelius Fudge in the upcoming vote for Minister for Magic. As was expected, Fudge and the purebloods that backed him had at first sneered at James's power play, but those sneers had quickly turned to horror as it began to become apparent that most of the magical world viewed Fudge as incompetent, corrupt, and just plain stupid, whereas James was seen as a breath of fresh air in the ministry. Fudge had tried every dirty tactic he could to try and disparage James Potter's reputation and chances of winning, but quickly Fudge found that task harder than anticipated. James's track record as an Auror and war hero spoke for itself. And the more that Fudge tried to denigrate James, the more that Fudge seemed to make a fool of himself. The actual vote was only a few weeks away, but from the looks of things, come September, there would be a new Minister for Magic, and James was looking forward to all the changes he planned to make to ensure that this time Voldemort would have to fight for every inch of ground he took from the magical world. "Harry, will you calm down?" Rose cried in exasperation as she tried to read her book, tried being the operative word as Harry was proving to be quite the distraction as he bounced uncontrollably on the bed with a large smile across his face. "Calm," Harry cried happily. "How can you be calm when it's finally the day? We're going back to Hogwarts." "Yes, and that's all well and good," Rose replied with a smile of her own, "but, if you tire yourself out, rather than spending the train ride getting to know your new classmates, you'll spend it passed out." The thought seemed to shock Harry out of his jumping, and he quickly sat down on the bed as Rose shook her head with an amused expression before returning to her story. "Hey, Rose," Harry asked, in a small voice that made her look at him sharply. "What's up?" Rose asked in a worried voice. Do you think Hermione and Ron will want to be my friend in this world?" Harry sheepishly asked. "I know they're not my Hermione and Ron. But do you think they could be?" With an exhausted sigh, Rose closed her book and set it on the coffee table next to her before fixing Harry with a stern gaze. She made him feel more than a little self-conscious. "Harry, I know that a lot has happened to you over the last few months," Rose said softly, "being transported to another dimension, finding out you have a family that loves you. That awful business with him." Both Rose and Harry involuntarily shuddered at the memory before Rose continued speaking. "But, I promise, Mum, and I won't let anything happen to you while you're at Hogwarts. And I know that Ron and Hermione will want to get to know you once we get there. Poor Hermione has been climbing the walls waiting for you to finally arrive." "Really?" Harry asked hopefully and making Rose chuckle at him. "Really?" Rose replied as she leaned over and ruffled Harry's hair gently. "Have I ever lied to you?" "No," Harry replied softly. "Then why would I start now?" Unable to stop himself, Harry smiled happily at his big sister as she rose to her feet and walked to her closet. "Also, before I forget," Rose said as she opened her closet door and began rooting around through it, "I think you should have this back." Turning back to face him, Harry saw, to his amazement, that Rose was holding his invisibility cloak. "But that belongs to the eldest, doesn't it?" Harry asked. "So, shouldn't you keep it?" "I've got my own," Rose replied smiling, "and it's safely packed in my trunk." "This one is yours. It's the one you brought with you when you fell through the mirror. And it's staying here," a voice said, making both Potter children jump before turning to see James Potter standing in the doorway with a slight smile on his face. "One po. TTER with an invisibility cloak at Hogwarts is more than enough for your poor professors. Ah. B pathetically. No buts, Harry, James said sternly. I want you to be safe this year, which means no L8 night excursions around Hogwarts while invisible. Besides, seeing as there are now 2 Potter cloaks, I wondered if I might borrow yours for work. I guess so, Harry mumbled back as Rose handed the cloak to James, who looked at it for a moment before throwing it over his shoulder and turning to Rose. And you, young lady, what did I do, now? Rose asked defensively, causing Harry and James to both snort with humor. Nothing yet, James laughed back, but I want you to keep a close eye on your little brother, okay? Your mother doesn't want me to let you take your invisibility cloak to Hogwarts. But I'd rather you be prepared for anything. Don't worry, Dad, Rose said seriously as she threw an arm over Harry's shoulder. I'll keep Harry safe. That's all I can ask for, James sighed warmly as he took a pocket watch from his pocket. Well, it looks like it's time. Shall we go? With a cry of happiness, both Potter children ran out the door, leaving James to shake his head in exasperation momentarily before turning to follow them. An hour later, Harry and Rose were crammed into a compartment aboard the Hogwarts Express alongside Hermione, Fred, George, Ron, and Neville. As Rose had predicted, when Harry first encountered Hermione, she had taken the poor boy into a bone-crushing hug that had left Harry struggling to breathe until she finally let him go. The group spent Saint of the train ride swapping stories of what they did over the holiday break before the twins brought out their exploding snap game. Not having been raised on the game, Harry and Hermione did quite poorly, only winning a game each out of a dozen, but Harry enjoyed himself all the same. They had just started another game when Harry saw someone that made his jaw clench. Draco Malfoy and his crony Goyle were walking past their compartment, but rather than his usual arrogant appearance, Draco seemed very depressed about something as he passed Harry's compartment. Harry wondered momentarily Crab was when the pair disappeared out of sight. Poor bloke, Fred said softly after looking to see what Harry was staring at. What do you mean? Harry asked. You mean you didn't hear? George asked in surprise. No, what? Rose added. One of Draco's mates, Crab, I think his name was found murdered in his home, along with his entire family, Fred said in a hushed tone. Brutally killed, too, if the Daily Prophet is anything to go by. George added darkly. That's awful, Hermione said in horror, her hand coming up to her mouth. Did they catch who did it? No, that's the thing. Ron added, eager to participate in the conversation. The Aurors are stumped about who could have done something so awful. Rose and Harry shared a dark look, unnoticed by the rest of the compartment. Their father strictly ordered them not to say a word about Voldemort to anyone who didn't already know. But enough about that, Fred said, trying to shift the dark mood back to the joyous one they had been enjoying before. How's it feel, Rosie, my sweet, to be the daughter of the next Minster for Magic? 1. He hasn't won yet, Rose said with a sinister smile and a raised brow, and 2, if you ever call me, your sweet, again, I'll be forced to remove certain parts of your anatomy that you might end up needing one day. Fred gulped and unconsciously crossed his legs at the threat, causing the compartment to fill with laughter at the twins' expense. My parents say that it is very likely that your day will win, Neville said once silence had returned to the compartment. Fudge has been making too many enemies at the Ministry lately, and his bungling has caused more than a few embarrassments for Britain on the international level. A competent minister, George said wistfully, could such a dream possibly come true? My heart doth pray for thee. Again, the compartment echoed with laughter as Rose hit George in the face with the book she had just retrieved from her bag, causing the twin to cry in mock pain. Harry gulped nervously as he sat next to Rose at the Gryffindor table, waiting for Professor McGonagall to call him up so he could be sorted. To be honest, Harry didn't know why he was so nervous. He had already gone through with this once before, but this time was different as he was the only one being sorted. As soon as Harry had entered the Great Hall, the whispers began. It seemed like everyone knew who he was thanks to the Daily Prophet's story about him, and Harry couldn't help but feel déjà vu as he remembered how his first year had begun. After several minutes of whispers and pointed stares, Professor McGonagall returned to the Great Hall with the sorting hat and an ordinary stool, placing the stool on the ground in front of the head table. McGonagall motioned for Harry to come forward, which he did shyly as his mother smiled at him encouragingly. As the sorting hat was placed on his head, Harry couldn't help the feeling of nervousness that seemed to shoot through him. Would he be placed in Gryffindor again? Or would the hat separate him from his family and put him somewhere new? Greetings, Harry Potter, the hat's voice purred in Harry's ear. But not the Harry Potter from this world, are you, lad? No, sir, Harry replied softly, making the hat chuckle. Don't worry, Mr. Potter, I never tell anyone what I see in a new student's head. It's part of the charm that made me. But that's neither here nor there. The real question is, where should I put you? If you please, sir, Harry responded, I should very much like to be with my family in Gryffindor. Ah yes, the hat replied, you've spent so long alone that it makes sense that you would like to be with the family you just got back. And you would do very well in Gryffindor too. In fact, you would do well no matter what house I place you in. You have a love of learning that Rowena Ravenclaw would applaud, yet you are humble and willing to help others, no matter their house or titles. Something that Helga Hufflepuff would find most appealing in a new student. Your courage in the face of adversity is astounding and would make Godric Gryffindor very proud to have you. Yet, your cunning and ability to outthink your opponents is also remarkable and would make Salazar Slytherin very pleased to take you. Not Slytherin, Harry said desperately, remembering how cruel both the students and the head of house had been to him in his old world. Anywhere but there, please. The hat, rather than being insulted at Harry's plea, seemed to find it hilarious and began to chuckle for a moment before speaking again in a silky voice. Not Slytherin, Are you sure? You could be great, you know. Yeah, so I've heard. Harry muttered scornfully, but I don't want greatness, I just want to be with my family. Quote, very well. Then, the hat replied before shouting as loud as it could, Gryffindor. Instantly, the Gryffindor table shot to its feet, and the great hall echoed with cheers, screams, and congratulations. Lily, too, shot to her feet to applaud, only to sit back down in embarrassment as the other professors looked at her with amusement. As Harry made his way back to his table, the other houses began to join in the applause until Harry was sure that the windows would shatter from the noise. Only Slytherin refused to offer congratulation, choosing to sit and stare at Harry with curiosity or outright glare at him as he sat back down next to his sister and Hermione, who gave him a quick hug of congratulations. Nothing could have made Harry happier at that moment than he already was. He had his friends back, his parents back, a new sister, and best of all, he was back at Hogwarts, the place he considered his first home. Harry knew that his happiness wouldn't last, as personal experience had shown that it never did, but, for just one night, Harry allowed the happiness he felt to swell within him as dinner appeared, and he eagerly dug into his food. Author's note. I apologize for how long it's been since his makes up for it, and I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed writing it. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. As he finished his 6th glass of fire whiskey, Cornelius Fudge swore and hurled his glass into the fireplace he was currently in front of, causing the flames to roar up momentarily before they settled back down. The reason for Fudge's errant night of inebriation was the same reason that he had been drinking for nearly a month, James Potter. When James Potter had first put his name forth as a candidate for the next Minister of Magic, Fudge had thought it a joke. As did many of those who supported Fudge. After all, James Potter was notorious for his practical jokes. But James Potter's newest joke was turning into one that Fudge did not find funny whatsoever. In fact, Fudge was beginning to think that the impossible might actually happen. He might actually lose his position. Fudge, at first, had been supremely confident that he would win the coming election. After all, he had powerful financiers behind him that were determined to ensure that the status quo remained. Change, after all, was a dangerous thing, especially when Muggleborns and half-bloods were trying to end traditions that had been in place for centuries. Considering James Potter was married to a Muggleborn, it was no wonder that the other purebloods were determined to see Potter's candidacy end in a humiliating defeat. Fudge had begun his campaign full of confidence in his inevitable win, but that confidence had been dealt blow after blow as Fudge realized Ized how contemptible the rest of the magical world viewed him. The ministers of France, Belgium, Germany, and Italy had flat out refused to offer any aid to Fudge's candidacy, citing how few actual changes Fudge had allowed to occur in Britain. The president of the Magical Congress of the United States of America had been blunter when Fudge had reached out, calling Fudge a pathetic corrupt weakling who should have been drowned at birth and spared the rest of magical Britain. His incompetent leadership, Fudge had drunk himself into oblivion after that particular meeting. Finding no allies willing to come to his aid in the wider magical world, Fudge decided to use old tactics that had always succeeded in bringing results: slander. Fudge had used the considerable power of the Daily Prophet to slander and discredit James Potter every chance he could, hoping that the people would lap up Fudge's words as they always did and so destroy Potter's chances. That decision had blown up spectacularly in Fudge's face when the people began canceling their subscriptions to the Daily Prophet en masse. So many had cancelled their subscriptions that the editor, Trevor Till, had come to Fudge personally to inform the minister that the Daily Prophet would not survive if they continued to denigrate James Potter. However, even threatening to fire the editor had yielded no results, as Trevor had told Fudge that even if he fired him, the result would stay the same, and the Prophet would be ruined. Since then, fate seemed determined to destroy Fudge's future career. Someone was systemically targeting purebloods, and the end results had made Fudge physically sick each time he saw them. So far, 4 purebloods had been tortured and murdered, and not just them, but their entire families as well. Crabbe, McNair, Avery, and Wilkes had all been discovered horribly tortured and murdered in ways that had made many Aurors empty their stomachs, but the sight of what had been done to their families was far worse. Fudge remembered how Amelia Bones had come to his office, her eyes red from weeping, and told him what had happened to Wilkes's 6-year-old daughter. Fudge had only been able to make horrible images in his head stop when he passed out from a long night of drinking. Lucius Malfoy had tried to argue that James Potter was behind the slaughter, but even Fudge had to admit that Potter would never do something so horrendous, even to defeat Fudge. Whoever was behind these murders was a true monster, and Fudge began to wonder if Potter had been right about Voldemort's return. Fifi! Fudge yelled angrily, causing a diminutive house elf to appear with an echoing crack. Master called for Fifi. The house elf said in a soft voice, "Yes. Bring me more fire whiskey," Fudge demanded with a drunken slur. "Now." "Yes, Master," Fifi replied quickly before disappearing with another echoing crack. Once again left alone, Fudge stared at the fire as it danced before him. One way or another, he would be the last man standing when the elections came. He would not let some upstart end his career. He would watch the ministry burn before he accepted defeat at the hands of James Potter. Harry's month at Hogwarts was honestly the strangest of his life. At the same time, the familiarity of being back at Hogwarts with Hermione and Ron made Harry indescribably happy. However, it didn't change that Harry was once again the subject of scrutiny and rumor, not because he was the boy who lived, but because he wasn't. Instead, his newfound fame was because he was supposed to be dead and yet had been found safe and sound. The fact that the Prophet had told the world that Harry had been abused hadn't helped either. Harry's only comfort from the whispers and stares came from his sister, Rose, who didn't hesitate to hex anyone stupid enough to spread rumors about her little brother where she could hear them. But the thing that Harry loved most was that he got to see his mother every day. Something that he wouldn't have thought possible in his wildest dreams. Another thing that surprised Harry and reminded him that this wasn't his world was that Professor Snape wasn't the Hogwarts potions master in this world. Instead, Severus Snape was a permanent resident of Azkaban prison, having been sent there by James Potter himself. Lily Potter had supposedly visited him only once after his incarceration. But the result of that visit had rendered Snape without the use of his tongue forever after. However, no charges were ever filed, and no one ever found out what Lily had done to cause it. In this world, the potions class was taught by a large, portly gentleman named Professor Slughorn, and Harry could honestly say that he had never been happier to go to a potions class. Snape had been a belligerent bully who could barely be called a professor. Slughorn was meticulous and went out of his way to instruct his classes on everything that they needed to know, not only How to make potions, but also why certain ingredients were needed, and what would happen if the wrong ingredients were used. In the months since returning to Hogwarts, Harry had been astounded to discover that potions was quickly becoming his favorite class, something that his mother and father found hilarious. Lily, because it had once been hers as well, and James, because he had hoped Harry's right class would be Transfiguration, just as it was James's when he attended Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy was a proud man. He was the head of House Malfoy and could trace his lineage back over 500 years. He was a fierce believer in pureblood superiority, which was why when the Dark Lord Voldemort first began his campaign to finally put the Mudbloods in their place, Lucius had been among the first to join him. For the first few years of Voldemort's war, Lucius had been thrilled as he and the rest of his Death Eater comrades achieved victory after victory against Dumbledore's pathetic resistance. But all that changed when Lord Voldemort lost his power at the hands of James Potter. Once it became that Voldemort had as much power as a Mudblood, Lucius did what any upstanding member of pure blood society had done and abandoned Voldemort, thinking he would simply fade into obscurity. The only difficult thing that occurred after Voldemort's fall was the number of bribes that Lucius had to pay to keep himself out of Azkaban. But with House Malfoy's wealth, it was simply a drop in a bucket for him. Still, the fact that he had to pay at all had annoyed Lucius more than he could bear, and the years of whispers that followed his discomfort. Now, however, Lucius had begun to wonder if he had made a grave mistake in abandoning the Dark Lord. Lucius had heard the rumors of Voldemort's return, but naturally, he had assumed that the rumors were just that. But after seeing 4 of his fellow purebloods and their families brutally murdered, Lucius was beginning to wonder if Voldemort had indeed returned and, if so, how long before Lucius would be next for his betrayal. As Lucius sat in his study, staring at the flames dancing in his fireplace, he was suddenly very glad that he had sent his wife to their villa in Italy. Narcissa had wanted to take Draco with her, but Lucius had argued that there was no safer place for their son than Hogwarts. Loath though he was to admit it, Lucius was sure that as long as Dumbledore was in charge there, no harm would befall his son and heir. He was just starting on his second glass of brandy when he felt the wards surrounding his home fall with so much force that it caused Lucius to drop his glass in pain, causing it to shatter on the wood floor. As Lucius struggled to his feet, he heard his front door explode with a shattering roar of broken wood. Ripping his wand free from his cane, Lucius stumbled into the entrance hall, determined to destroy the one who would dare to invade his home. However, that determination immediately evaporated when Lucius stormed into the entrance hall and saw someone he hoped never to face again. Lord Voldemort, Lucius asked in horror as his wand fell from his loose fingers. "Hello, Lucius," Voldemort replied with a cruel smile. "Did you miss me?" Before Lucius could respond, Voldemort flicked his wand at his former follower, causing the head of House Malfoy to fly backward through the adjacent all and land in a crumpled heap in his study. As Lucius lay in a painful heap on the floor, Voldemort slowly walked in, casting an appreciating gaze over the affluence that Lucius had painstakingly brought into his home. "I must say, I always did love it here," Voldemort drawled, "so much power and beauty lie in this manor. I think I'll keep it after I'm done with you." "My lord," Lucius wheezed through what he thought were broken ribs. "Please have mercy." "Mercy?" Voldemort asked with a dark chuckle, "and pray tell, why should I show mercy to a traitor who abandoned their lord, after swearing eternal obedience?" "I can still be of use," Lucius wheezed, "I can still serve." "Can you?" Voldemort drawled, "Can you indeed? You will need supporters to fund your campaign," Lucius replied, latching onto the hope that his silver tongue might still save him. "And you will need the political power that House Malfoy can bring you. Please, my lord, spare me and my family, and my house will serve you for all time." "This is a song that I've heard once before, Lucius," Voldemort sneered, "and I distinctly remember you leaving my service when I lost my powers. So why should I trust you again? How do I know that you won't betray me again?" "I will make any oath you demand, my lord," Lucius begged, rising to his knees and staring at Voldemort in abject terror. "I will never betray you again. Please." For a moment, Voldemort stared down at Lucius, who was struggling to breathe. He could very easily kill Lucius, and considering how the head of House Malfoy had betrayed him, Voldemort was well within his rights to kill the pureblood bastard. But on the other hand, Lucius did have a point. To continue his campaign, which would end with his complete domination over not just magical Britain but the whole world, Voldemort would need powerful and affluent backers to ensure his inevitable victory. Very well, Lucius, Voldemort purred, almost laughing at the naked hope that appeared on Lucius' face. You shall live on one condition. Condition, my lord? Lucius asked in bemusement. Crucio, Voldemort said simply, causing Lucius to collapse to the ground as he screamed in agony. Never interrupt me, Lucius. Voldemort purred as he ended the spell, leaving Lucius sobbing on the floor. As I was saying, Voldemort continued, taking a seat in Lucius' chair, you shall live on one condition. Your son's life shall be held as payment for your debt. What? Lucius asked in horror as he rose shakily to his knees. Don't worry, Lucius, Voldemort said silkily, I don't plan on killing your whelp. Not now, at any rate. But if you ever betray me again, your dear sweet Draco shall be the one to pay the price. Do we have a deal? Lucius stared at Voldemort in horror at what the Dark Lord was proposing, causing Voldemort to chuckle softly as he twirled his wand between his fingers. Or, I can kill you here, and now, then, I shall go hunting for the rest of your pathetic family. Is that more agreeable to you? Please, my lord, Lucius begged, clasping his hands together in supplication, not Draco. Make your choice, Lucius, Voldemort replied mercilessly, you either die here, followed soon after by your entire family, or you give your son's life to me to take whenever I so choose. Realizing that he had no choice in the matter, Lucius' head dropped in sorrow, taking a shaky breath and begging whatever deities there were for what he was about to do. Lucius took a shaky breath. His life is yours, my lord, Lucius whispered in a broken voice, to ensure my service to you. Good, Lucius, Voldemort replied with a cruel smile, knowing he had broken the man, but, unfortunately, you still have a debt to pay. My lord, Lucius asked, his head shooting up in horror and bemusement. You betrayed me, Lucius, and I would be a poor master if I allowed such betrayal to go unpunished. The color seemed to drain from Lucius' face as he heard the words, yet his body refused to follow his directions and run. Seeing as how you left my service for 10 years, it only makes sense that you should be punished for 10 hours, Voldemort replied cruelly, 1 hour for every year you abandoned me. As Lucius opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness, Voldemort lazily raised his wand and pointed it at Lucius. Crucio. Author's note. I apologize for the lateness of this story's update. I'm currently suffering from an extreme case of writer's block, and as a result, all of my stories are suffering. I have no idea how long this will last, so it might be a while before I update again, or it could be tomorrow. Either way, I hope you enjoy this latest chapter. Chapter 10. Cornelius Fudge tried not to show how disgusted and afraid the creature standing before him made him feel. Ordinarily, Fudge would never have even considered being in the same room as the filth standing before him, yet necessity demanded otherwise. Fudge's worst fears had been realized, despite the slander he had thrown at his opponent. Despite all the political power Fudge had used to try and prevent his loss, it had done no good. James Potter had become the new Minister of Magic. Enraged beyond all reason at his loss, Fudge had drunk himself into insensibility for a week straight before his thoughts turned to revenge against the one who had stolen all his power. He couldn't get to James Potter, not now. Not with all the security that the new minister had guarding him since his victory was announced. But that same security did not extend to the minister's family, and as soon as Fudge realized that, he began to plan his revenge. Knowing that he had only a few days left before he would be forced to give up his position and power to James Potter, Fudge used the little power he had left to send a secret message to Fenrir Greyback, the alpha of the largest werewolf pack in Britain, with an offer that he knew the wolf would not be able to turn down. Knowing of Greyback's inclinations towards magical children, Fudge agreed to allow the animal free rein on Hogsmeade as long as he promised to bring Fudge the heads of Rose and Harry Potter. Fudge looked forward to James Potter's agony as he lost his 2 children, including the son that he had just recovered. Looking up at Fenrir Greyback from where he sat, Fudge swallowed his nervousness by taking another drink of his none to Fenrir, of course. This drink wasn't for animals, after all. The werewolf was tall, well over 6 feet, and looked as though he had not had a bath in weeks. His long hair hung stringy around his clean-shaven face, while his cruel, wolf-yellow eyes glared out at Fudge and made the man gulp slightly. As Fudge stared at the animal standing before him, Fudge's nose twitched slightly as he looked at the dirty clothes that Greyback was wearing, with the most disgusting piece being what looked like a trench coat made of different kinds of animal pelts. "So, we have a deal, then?" Fudge asked, grateful that his voice didn't shake. "Yes," Greyback growled as he looked down at the cowardly politician. "The pack grows stronger with added members, and you get the heads of your enemies' children." "When will you strike?" Fudge asked, lazily swirling the glass of brandy in his hand as he stared at the werewolf in front of him contemptuously. "The first Hogsmeade trip is in 2 weeks, Greyback replied softly. "I will have my pack ready by then, and then they shall feast on wizard blood. All you need to worry about is keeping the Aurors away for as long as possible." "You need not worry about that," Fudge replied lazily as he swirled his brandy. "I'll hold them back for as long as I can. Just don't take all day." Greyback growled low at that, showing his slightly yellow teeth. "Phoo." DGE swallowed nervously for a moment before finding his voice again. "James Potter will come for you for the death of his children," Fudge said softly, taking another sip of his drink. "You know that, right?" "Let him come," Greyback sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. "I will kill him, just as I will soon kill his brats." Fudge internally sneered at the werewolf's bravado. Greyback and High's pack would be slaughtered en masse by the Aurors, with James Potter leading the charge once word reached him of what had become of his children, which would, in turn, ensure that Fudge's part in the attack would remain hidden. Harry woke up already bubbling with excitement as he jumped out of bed and got ready for the day. It had been 2 months since Harry returned to Hogwarts alongside his elder sister, Rose. And Harry had never been happier. Rose had all but demanded that Oliver would, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, allow her little brother onto the team and replace their incompetent seeker, a boy named Thomas Atkinson. Naturally, Oliver had been suspicious about how good Harry was, based on what Rose had told him. Those suspicions were quickly tossed aside after one practice where Harry showed Oliver and the rest of Gryffindor's house just what he was capable of. Oliver had immediately dismissed Atkinson, who left with a dark grumble and threats of revenge and made Harry the new Gryffindor seeker. After weeks of intense training, Harry's first game came, and he was surprised to see not only his mother, father, and sister in the stands cheering for him but also Sirius, Remus, and the Longbottoms, all cheering their hearts out for Harry. The game had been against Ravenclaw and had been neck and neck right from the start as Harry desperately looked for the snitch, on 3 separate occasions. Harry had located the small golden ball and flew toward it, only for the Ravenclaw beaters to send bludgers hurtling towards Harry and making the poor boy have to pull out of the way and lose his target. Finally, after what seemed like hours, Harry had located his target again. The score was tied up at 180 to 180, and the sky was beginning to turn an ugly gray. Not wanting to play in the rain, Harry pushed himself as fast as he could go, with the Ravenclaw hot on his tail. A sudden crack of thunder echoed throughout the stadium just as Harry closed his fingers around the small gold ball. Gryffindor had won. Now, Harry was going to Hogsmeade with his family to celebrate his first game and first win, as well as James Potter's victory over Cornelius Fudge over the election for the new Minister of Magic. Lily and James had gotten permission from Dumbledore due to Harry needing to be older to go by himself. After finally choosing a simple outfit, a red shirt with gold highlights and a simple pair of khakis, Harry bounded down the stairs of the boys' room to the common room where Rose was waiting with a smile, wearing a white long-sleeved blouse and blue jeans. "Took you long enough," Rose cried in mock annoyance, crossing her arms over her chest. "I've been waiting forever for you." "Sorry," Harry said happily. "I couldn't find the right outfit to wear. I want to look my best, after all." "You're such a girl," Rose groaned as she rolled her eyes. "I am not." Harry retorted angrily. "You take that back." "Nah." Rose laughed before running out of tea. He portrait hole with Harry hot on her heels. "Take it back. Take it back." Laughing uncontrollably, Rose raced down the stairs and toward the entrance hall as Harry chased after her, determined to make her apologize for calling him a girl. Harry just wanted to look nice for his first time out with his family. Was that so wrong? When they got to the bottom of the stairs, both siblings were breathing hard and sweating a bit. Yet neither was willing to give up. Approaching the entrance hall, the siblings saw their parents waiting for them, both looking at the siblings with a raised brow at their exhausted appearance. "And just what were the two of you doing that warranted such appearances?" James asked with a smirk. "Rose called me a girl," Harry gasped, pointing at his exhausted but grinning sister. "Just because I took a little longer than her in picking out what to wear today." "Rose?" Lily asked in a warning tone, raising one brow at her oldest child. Rose couldn't help but shudder slightly at that tone. It was the cause of many of her various punishments as a child. "He was taking forever," Rose defended. "I was about to go up there and see if he was even awake." "That's still no excuse to insult your brother," Lily replied in the same tone as before. "Now, apologize." Groaning in mock misery, Rose turned to Harry, who was still glaring at her. "I'm sorry, Harry," Rose said, with a wink before she reached out and ruffled Harry's hair, making her little brother giggle softly before he pushed her hand away. "Good," James said happily. "Now that that's out of the way, let's have some fun." "What'd I say?" "Yes," Rose and Harry called out happily as one before laughing together, soon joined in by Lily and James. As they walked out of the castle and down the track to the front gates of Hogwarts, Harry felt his excitement building. He had never gotten the chance to go to Hogsmeade in his old world, being too young. And now, he was going for the first time with his parents. It was almost too good to be true. And Harry couldn't help but look up at his parents in adoration. Everyone had told Harry that he was stuck in this world, but a small part of him was constantly afraid that he might somehow be sent back at any minute. As the group exited the front gates of Hogwarts and made their way down the dirt road to Hogsmeade, Harry couldn't help but smile at how beautiful the land surrounding Hogwarts was. It truly was a magnificent sight as the land and sky seemed to come together just beyond the horizon, while the beautiful green fields stretched interminably into the distance. As they reached the crest of a nearby hill, Harry saw Hogsmeade in the distance while the black lake glimmered not far away. For a moment, Harry thought he saw a tentacle rise out of he water before disappearing a second later. As the group finally passed through the gates of Hogsmeade, Harry felt his smile grow until it felt like his face would split in two. The village looked precisely as Harry had always imagined a magical village would look, and Harry couldn't help but whip his head back and forth in order to not miss anything. "So, where should we go first?" James said with a laugh as he watched his son look around in wonder. "Well, seeing as it's Harry's first time, I say we just meander and see where we end up," Lily said with a smile of herberence. "Well, come on, then," James said happily as he led his family towards the nearest shop. A few hours later, Harry was sure that he was having the best day of his life. Harry and his family had been to nearly every shop in the village, and each had something that one or more of the Potters purchased. James had bought Harry a brand new Prankster's Play pack, which consisted of over a dozen different prank items from Zonko's joke shop, which Harry had beamed at, only for Lily to warn Harry about using it at inappropriate times in such a cold tone that both Potter males gulped slightly. Lily had purchased a few new books from Tomes and Scrolls, the wizard bookstore that, while not as impressive as Flourish and Blots, was still filled to the brim with books of such amazing difference that even Harry found himself asking for a few, which his mother happily obliged. Rose asked for a pair of new Quidditch gloves, as her old ones were nearly worn through due to how rough she liked to play, something that her parents joked about at her expense. But by far, Harry's favorite store had been Honeyduke's Sweet Shop. When the Potters had first entered, Harry had been unable to keep his jaw from dropping at sight of more candy and sweets than he had ever seen in his entire life. Unable to contain himself, Harry had tried to buy some of everything, only for his laughing parents to make him put back half of what he had so as to avoid going into a sugar coma, as his dad called it. Rose had promptly taken everything Harry had been forced to put back and winked at her little brother as their parents shook their heads in mock annoyance. "All right, who's up for a spot of lunch?" James asked with a grin as Lily put their latest purchases inside the expandable bag on her wrist. Were it not for said bag, everyone would have been bogged down from the amount of things purchased that day. "Sounds brilliant," Harry called out. "I'm starved." To the three broomsticks, Then, James said at once before Ma. RC hing down the street as though in a military parade. After a moment's hesitation, Harry joined his father, falling into line behind the taller man while Lily and Rose watched with barely contained amusement. Harry is definitely Dad's kid, Rose snorted, they're both mad. Unfortunately, I cannot disagree, Lily replied with a smirk, come on, let's catch up to them before they make more of a bigger fool of themselves. You would think being made the new Minister of Magic would force Dad to grow up, Rose quipped, making Lily snort. There is nothing on earth capable of that. I can promise you that. Sharing a laugh, the two Potter women followed after Harry and James, who had begun a loud cadence to their march and were attracting a few amused glances from passers-by. Fenrir Greyback, Kay couldn't help but smirk as he gazed down at Hogsmeade Village from the shadow of the trees which surrounded him. Behind him, dozens of men and women waited for his order to attack. They were his pack, each just as ruthless as their alpha. Yet none had the strength or fearlessness to challenge Fenrir for control of the pack. A few had tried in the past, but Fenrir liked to make examples of such challengers, and they never died quick. Such arrogance magic folk have, Fenrir said softly as his second-in-command, a thin, dirty man named Zeke, approached warily, so firm in their belief of Saw Fati that they don't even have a proper wall to keep their enemies out. As far as they're concerned, they have no enemies, Zeke replied with a sneer, which was copied by Fenrir a moment later. Well then, let's change that, shall we? Fenrir spat, does everyone have their wolf root? Yes, Alpha, Zeke replied at once as Fenrir turned to him. It took Fenrir a great amount of self-control not to sneer in contempt at his second-in-command. The man was a weakling and a sniveling coward as far as Fenrir was concerned. The only reason Fenrir hadn't just killed the man was due to how intelligent Zeke was, and it was due to said intelligence that Fenrir had been able to head off several rebellions within his pack. As Zeke pulled the twisted and ugly black tree root from his pocket and showed it to Fenrir, the Alpha felt himself smile in anticipation. Wolf root was a relatively newly discovered plant with amazing properties. Grown only under trees planted during the full moon and watered the first full moon after in the blood of a freshly killed wolf, the root would allow any werewolf who ate it to transform into their wolf form, regardless of whether it was day or night. No full moon was needed. But the best part of wolf root was that it allowed the werewolf to retain their mind during their transformation, making the werewolf twice as dangerous. Because of how dangerous wolf root was considered, the Ministry of Magic had outlawed its existence anywhere in Britain. Being caught growing wolf root resulted in an incredibly hefty fine and possibly even time in Azkaban, depending on how much wolf root was found. Order them to take the wolf root immediately, Fenrir snapped. Once we begin the attack, I want as many children bitten as possible. We need to grow the ranks of our pack, especially after that last purge we were forced to do. Yes, Alpha, Zeke said at once, and what about everyone who isn't a student? The adults, kill them all, Fenrir growled, causing a cruel smile to spread across Zeke's face. It's been too long since the pack last got to feast without holding back. Indeed, Alpha, Zeke said with a low growl before turning and making his way back to the waiting men and women. Turning back to the village, Fenrir smiled as he thought about what was about to happen. In a few moments, the entire village would be in flames, and the pack's size would grow by dozens of new packmates. Turning back to his waiting pack, Fenrir smiled as he pulled his own wolf root from his pocket and quickly shoved it into his mouth, grimacing at the bitter flavor. Fenrir swallowed quickly and growled as he felt the change begin. Attack. As the pain of the transformation began to tear through the pack, the forest surrounding Hogsmeade Village began to echo with screams and howls. James Potter was happier than he could remember being in a very long time. He was the new Minister of Magic, and the changes he intended to begin would no doubt be the great Saint prank he had ever done as he slowly started taking away the power that the purebloods had enjoyed for far too long. Adding to his happiness of winning the election, James had his son back again, so nothing that James had never imagined happening, even in his most desperate dreams. His pride and happiness had soared exponentially when he saw how amazing Harry was on a broomstick, performing some stunts that had even James in awe while leaving Lily pale and scared. He was finishing off his lunch of fish and chips and smiling at a joke Rose had just told when he heard a wolf's howl, a moment later. The echo of dozens of howls made the interior of the three broomsticks go silent instantly. Before anyone could say anything, an older balding man burst through the front door with a terrified look on his face. Slamming the door shut behind him, the man turned to the waiting crowd and said one word in a horrified voice. Werewolves. The effect of the word was almost instantaneous chaos. The interior of the three broomsticks echoed with noise as people shouted or screamed in terror. Other patrons began trying to apparate away, only to discover that they couldn't. They've put up anti-apparition wards. Someone shouted in horror. How is that possible? A witch shrieked. They're just animals. Animals or no, they're still wizards and witches. Professor Flitwick retorted as he drew his wand. They can still use magic as well. What about the flow? Another witch asked, causing Madame Rosmerta to groan in annoyance. I don't have any more powder. I was supposed to buy some after I closed tonight. Screams began to echo outside the three broomsticks, and Lily grabbed both of her children and pulled them close to her as she front door. James, what do we do? Not wasting a moment, James shoved his hand into his robes and pulled out a small silver mirror. Holding it up to his face, James called out, Sirius Black. A few seconds later, Sirius' face appeared in the mirror, smiling at James jovially. Hey Prongs. What's up? Werewolves are attacking Hogsmeade Village. And they've set up anti-apparition wards. James cried out, trying to fight his rising panic. What? Sirius asked, his face paling in horror at what James had said. How many? I don't know. James replied at once, sounds like a lot, by the number of howls. I need you to bring as many Aurors as you can. We'll be there as quick as we can. Sirius cried before shouting something to someone behind him. Just stay safe until we get there. An instant later, the mirror turned back into a regular mirror. And James stowed it away in his robes before drawing his wand and taking a step forward, only for Lily to grab his arm. What are you doing? Lily demanded. Sirius said to wait here for him and the Aurors. I can't do that, Lily. James growled. There are children out there. They need help. No, Harry cried, breaking free from his mother's arms and wrapping his arms around James's waist. Don't go. Harry, I have to. James said softly, pulling his son's arms away and getting down on one knee so he could look into his son's eyes, which were beginning to tear up. There are people out there who need me. If I don't go, they could die or worse. But you promised. Harry cried. You promised that you wouldn't go away again. You could die out there. I know, kiddo, James said sadly. But I can't just sit here and do nothing. It's not in me to hide away when others need help. Do you understand? For a moment, Harry said nothing as tears ran down his cheeks. Finally, Harry wiped his eyes and nodded, making James smile for a moment before ruffling his son's hair as he rose back to his full height. Listen up, James shouted, making the noise in the pub end instantly. I am James Potter, next Minister of Magic. Whispering began almost immediately at James's words, and James had to raise his hand for silence as he began speaking again, realizing that he needed to see who's his words carefully if his plan was to work. I need volunteers, as many as wish to do so, to go out there and help me fight the werewolves back. Are you mad? A wizard wearing a lopsided top hat yelled, we'll be killed. Or worse, bitten. And if we stay here and hide, how many innocent children will die? James snapped back, making the wizard blush with embarrassment. I am going out there. James roared, because people out there need my help. And I need yours. I am with you, James. Professor Flitwick cried at once, raising his wand into the air. A moment later, a dozen other witches and wizards raised theirs as well. James internally winced at how few had volunteered and was tempted to order the rest to come with him as Minister of Magic. That thought was quickly dismissed, as forcing people to fight might cause more problems than he needed. Turning back to his wife, Lily grabbed the front of James's robes and pulled him to her, bringing her lips crashing onto his like a woman possessed. After a few seconds of passionate kissing, Lily finally pulled away and whispered in a soft voice. You come back to me, James Potter. Nothing will stop me from that, Lily, James said seriously. I give you my word on that. Swallowing his nervousness, James turned back to the ones who had volunteered to follow him outside. As Minister of Magic, I am giving you all permission to use whatever spell, curse, Or hex you know to put these animals down. Now let's go. Running to the door, James grabbed the handle and ripped the door open, and charged outside as the screams echoed all around him. Fenrir smiled with genuine pleasure as she slashed at the back of a fleeing wizard, sending the man tumbling to the ground screaming. As the wizard tried to crawl away, Fenrir watched with amusement as the ground beneath the wizard began to become saturated in blood. Grabbing the wizard's head in his hands, Fenrir felt the man's terror and smiled as he prolonged it for as long as he could before finishing the wizard off. With a sudden jerk, Fenrir broke the man's neck with a loud crack. Dropping the man's head carelessly, Fenrir started with amusement as he saw the wizard fall into the mud. They treat my kind like scum, Fenrir thought with a sneer, and yet they are nothing but prey when confronted by my pack. Let them choke on the mud like they've forced my kind to do for so long. Looking over, Fenrir smiled as he saw one of his pack pressing a Hogwarts student into the mud and was about to deliver the bite that would make the witch one of them. As the girl screamed in terror, the werewolf holding her down grew closer to biting her, drawing out her terror as she screamed and cried. Just as the werewolf was about to bite the female student, a bright red light slammed into the werewolf, throwing it off of the girl, who immediately jumped to her feet and ran as fast as she could toward her savior. Fenrir whipped his head around to see who had dared to attack a member of his pack. And his fur raised in fury as he saw it was James Potter, the wizard who had nearly killed Fenrir 5 years prior. Protect the students, James roared as he and his followers began firing spells and curses at any werewolf unfortunate enough to come within eyesight. Taking a deep breath, Fenrir issued a powerful roar that caused everyone nearby to cover their ears in pain. When he was finished his roar, Fenrir charged forward, his pack following behind him, all with one single thought echoing across their minds: kill the wizards. Every last one. Lily chewed her lip nervously as she hugged her children close to her. Outside, screams and howls echoed interminably. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed from outside, and Lily felt herself tighten her grip on her children as fear welled up in her. Where is Sirius? Lily thought in fear as the building shook for a moment. He should have been here by now. Mum, Dad's going to be okay, right? Harry asked softly, looking down at her son. Lily had to fight not to cry as another wave of fear rolled through her. Your father will be just fine, Lily lied, smiling for effect. A bunch of rabid dogs will never be able to beat him. Yeah, Rose added with a sneer, a bunch of stupid werewolves can't beat Dad. Harry looked unconvinced but said nothing, instead choosing to chew on his lip as he looked down at his knees. Confringo, Professor Flitwick shouted, sending a werewolf slamming into the side of another werewolf. Before either wolf could rise to their feet, Flitwick waved his wand and conjured a length of rope, which quickly wrapped around the two wolves, tying them together, back to back. Hurrying as fast as he could, given his stature, Flitwick ran toward the sound of screaming, only to stop in horror as he saw a young student laying on his back in the mud, with a werewolf biting down on his throat. Professor, the boy gasped, reaching out weakly, please help me. Release him, you foul beast. Flitwick snarled, sending a powerful blast at the werewolf. The wolf had only a moment to look up in shock before its head exploded in a shower of gore which sprayed across the ground. Dashing forward, Flitwick roughly shoved the werewolf's headless body off of the student before gently raising the boy up into his arms. As he gazed down at the boy, Flitwick felt a terrible sadness well up in him. The wound was far too severe for anything to be done about the boy. Even if Flitwick could somehow get the child to a healer, too much blood was coming from the boy's wound. Professor, the young Hufflepuff gurgled as blood ran freely from the wound on his neck. Am I going to die? No, child, Flitwick lied, tears welling up in his eyes. You're going to be just fine. That's good, the boy said softly, his eyes slowly closing as the blood loss did their work. I was worried. Declosed and he breathed his last. Flitwick couldn't stop the sob that escaped from him, slowly lowering the child to the ground. Flitwick felt tears run down his cheeks as he gazed at the small body of the student. He was far too young for this to happen to him, far too young for his life to be over like this. Sudden movement made Flitwick turn his head just in time to see a werewolf jump onto the roof of a nearby building. As it looked down at Flitwick and growled in hunger, Flitwick felt rage well up in him. And he gripped his wand so tight in his fist that he thought it might break. Rising to his feet, Flitwick snapped his arm out and roared as loud as he could. Ferventi sanguine. A red bolt shot out of Flitwick's wand and slammed into the growling wolf before it had a chance to dodge out of the way, knocking the wolf off of the roof and to the ground below. A moment later, He wolf began to shriek in agony as steam began to come off of its body in waves as the blood-boiling curse did its work. Knowing the wolf would be dead in a matter of mere moments, Flitwick turned and walked away, looking for more werewolves to put down before they could hurt any more of his students. Fenrir was beginning to grow annoyed with James Potter, no matter how many werewolves Fenrir threw at James. The wizard seemed unconcerned, bringing them down effortlessly. The ground surrounding Fenrir's hated enemy was littered with the bodies of a dozen of his former packmates. As James dipped, Eden dodged away from the wolves trying to kill him. The wizard fired spells and curses, causing more of Fenrir's pack to die in the mud. Keep him busy. Fenrir snarled at Zeke as another wave charged forward at James Potter. I'm going after his family. Yes, Alpha, Zeke snarled back. Without another word, Fenrir turned and sprinted down a nearby alley as Zeke urged more wolves to attack. Carefully avoiding detection, Fenrir made his way to the Three Broomsticks, where he knew that most of the survivors had run to. It stood to reason that James Potter's family would be there as well. As Fenrir drew closer, he couldn't help but grin in sick pleasure as he thought of how James Potter's children would taste or how the wizard would scream in agony when he discovered his family ripped to pieces. Spotting his target, Fenrir surged forward and slammed into the door of the Three Broomsticks, knocking the door off the hinges and landing on top of it with a snarl. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness of the pub, Fenrir heard screams of terror echo from around him, causing him to smile in delight. Nothing made him happier than to enjoy the sheer terror that his mere presence caused. Back, you monster! A wizard shouted in terror, running up to hit Fenrir with a chair. Fenrir sneered at the wizard before delivering a slash to the wizard's face, which caused the man to drop the chai and grab his face as he shrieked in agony and blood poured from between his fingers. Wasting no more time on the screaming wizard, Fenrir looked around the pub for a moment before he found his targets. Lily Potter was pushing her two children behind her as she held out her wand with her other hand, a look of determination yet terror etched on her face. Slowly stalking forward, Fenrir issued a low growl. His lips pulled back to show his sharp yellow teeth. With a sudden burst of speed, Fenrir lunged forward, determined to rip Lily Potter to shreds. Only to slam into a table that Lily had someone and put between herself and Fenrir like a wooden wall. As the werewolf slammed into the table, he growled angrily and tried to climb over it. He had almost pulled himself over the wooden table. Lily banished the table across the room, with Fenrir hanging off of it. The table collided with the far wall a moment later, causing a groan of pain to come from Fenrir, who had been in the middle, and received the full force of the impact. Some filthy human will not best me, Fenrir thought savagely as he shoved the table away from him and rushed forward. Bombarda! Lily shouted, causing ground in front of the charging werewolf to explode in a shower of wood. Fenrir leapt out of the way at the last minute and grabbed a hold of a nearby wooden beam, hauling himself up into the rafters and out of sight. Shoving her children into the corner and putting herself in front of them like a shield, Lily began to look up into the rafters for Fenrir. The only sign of her fear was a slight shaking of her wand. Come out, monster! Lily shouted, or are you too scared? I thought you were a werewolf, not a pussycat. Fenrir roared in outrage as he descended toward Lily, his claws extended to rip her to pieces. Defendo! Lily shouted at once. Fenrir, unable to stop his descent, suddenly found himself being sliced over half a dozen times as Lily's cutting curse hit him dead center. Quickly jumping out of the way, Lily watched as Fenrir flew past her and slammed into the nearby table, sliding over it and falling to the floor in a bloody heap. Before Lily could take a breath of relief, Fenrir's bloody claw appeared from under the table and slammed down onto it. As the wolf pulled back his claw, deep cuts scratched down the table as Fenrir pulled himself to his feet. The wolf's eyes were filled with hate and the promise of death and pain, making Lily's wand shake slightly as she moved closer toward her children. You will not have them. Lily snarled. By God, you will not. The werewolf seemed to chuckle at that, and threw the table across the room, leaving nothing between himself and Lily. As the wolf lowered itself down to pounce at her, Lily suddenly heard. Get down, Lily! Throwing herself on top of her children, Lily heard half a dozen voices shout out as one. Stupefy. A moment later there was a shriek of pain, followed by the loud thump of a body hitting the floor. Slowly lifting her head, Lily gasped in relief as she saw Sirius, followed by 6 Aurors, all looking angry at what had happened. Lying unconscious against the far wall was the werewolf who had been attacking Lily and her children. A small pool of blood was spreading under it, and Lily couldn't help but feel satisfied at seeing it. Sirius. Oh, thank God, Lily shouted as she ran forward, and hugged her friend for all she was worth. A moment later, Sirius was hugging her back. Thank God you're safe, Lily. Sirius said as they pulled away from each other. We came as fast as we could. Where's James? Dad ran out there to fight the werewolves. Rose shouted in fear. You gotta go help him. You heard the girl. Sirius yelled at the Aurors behind him. Let's go kill these animals. James used his authority as Minister of Magic to authorize extreme force against the werewolves, Lily said as the Aurors moved toward the door. Hearing that, Sirius and a heavily scared Auror both grinned in delight. Brilliant, Sirius replied as he walked out of the door and into a nightmare. Raising his wand, the heavily scared Auror instantly unleashed the killing curse on 2 werewolves, dropping them instantly. As Sirius repeated his words, absolutely brilliant. James Potter snarled with rage as a werewolf slashed at him, creating 3 cuts across his cheek, which began to bleed almost immediately. Bombarda, James roared, pointing his wand at the werewolf's stomach and hitting it at point-blank range. The werewolf issued a cry of agony before a hole blasted into existence where its stomach used to be. As the werewolf's body hit the ground in a bloody heap, James raised his wand at the other watching wolves. Come on, then, James screamed as his robe glistened from not only his own many cuts but also from the blood of those who attacked him already and failed. Who's next? Before any of the werewolves could even move, 6 various lights flew past James and slammed into 6 different wolves. 2 exploded into red mist, 1 fell to the ground unconscious, while the other 2 dropped dead instantly. Spinning around and nearly falling in the process, James raised his wand and prepared to attack when he saw Sirius, Mad-Eye Moody, and Foulworming toward him as fast as they could, shooting spells and curses at any wolf they saw. Padfoot, James cried happily, bracing his best friend the moment Sirius came close. Thank God you're here. I didn't know how much longer I could have held them back on my own. Everyone else ran out on me. Not everyone, Mr. Potter, Flitwick cried as he ran out from a nearby alley, his once bright blue robe now splattered with blood that made James wonder just what the diminutive professor had been up to. I'm glad to see you still with us, Professor. James said warmly, I thought we'd lost you. It will be a cold day in hell before some filthy animal brings me down. Flitwick sneered, causing Sirius and James to chuck glee at their former professor's exuberance for battle. Is this all you brought? James asked as he looked at the 5 other Aurors. Fudge wouldn't let me bring more. Sirius growled. He said this old possibly be a distraction so that dark wizards could attack the ministry. He said that. James asked in shock at such a stupid idea. Yes, Sirius snapped. He almost didn't let me bring these. Moody had to warn him to step back, or he'd hex the bastard. Funniest damn thing I've ever seen. Fudge and I are going to have a very long conversation when this is over. James growled as Moody quickly decapitated an attacking werewolf and approached James. Orders, sir. These animals have already killed too many innocents as is, James snarled as his gaze caught sight of the body of a nearby student. No more. No prisoners. I am authorizing you to wipe them out. I think I'm going to like working for you, Potter. Mad-Eye said with a grin before turning back to the other Aurors. You heard the minister. Get to it. There are mad dogs that need putting down. As the Aurors stormed off to do their job, James all but collapsed into Sirius' arms as a wave of exhaustion hit him. Prongs. Are you okay? Are you injured? Sirius called out in slight panic, and causing James to chuckle. Just tired, Padfoot, James whispered. I'd be dead if it weren't for you. Just rest, mate, Sirius said softly. We'll take it from here. Author's note. I'm sorry for how long it's been since I updated this story. All I can say is that I literally couldn't think of what to write for the next chapter. The next chapter won't take as long, hopefully, so you guys can enjoy what comes next. Chapter 11. Werewolves Attack Hogsmeade. By Rita Skeeter. Terror struck the quiet village of Hogsmeade yesterday when a horde of rabid animals descended upon it, intent on murdering or transferring their vile virus to as many innocents as they could. This reporter herself was one of the ones trapped in Three Broomsticks pub when the attack began, hoping to secure an interview with our new Minister of Magic, and I am not ashamed to admit that I truly believed that I would soon be dead or worse, bitten and turned. But through the fog of violence and horror, I witnessed something truly great, something that very few can rarely and truly testify to: the rise of a hero. James Potter, our new Minister of Magic, was visiting Hogsmeade with his family, happily celebrating not only his victory in the polls, but also his newly recovered son's first Quidditch game. For more information on Harry Potter, turn to page 3. Immediately taking charge, James Potter first sent out a call for help to his friend and fellow Auror, Sirius Black. Once that was done, Minister Potter asked for volunteers to go out and protect those currently under attack. Sadly, and this reporter is ashamed to be counted amongst the number, many decided to decline the minister's request and instead stay safe in the pub. With only a paltry force, Minister Potter readied himself to go out and face the monsters. When this reporter saw something that truly made her fight back tears, Minister Potter's newly recovered son, Harry Potter, broke free from his mother, Lily Potter's embrace and begged his father not to leave. Showing strength that this reporter has very rarely seen in her life, James Potter quickly embraced his son before telling him that he had to go out there to protect the innocent victims who were in danger. Minister Potter then shared a passionate kiss goodbye with his wife and what many believed would be his final goodbye kiss before storming out of the pub with his volunteers, but not before issuing one incredible order. The volunteers were free to use any spell, curse, or hex they wished. His order is one that has rarely been given by a minister, with the last being during the Goblin Uprising of 1710. For more information on Minister Joffrey and his order of take no prisoners, turn to page 6. For several long minutes, this reporter tried not to show how utterly terrified I was as I sat amongst the other scared individuals of the Three Broomsticks pub while the sounds and screams of battle echoed from the other side of the front door. Suddenly, said door exploded and a monstrous werewolf invaded the pub. One unfortunate wizard attempting to strike the wolf with a chair received a slash to the face as a result. Sadly, I later learned that the wizard Arthur Tobias, age 47, died from a result of his wounds, as the werewolf's attack was so deep that it nearly struck bone. Werewolf then turned its attention to Lily Potter and her children, resulting in a devastating battle in which Lily Potter very nearly lost, if not for the sudden appearance of Sirius Black and a squad of Aurors who quickly stunned and arrested the werewolf before making their way out of the pub to join the minister in defense of Hogsmeade. It was only after the battle was over that this reporter dared to leave the Three Broomsticks to see what had occurred, and the sight I saw will be with me until my dying day, that I can promise. The streets were littered with the dead bodies of not only werewolves but also, heartbreakingly, the bodies of villagers and students, but the worst thing that I saw, by far, was that of Sirius Black holding the unmoving body of Minister Potter. For one agonizing moment, I was sure that the Wizarding World's leader had died in battle defending its people at the cost of his own life. Thankfully, those fears were dashed when healers descended on Hogsmeade a few moments later and began to do their work. Miraculously, the healers proclaimed that our Minister Potter would be just fine. The only wound he received that they were unable to fully heal were diagonal slashes across his left cheek, which this reporter thinks makes Minister Potter look rather dashing. Several hours later, the Daily Prophet finally received the exact tally from what will no doubt be known forever after as the Massacre of Hogsmeade, and the final number truly broke this reporter's heart. 15 Hogwarts students, as well as 10 villagers, died as a result of this senseless slaughter. The names of those killed have of course been redacted out of respect for the families of the fallen, including those that may not yet know. Furthermore, an additional 8 people, both villagers and students combined, were sadly infected and taken into ministry custody until it is decided what will be done with them, and whether or not they will be welcomed back at Hogwarts. Considering what has occurred will no doubt exacerbate the already ill feeling between magicals and werewolves. While heartbreaking, the losses on the side of those attacked are nothing when compared to the losses sustained by the werewolves that attacked Hogsmeade. The final tally is still being taken, but when I began this report, I was told that the current number of dead werewolves was at 62. And still climbing, as it seemed the defenders reveled in Minister Potter's order to take no prisoners. Rather than being vilified by the magical community for giving such an order, Minister Potter's approval rating seemed to skyrocket this morning as hundreds of wizards and witches offered their thanks to the minister for not only allowing the Aurors to use whatever means they deemed necessary in defense of their children, but respect for James Potter leading the defense himself, rather than hiding and sending out others to fight as our previous minister would have no doubt done. I even interviewed a few of these grateful witches and wizards to see what they truly thought about Minister Potter and was amazed by how many seemed to have a great appreciation for their new minister. To see a few of these interviews, turn to page 2, but it was only when the battle finally ended, and the surviving werewolves were driven off that a truly horrific thing was discovered. Not far fr. The body of a fallen werewolf was the remains of a piece of wolf root. To those who may be unaware, wolf root is an incredibly rare plant that when ingested allows a werewolf complete control over their transformations as well as allows them to retain their mind after transformation. This momentous discovery has given rise to a truly horrifying thought: were the werewolves ordered to attack the village? And if so, then for what purpose? This train of thought was further compounded when it was discovered that the werewolf responsible for attacking Lily Potter was none other than Fenrir Greyback, the alpha of the largest werewolf pack in England. Fenrir Greyback was immediately taken into custody, where no doubt he is currently being interrogated to discover why he attacked Hogsmeade with over 100 werewolves. And it is this reporter's hope that the one responsible for this senseless massacre is sent straight to the Vale, as that is the only acceptable punishment fit for someone who orders the slaughter of children. Fenrir leaned over the chair he was strapped to and spat out a glob of blood as Sirius Black took a step back and glared hatefully down at him. Fenrir had lost track of time since he was revived and brought down to this dark interrogation room, probably because the moment he was strapped to the chair, Sirius Black had begun using Fenrir's face as a punching bag, while James Potter and another Auror watched from nearby. By now, Fenrir's nose was a bleeding ruin, and his right eye was swollen shut, but still, he refused to say a word, knowing that Fudge's culpability could either be Fenrir's salvation or damnation. Now, I'm going to ask you again, beast, Sirius growled as he massaged his knuckles. Who ordered you to attack Hogsmeade? No one ordered me, Fenrir spat back. The pack needed new blood, and what better pickings than Hogsmeade? Fenrir chuckled at the last part, causing Sirius to turn crimson with rage and slam a hard punch into Fenrir's stomach, making the werewolf double over and dry heave as he gasped for breath. You made a mistake going after the minister's family, Mad-Eye Moody growled as he limped into the room and stood beside Sirius. If you had been smart, you would have sent someone else to attack Lily Potter and her children. The fact that you went yourself all but proves that you were sent to Hogsmeade to assassinate the minister's family. So, why don't you stop this game you're playing and just tell us the bastard's name, like a good doggy? I am a wolf, Fenrir snarled, trying, and failing, to look intimidating as he lunged forward at the scarred Auror, only to be held back by the straps of the chair. No one commands me. Sirius seemed to have finally lost his temper by this point and lunged forward, savagely beating Fenrir's face as James and the others watched with barely contained hatred. What? Sirius snarled, emphasizing each word with a devastating punch. Is his name. The last word was nearly shouted as Sirius rocked Fenrir's head back with an uppercut that nearly knocked the chair over so that for a moment Fenrir's chair was balancing on its two back legs. Minister Potter, an approaching Auror called, making James turn and look. I have it, sir. What kept you? James snapped, as he took the bottle from the Auror and caused the young man to flinch slightly. The healers had been unable to fully heal the claw marks that now graced James's face, due to the fact that they were made by a cursed being, and in the darkened interrogation cell, it made James look quite intimidating. Fudge, sir, the Auror replied at once as James examined the bottle. He didn't want me to have access to the Veritaserum, sir. Said that there wasn't enough of it left to waste on some savage animal. I had to inform him that it was ordered by the new minister before he grudgingly agreed to let me have it. James's eyes narrowed as he looked at the bottle that lay in his open palm. His thoughts racing like a speeding eagle. Why was Fudge trying to stop James from using Veritaserum on Fenrir Greyback? Furthermore, wasn't it Fudge who tried to stop Sirius from bringing ores to Hogsmeade in the first place? A horrifying idea began to worm its way into James's brain, and he felt himself pale as he considered it for a moment. Surely Fudge wouldn't do something so horrible. Just because he lost some election. I will need witnesses for what comes next, James said after a moment. Step into the cell, but stay out of the way, understand? Yes, sir, the young man replied before stepping into the room, taking his place against the far wall and falling silent. As he saw the state of Fenrir, the young man's eyes momentarily widened in shock before discipline took over and he took on a blank, uninterested look. Turning back to where Sirius was still beating the werewolf with savage fury, James slowly stalked inside and approached the wheezing prisoner, stopping beside Moody and Sirius. James stared down at Fenrir for a moment before raising the bottle in front of the werewolf's face. Do you know what this is? James asked in a tight voice, as Fenrir's eyes zeroed in on the bottle. His eyes widened a bit and made James nod. That's good. Then you know what will happen when I pour it down your miserable throat. Screw you, wizard, Fenrir snarled, receiving another blow to the head a second later from Sirius. As Fenrir tried to make the room stop spinning, he tried one last attempt to appear intimidating by growling, "You won't get anything out of me. Do you even understand how badly you've angered me?" James said in a cold voice, seemingly making the temperature of the room drop several degrees. Allow me to educate you on some things, Mr. Greyback. Clutching his hands behind his back, James began to slowly walk around Fenrir, causing the werewolf to shuffle in his chair as he tried to keep James Potter in his line of sight. 10 years ago I thought I lost my son, James said in a tight voice. It very nearly broke me and almost killed my wife. Then a miracle occurred when it turned out my son was alive the whole time and was finally returned to us. It filled a hole in my heart that I thought would never be filled, and brought new life to my wife and daughter, both of whom had spent the last decade in mourning. By now, James was standing directly behind Fenrir, and only Moody and Sirius could see how James was beginning to shake from rage, his hands still clutched behind his back to keep him from strangling Fenrir from behind. Now, imagine Mr. Greyback, James said softly in a dangerous tone, as he leaned in close to Fenrir's left ear, how a father who has just recovered his son would feel at almost losing him again to some rabid animal. Before Fenrir could respond, James lunged forward and wrapped his right arm around the werewolf's throat and pulled Fenrir's head back, as Fenrir thrashed and tried to break James's hold on him. James extended his left hand to Sirius and showed the bottle at his oldest friend. Immediately understanding what James wanted him to do, Sirius took the bottle and quickly pulled the top off before pouring 3 drops down Fenrir's throat as the werewolf growled defiantly. Nodding in approval, James released his hold on Fenrir and quickly swept around the chair until he was standing in the middle between Sirius and Moody, gazing down at the groaning werewolf that sat before them. Now, I'm going to ask you one question, and you will answer it, James growled as his fists clenched. Ed and Uncle N, did Cornelius Fudge hire you to attack Hogsmeade? Sirius and Moody both looked at James in shock for a moment, while the young Auror actually gasped in horror, before their eyes turned back to Fenrir, who was struggling to keep from answering. As James watched, he couldn't help but be impressed at the werewolf's fortitude as Fenrir began to turn red from his struggle to keep from answering. Yes, Fenrir hissed at last as blood began to run from his eyes. At the declaration, the room went eerily silent, and even James was shocked at what Fudge had done. Was the man truly mad? Quote, "Did he order you to kill me and my family?" James asked in a choked voice. He would find out exactly how far Fudge was willing to go for some stupid election, and James would use the information to be Fudge beneath the foundations of Azkaban. No, Fenrir growled against his will, just your family. He wanted you to have nothing left but the office you stole from him. Stole, James roared, unable to stop himself from lunging forward and trying to beat Fenrir to death with his bare hands. I won the election because he is an incompetent arsehole. And he tried to kill my family as a result. How many innocent people are now dead because of his ambition? James had just delivered his 4th punch to Fenrir's head when he felt Moody and Sirius pulling him back by his arms. Fenrir by this time was unconscious, and his head hung limply in front of him. "Easy, lad," Moody called, "easy. I know you want to kill him, and believe me, I would like to let you. But we need him alive if we're to make that bastard Fudge pay for his part in this." "He's right, James," Sirius said as he too tried to hold his friend back. "Fudge needs to pay for what he's done. The families of the children that died deserve justice." Finally recovering his wits from the fog of rage he had just been under, James nodded, and Sirius and Moody immediately released their hold on him. Turning to the young Auror, "Yeah." Mies frowned as he saw the young man pale as snow and gaping like a fish. "What's your name?" James asked, causing the Auror to snap to attention as discipline took over. "Nathan Miller, sir." "How long have you been an Auror, Nathan?" James asked softly. 6 months, sir," Nathan answered at once. "He wasn't one of my best," Moody added, "but he's a good lad, bloody amazing at tracking targets." James nodded at Moody's assessment before turning back to the Auror. "Nathan, I want you to go find Frank Longbottom and inform him to seal the ministry. Nobody in or out. Then I want you to tell him what you heard here and tell him that I am ordering him to gather as many Aurors as he can and meet me at Fudge's office in 10 minutes. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Nathan said before turning and rushing out of the cell and out of sight. As they were left alone, Sirius let out a breath that he didn't know he had been holding. "I never would have believed Fudge was capable of such a monstrous course of action," Sirius said in a small voice. "I mean, to let a pack of werewolves attack children just to make his political opponent suffer. Who does that?" "I always knew Fudge was a snake," Moody growled as he shook his head. "But I never knew he would go this far." "I want his head," James growled. "I don't care how much gold he has, I will make him pay for this." Sirius actually scoffed at that, making James turn to him with an angry look. Before he could start in on Sirius though, the man had held up his hand for peace and explained the reason for said scoff. "You honestly think gold will be able to save him, James? Fudge is directly responsible for the deaths of over a dozen children. The Wizengamot will burn him alive for this." "He's right, lad," Moody said at once. "There's no way out for him, not after this." "Then, let's go get him," James snarled as he spun on his heel and stormed out of the cell. He had just exited when Sirius called out to him, making him turn back at the door. "What about Fenrir?" Sirius asked, indicating the still unconscious werewolf, and making James sneer in contempt. "Leave him be," James spat. "Once we have Fudge, we can make sure the two of them share a cell." "Just to be safe though," Moody said at once as he pulled out his wand and pointed it at Fenrir, "Stupefy." A red beam of light slammed into Fenrir's chest, knocking his head back and causing it to hand over the back of the chair. "Now we can go," Moody replied simply, causing James to nod in agreement before turning away again. Behind him, Sirius and Moody followed at a respectable distance, each mentally preparing for what was about to happen. Fudge tried not to panic as he hastily opened his hidden safe and began to shovel the pile of gold and gems into his bag. This hoard had taken him years of blackmail and bribes to build, and he had often been tempted to pilfer from it. Now, however, Fudge was glad he hadn't, as it was most likely going to be the only thing he had left once the day was done. Truth be told, Fudge would have preferred to already be abroad, far from the clutches of the Wizengamot, who would surely be baying for his blood once Fudge's part in the massacre of Hogsmeade became known. "I should have known better than to trust a political assassination to a pack of animals," Fudge thought angrily as he shoveled more gold into his expanded bag, and surprising him, there was far more gold than he had anticipated, and Fudge was beginning to wonder if he should just take what he had and leave already. Only his all-consuming greed kept him from doing so, and he growled as he shoveled more gold into his bag. Fudge had no illusions that sooner or later Fenrir Greyback would eventually break and tell James Potter and his ilk everything. There were far too many ways of making the werewolf talk for Fudge to have any hope of his part being kept a secret. When that happened, Fudge needed to be as far away from England as possible, because Mies Potter would bring the wrath of God down on Fudge's head for daring to try and harm his family, and the truth, loath though he were to admit it, was that Fudge did truly fear James Potter's anger. As he was shoveling another armful of gold into his bag, Fudge's office door suddenly exploded inward in a shower of glass and wood, causing the former minister to dive behind his desk with a cry of fear. "Cornelius Fudge," Sirius Black's voice cried out, making Fudge pale in sudden fear, "you are under arrest for the attempted assassination of the family of the Minister of Magic. Come out now, WITH your hands up or you will be treated as hostile." "No," Fudge thought in equal parts anger and fear, "not now. Not when I'm so close to freedom." As he lay on his hands and knees and stared at the fallen gold that lay around him, Fudge felt his regular cowardice being replaced with an overwhelming urge to kill someone, anyone, for how far he had fallen, and who better than the best friend the man who had stolen everything from Fudge. With a cry of fury, Fudge jumped up from his hiding spot and snapped his arm out toward where he knew his attackers to be, his wand held tight in his grip. "Avada Kedavra," Fudge snarled, sending a jet of green light out of the tip. The oars immediately dove out of the way. Unfortunately, one new recruit was not quick enough and was struck in the shoulder and fell dead to the carpet floor a second later. "Bastard," Sirius snarled, sending a red beam at Fudge, who immediately dove under his desk again as a dozen other beams of light followed Sirius. Grabbing his expanded bag, Fudge realized he would have to make do with what he already had. Pointing his wand at the nearby wall, Fudge roared out, "Bombarda Maxima!" Immediately, the wall exploded, eliciting cries of pain from those who had been nearby, and creating a suffocating blanket of dust that allowed Fudge to quickly jump to his feet and dive through the hole. As he ran down the hallway, passing surprised ministry workers, Fudge could hear angry cries and shouts for him to stop. From behind him, suddenly wishing he had spent more time exercising, Fudge gasped, fought down a different hallway. Then took a right as he desperately searched for a way out. He had just taken his third right when an alarm began to sound out, making Fudge curse in anger. They had locked down the ministry. That meant there was no way for him to flow out, as all the fireplaces would now be locked down. It also meant that he couldn't apparate away, as the anti-apparition wards would now be in effect. Biting his lip to keep from panicking, Fudge's mind raced as he desperately tried to think of some way out. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he smiled in delight. If he could make it to the portkey office, he could use one to escape. And by the time James Potter found out where Fudge had portkeyed to, Fudge would have apparated far away from James's wrath. Smiling smugly at his own intelligence, Fudge immediately spun on his heel and began to race to the portkey office, hoping that he could reach it before James Potter. James Potter stared down at the cold body of Nathan Miller, and was surprised at how calm he felt. Unnaturally calm. In fact, he thought he should feel rage or all-consuming anger, but instead, he felt nothing but calm. Another thing that surprised James was how it sudden felt as if someone had dialed his senses up to 11. Everything felt like it was moving slowly, and yet James was aware of everything going on around him. "Where is he?" James growled as two oars draped a long white cloth over the recruit's body. "We don't know," Sirius spat. "The dirty coward ran away after blowing up the wall." "It's not like he can escape," Frank Longbottom said at once. "The ministry is locked down. He's trapped. He's desperate," Moody growled, "and desperate men are dangerous, take it from me, lads. He knows he can't escape, so where would he go?" James asked thoughtfully, placing his thumb under his chin. For a few moments, there was silence, when suddenly Sirius had an idea. "What about the portkey office? If Fudge gets there, he could order one made for him. Since he still has a week left before he has to give up his position." "That's brilliant, Padfoot," James said, slapping his friend on the shoulder before turning to the waiting oars. "You heard the man. Now move, and I want Fudge alive, but not at the cost of your lives, understand?" "Yes, sir," a dozen voices called out at once before they all turned and began to rush toward the portkey office. When he finally reached the portkey office, Fudge took a moment to compose himself. He was completely out of breath, sweaty, and his clothes were wrinkled and covered in dust. After cleaning himself as best he could, Fudge plastered what he thought was a charming smile on his face and stepped inside. "Good morning, Ms. Beals," Fudge said jovially, causing the elderly witch to look up and smile. "Good morning, Cornelius. What can I do for you?" "Well, you see, I'm in a bit of a pickle," Fudge replied with a smile. "The oars are doing a random drill and I'm rather late for a meeting with the Muggle Prime Minister to discuss the change in elected official. Could you be a dear and authorize me a portkey to his office?" Oh, I'm so sorry, the elderly witch replied with a wince, but during these drills, I'm not allowed to authorize any portkeys. I'm afraid, you'll have to wait. That's unfortunate, Fudge replied as he withdrew his wand and pointed it at the witch. I just want you to know, I truly am sorry about this. See Cornelius. The witch stuttered in fear. Avada Kedavra, Fudge said simply, firing a green light at the witch and causing her head to drop down onto the desk with a thump. Such a pity, Fudge said as he holstered his wand and looked down sadly at what had once been his friend of 30 years. I really didn't want to do that. Quickly stepping behind the desk, Fudge grabbed the first portkey he saw and began the incantation he had learned to make these, when he had first started out in the portkey office, well over 20 years ago, now. He had almost finished when the door to the office exploded in a shower of dust and debris, causing Fudge to close his eyes and cough as the dust filled his lungs and eyes. A second later, someone grabbed the front of his robes and delivered a devastating punch to Fudge's jaw, sending him crashing to the floor. Fudge's wand snapped into his hand a second later and he raised it to kill whoever had attacked him, only for someone to snarl, Expelliarmus. Instantly, Fudge's wand flew from his hand as someone began to punch Fudge repeatedly in the face, making him cry out in pain and fear. James's rage, Hitch had been slowly growing ever since he learned what Fudge had done, finally exploded as he saw that Fudge had senselessly killed another innocent person, taking advantage of the dust that his entrance had caused. James immediately seized Fudge and began to pummel him. Fudge tried to draw his wand and curse James, but Sirius had immediately disarmed him, and that's when James's rage took complete control of him. Not giving the man a chance to fight back, James began to punch Fudge repeatedly in the face, refusing to stop even when Fudge's cries of pain turned into gurgles. James was aware that someone was calling his name, shouting at him, but all he cared about was beating the man who had nearly killed his family to death. A moment later, James felt someone grab his arms and attempt to haul him off the barely alive Fudge. Still consumed with rage, James swung back and savagely punched whoever it was that was trying to pull him off of Fudge, once the person had released their hold on James. He turned back and delivered another 2 punches to Fudge's face before someone sent a stunner into James's side and his world went black. Author's note. Yup, still alive. I just got back from a week in Scotland. And holy crap, was it a blast. Next chapter is Fudge's trial and sentence. Done, Dune. Chapter 12. When consciousness finally returned to James Potter, the first thing he registered was pain. Pain and a sudden weariness ached to his core and made him groan softly. The second thing he realized was that he was alone in his office, lying on his couch under an old red blanket. Thankfully, his glasses were still on his face, so he could see that he was alone, as he previously thought. With another groan, James began to level himself up into a sitting position. He'd almost managed it when Sirius entered the office, followed closely by Moody. Both paused for only a heartbeat when they saw James was awake, but the spell was broken an instant later when Sirius rushed across the room and gently helped his friend rise the rest of the way up. Easy, Prongs, Sirius said softly, go slow. What happened? James asked in a pained voice. Where's Fudge? Currently Ang looked after by half a dozen St. Mungos. Healers, Moody said with a cruel smile. You really did a number on him, lad. Guards, James demanded, making Moody scowl at him. What do you take me for? Some raw recruit fresh out of the academy. Of course, I left guards. Sirius brought James a cool glass of water at that moment, and James all but snatched it from his friend's offered hand, taking several deep gulps before sighing in relief and nodding gratefully at his friend. What happened to me? James asked as he sat the glass beside him. Did Fudge stun me? No, Sirius said in a broken voice. That was me, James. You? James asked in shock as a feeling of betrayal passed through him. Gritting his teeth in pain, James turned to stare at his oldest friend, though his back was straight as an arrow. There was a sadness to Sirius that seemed to make the man shrink in on himself. I had to, Sirius cried at once. You were beating Fudge to death. You nailed Frank in the jaw. He tried to pull you off and knocked out 2 of his teeth. If I hadn't stunned you, you would have killed Fudge. Then you should have let me. James snarled back, lunging to his feet and wobbling. For a moment as though he might fall back down, Before regaining his balance, Fudge nearly killed my family. Your family, he said, a pack of rabid dren, and now, many of them will be cursed for the rest of their lives. And that's if they don't kill themselves first when they realize that they'll probably never be allowed back to school. Sirius and Moody could say nothing as James continued his rant, his eyes rolling wildly and making both men worry momentarily if the new minister had gone mad before even reaching office. And if I had let you beat that bastard to death? Sirius demanded. What then? You'd be sitting in a cell in Azkaban prison before the sun sets, and the purebloods will have won. We have a chance here, James. A chance that very rarely comes along for guys like us. A-chan. CE to create real change and leave this world better than when we found it. You are our only hope of finally breaking the purebloods' stranglehold on how our world operates, so that the next time a Dark Lord tries to take over, they can't do it as easily as Voldemort almost did. Sirius. Words slammed into James like physical blows, and he found no rebuttal that he could offer that wouldn't make him look like a complete jackass. So instead, James chose to fall back onto the couch, resting his elbows on his knees, and bury his face in his hands as he tried to calm himself down from the rage that threatened to consume him. I know you're right, Padfoot, James said after a moment, but even so, I want to kill that corrupt bastard for what he did, for what he almost took from me. You needn't worry about that, lad. Moody growled as he leaned heavily on his walking stick. Word is out about what Fudge did and what happened during his attempted escape. I imagine the prophet is working double time to get the story out as quickly as possible. By nightfall, all of Britain will know. And when that happens, Sirius growled darkly, no force on earth will be able to save Fudge. Moody said nothing, simply nodded, and causing the temperature in the room to plummet as the realization of what was coming struck all three men. The recruit that Fudge killed? James asked softly. Did he have any family? Moody replied sadly, bowing his head. 2 surviving parents and a little sister about to start her 6th year. I sent Kingsley to inform his family. I want him up for an order of Merlin. James said at once, making both men look at him in surprise. 2nd class, if I can wiggle it. That boy more than earned it. It will mean a lot to them. Moody replied with a nod of respect. I'll be glad to see you in the minister's chair in a few weeks. Sooner than that, once this story breaks, Sirius mumbled, making the 2 stare at him momentarily before the realization struck them again. There would be a lot of work to do in the coming days. Fudge implicated in Hogsmeade massacre. Murders 2 in attempted escape from ministry. By Scott Travers. Yes, my readers, you did not misread that title. Nor is it an exaggerated claim by the Daily Prophet to attract more readers. No matter how much I might wish for this story to be false, it is my unfortunate duty to report that this story is 100% true, told to this reporter by none other than the newly elected Minister for Magic himself, James Potter. According to our new minister, after an intensive interrogation of the werewolf Fenrir Greyback by Senior Auror, Alistair Moody, the monster eventually gave up the one who hired him to attack Hogsmeade Village, Cornelius Fudge. Upon learning this shocking information, Minister Potter himself led a team of Aurors to arrest the former minister. Still, it seemed that Fudge was one step ahead of them. While trying to empty a hidden safe of his ill-gotten gold in his office, he was ambushed by several Aurors, including Sirius Black, and Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. Rather than surrender and face punishment for his crimes, Fudge instead chose to fight back and, in the process, murdered a fresh recruit who had only graduated from the academy 6 months prior. For more information on Nathan Miller, turn to page 3. But was that the end of his murder spree? Unfortunately, not. After senselessly murdering Mr. Miller, Fudge apparently blasted his office wall to smithereens and fled from his pursuers, managing to lose them in the chaos. After eeling the ministry to prevent Fudge's escape, Minister Potter immediately sent out the Aurors to track down Fudge and bring him back alive, if possible. After tearing apart the ministry, department by department, Minister Potter came up with the brilliant idea that with the ministry sealed and apparition made impossible due to the lockdown, Fudge would only escape through one avenue, Portkey. I wish I could report that Minister Potter and his Aurors managed to make it to the Portkey office before Fudge could kill any more innocent people, Alas, I cannot. In a desperate attempt to flee justice and escape with his gold, Fudge murdered another innocent ministry employee, this time, one who had faithfully worked in the ministry for over 20 years, Sarah Beals. For more information on Ms. Sarah Beals and her career with the ministry, please turn to page 3. After the senseless and cowardly murder of a woman who, by all accounts, was a close friend of former Minister Fudge for close to 30 years, Fudge then attempted to create an illegal portkey that would ensure his escape from justice. Thankfully, that attempt was stopped when Minister Potter and his Aurors invaded the portkey office and confronted Fudge in the act, with poor Ms. Beals' body still warm not far away at her desk. Upon seeing the body, Minister Potter seems to have become enraged beyond all reason and promptly attacked former Minister Fudge, foregoing magic entirely and choosing instead, in his anger at the man who nearly killed his family and then murdered two in his attempt to escape, to beat Cornelius Fudge to death with his own 2 hands. So enraged at all that Cornelius Fudge had done that James Potter seemed to have gone temporarily mad and would have, no doubt, beaten Fudge to death if not for Auror Sirius Black, who stunned his friend after all other attempts failed to stop Minister Potter from his quest to kill the man that nearly killed his family. To this reporter's surprise, when word spread of what Cornelius Fudge had done and what Minister Potter had almost done to Fudge, as a result, the people weren't demanding that Minister Potter be arrested for nearly killing their former leader. Rather, James Potter's approval rating has shot to an all-time high. Minister Potter's approval rating climbed even higher when he made it known that both of Fudge's victims would be receiving an Order of Merlin, 2nd class for Mr. Miller and 3rd class for Ms. Beals for their part in ensuring that Cornelius Fudge faces justice. To read the interview with the victims' families, turn to page 2. In fact, this reporter is astonished to write that no minister in the last century has held approval ratings this high before, and when interviewed, many citizens offered congratulations and cheers to their new minister. One man, when asked for a comment, had this to say: "It makes me proud to know that finally, we have a leader who's not afraid to stand up and fight for his people." For more interviews and comments from citizens, turn to page 2. Now we ask the most important question of all: why did Cornelius Fudge hire a pack of werewolves to attack Hogsmeade Village? Why did our former leader allow a pack of rabid animals to kill so many of our children and damn so many more to a life of horror? Well, my friends, that is the most disgusting thing of all. Cornelius Fudge hired Fenrir Greyback and his pack of monsters because he was angry that he lost the election to James Potter. That's right, my loyal readers. The reason why Cornelius Fudge, former Minister of Magic, allowed a massacre of innocents to occur was because he was a sore loser and wanted his opponent to suffer for beating him in an election. I can honestly say that when I was first told this information by Auror Sirius Black, I actually laughed out loud at the absurdity of it. Surely a mature Enos Fudge was above petty things like throwing a temper tantrum over losing an election. But no, Auror Black's story was corroborated by Minister Potter himself, who showed the reporters in attendance the memory of Fenrir Greyback's interrogation, in which the werewolf admits that he was hired by Cornelius Fudge to assassinate Minister Potter's family as punishment for Potter beating Fudge in the election for Minister of Magic. I have been a reporter for more than 25 years. As such, I have seen stories and even written a few that have pushed the very bounds of what is possible and what is fiction. Still, I can honestly say, without exaggeration, that I have never witnessed such a pathetic and dishonorable reason for murder. Cornelius Fudge's trial has been set for later this week, and I know that I am not alone when I say that I hope they throw Fudge's miserable, dishonorable corpse into the Vale. James Potter sat straight in his seat, his eyes closed as he listened to the buzz of excitement surrounding him. The day of Fudge's trial had come, and the courtroom of the wise Nomote was filled almost to bursting as a result. Reporters had fought tooth and nail, in some cases, literally, for the best seats in the gallery, and the remaining seats had been taken by those lucky enough to find one. Lily had thankfully chosen to stay home with the children, agreeing with James that they did not need to be reminded of the nightmare that Fudge had caused. Fenrir's trial had already taken place and had concluded in under an hour, ending with the werewolf being dragged kicking and screaming to the Vale, before being thrown into it to the cheers of the watching victims' families. Now it was Fudge's turn. As time seemed to stretch interminably and James still hadn't moved, the other members of the Wizengamot began to whisper to one another in hushed tones. Word had spread, like wildfire, about how James had nearly beaten Fudge to death a week prior, so enraged at the man for almost killing his family, as well as killing so many innocent children, not to mention the 2 meters. Or murders Fudge had committed during his attempted escape. Combined with his decree that both of Fudge's victims would receive an Order of Merlin, James suddenly gained a reputation as a ruthless yet honorable man. As a result of the way that James had handled the Hogsmeade massacre, as well as what followed, many of the Wizengamot now looked upon James with a newfound respect for ensuring Fudge faced justice. Others, however, had gained a new sense of fear of James Potter, and a few purebloods were silently re-evaluating their choice to become an enemy of House Potter. Behind him, Sirius and Mad Eye stood on guard. Both were wearing identical expensive-looking black robes with red lining, having been appointed as James's personal security after the incident with Fudge. As they waited for James to do something, Sirius' eyes swept the crowd, taking in everything. Beside him, Mad Eye was doing the same, his fake eye rolling through the crowd as it searched for possible threats. Slowly opening his eyes, James took a deep breath to calm his rising temper. Around him, the other members of the Wizengamot suddenly shushed their neighbors as they saw their new minister ready to speak. The crowd, taking their cue from the seated officials, also quieted down until, at last, the courtroom was as quiet as a tomb. "Bring him in," James said in a tight voice as his hands clenched around the arms of his chair so hard that the wood began to whine in protest. A moment later, 4 Aurors entered the courtroom, with a heavily bruised man wearing chains and prison robes walking in the middle between the 4. As they reached the center of the courtroom, a stone chair suddenly materialized, and the Aurors roughly shoved the Fudge into it. An instant later, chains sprang from the arms and lower part of the chair, pinning Fudge's arms and legs. While this was happening, another chain wrapped around Fudge's neck, pinning it back against the chair. After carefully ensuring that the chains were tight and that there was zero possibility of escape, the Aurors stepped back and formed a 4-man perimeter around Fudge as the reporter's cameras flashed interminably. As James glared hatefully down at his enemy, he felt a small measure of petty satisfaction as he took in Fudge's injuries. The healers either were of poor quality or else wanted Fudge to suffer for what he had done, and as such, only repaired the bare minimum. Fudge's left eye was swollen shut, and the man's face was a sickly yellow and purple from all the bruises adorning it. Added to that, Fudge's nose appeared to have been improperly healed and, as such, was crooked and swollen to an almost comical degree. "Before we begin," James intoned, causing silence at once, "will anyone step forward to defend the accused?" Only silence met James's question as he swept his eye along the rows of seated Wizengamot members before returning to Fudge, who had gone a deathly pale as he realized no one would stand for him. After waiting a respectable amount of time, James finally nodded and turned to his scribe, who sat with quill ready. "Very well, then. Note that Cornelius Fudge has no one willing to act as his barrister and, as such, is forced to defend himself under Article 3, Subsection 6 of the Ministry's Constitution." "So noted, sir," the scribe replied at once as he wrote down James's words just as fast as he said them. "Cornelius Fudge," James boomed, his voice echoing like thunder, "you have been brought before the Wizengamot to answer charges of attempted murder of the Minister of Magic as well as that of my family. You are further charged with the murder of 25 innocent people as well as causing the infection of 8 people when you hired Fenrir Greyback, a known werewolf, to assassinate my family, as well as kill and infect anyone they chose. Finally, you are charged with 2 additional murders when confronted by arresting Aurors. Have you anything to say in your defense?" "You don't deserve to sit there," Fudge exclaimed angrily as he tried and failed to lunge out of his seat. "You stole my position from me. I should be minister, not you. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" James asked again, trying desperately to keep calm. "It's all lies," Fudge screamed. "I am being framed by enemies seeking to destroy me. I would never commit such horrifying acts of villainy. You were mentioned by name by Fenrir Greyback as the one who hired him to attack Hogsmeade Village," Amelia Bones retorted from her chair, causing Fudge to turn his head to look at her. "And why? Oh, you would believe the word of a filthy animal, a dark creature, over me. Someone who has dedicated 20 years of loyal service to the ministry. Perhaps we would believe you, Frank Longbottom spat from his seat. Were it not for the fact that Fenrir was given enough veritaserum to make 3 men spill their guts. That beast was a dark creature. Fudge snarled back, who knows if veritaserum even works on them. Grumbles of anger began to sweep through the crowd at Fudge's words for a few moments before a dark-skinned witch in a black mourning robe stood up and shrieked. You lying bastard! You killed my William! You and your monsters butchered my son! Order! James shouted as other men and women stood and began to hurl obscenities at Fudge. We shall have order in the court, or I will have the gallery cleared. Grumbles of anger followed James's words before. Finally, the courtroom settled into tense silence again. Taking another calming breath, James turned back to Fudge and struggled to swallow his urge to leap across the table and finish beating him to death. Even if your ramblings were true, which I can assure you no one here believes, James said in a cold voice, Wick. H was quickly followed by cries of, I, from the other Wizengamot members. That still leaves you with the murder of Nathan Miller and Sarah Beals. What honeyed words do you have to try and excuse that? At that, Fudge had no answer, choosing to stutter and mumble insteading on anger as the realization that he was caught swept over him. They wouldn't have died if you hadn't stolen my office. I deserve to be minister. And I'll kill 1,000 worthless ministry peons before I let some arrogant bastard steal it from me. The courtroom exploded in a cacophony of noise as Wizengamot members and civilians alike screamed abuse and obscenities at the bound prisoner. At the same time, the Aurors tried to hold back the crowd from storming the floor and ripping Fudge apart. A sudden explosion used the noise to end instantly as everyone dove for cover, only peeking up from where they had hidden once they were sure the coast was clear. Mad-Eye Moody stood with his wand raised above his head and a harsh look on his face. Thank you, Mad-Eye, James said, not bothering to turn around. If you all would kindly take your seats, we can continue this trial. As everyone returned to their seats, Mad-Eye stowed his wand back up his sleeve, all the while glaring at the still shaking men and women. Members of the Wizengamot, James called out once order had been restored, I see no reason to continue this farce of a trial. Cornelius Fudge is guilty, we all know it, yet, we live in a nation of justice, so I now ask you to raise your wand and show a red tip if you vote guilty, or a green tip if you believe him to be innocent. On the first count, orchestrating the attempted assassination of the minister and his family, how do you find the defendant? Almost as one, the seated members of the Wizengamot raised their wands and flashed a red tip. Not one green tip was to be found, and Fudge turned pale as he began to break out into a cold sweat. On the second count, the murder of 5 innocents as well as causing the infection of 8 more during the Hogsmeade massacre. How do you find the defendant? Again, every member raised their wands, and again, every wand showed a red tip. By this point, Fudge had slumped almost catatonically in his seat. On the final count, the willful murder of Nathan Miller and Sarah Beals. How do you find the defendant? For the final time, all wands raised into the air, and for the final time, they all showed a red tip. Fudge didn't even acknowledge it, simply staring lifelessly at the floor in front of him as James smirked cruelly in victory. Cornelius Fudge, James called out, once the cheering had stopped, you have been found guilty on all 3 counts, and now sentencing will be decided. I demand trial by combat. Fudge screeched, cutting off whatever James was about to say next and causing cries of surprise, shock, and anger to reverberate throughout the crowd. You can't be serious, James scoffed, causing Fudge to turn crimson with humiliation and anger in equal measure. I have the right, Fudge snarled back. Any defendant charged with any crime may demand a trial by combat to prove their innocence. It was voted into law by the Wizards' Council in 1266 and never repealed when the Wizengamot took its place. Bones, James cried angrily, turning to the head of the Department of Magical Law, is what he says true? I'm afraid it is, Amelia replied through grit teeth. The law predates the ministry, and as such, not many know about it. The courtroom once again exploded as 100 different conversations began simultaneously. At the same time, James gripped the arms of his chair so tight that the wood once again started to while in protest. We can't let this bastard walk because of some ancient law, prongs. Sirius whispered into James's ear, "You have to do something." "Like what?" James growled back. "The law is still valid, which means he's allowed to exploit it. The arsehole is an incompetent duelist." Moody hissed into James's other ear, "Let me deal with him. He'll be a puddle on the ground before he has time to blink." "No," James said softly, as the memory of how terrified his children had been returned to him. "Fudge is mine." Moody had just raised his wand over his head when the crowd began to quiet down, causing the old Auror to grin as he lowered his wand back down. "Guess they can be taught," Moody said with a chuckle, causing Sirius to snort. Slowly rising to his feet, James glared hatefully down at the man who had nearly taken his family from him and who had taken so many others. "Your challenge is accepted under the law," James growled, causing Fudge to smirk. "However, as Minister of Magic, as well as the one you tried to assassinate, I will be your opponent. And I promise you that I will show you the same mercy that you showed those children in Hogsmeade." The courtroom exploded again with cries of shock, awe, and support, yet James ignored all of it. His sole focus was on the deathly pale man seated beneath him, who seemed to realize how idiotic his demand was. Author's note: Merry Christmas, Happy Yule, and Happy Holidays to you all, no matter where you are on this giant blue marble. I hope you all enjoy this chapter, and don't worry, the next one will take less time. Next time, we watch the epic duel between Cornelius Fudge, who really wants to live, and James Potter, who really doesn't want him to. Lol. See ya next time. Chapter 13. Lucius Malfoy was a man of outstanding pedigree. He could trace his ancestry back at least 5 centuries. And every member of his family shared one crucial thing: they were all pure-blooded. Lucius was a fanatical believer in the purity of blood and that those who sullied their bloodlines by marrying half-bloods, or even worse, mudbloods, did not deserve a place in magical society but should be removed altogether. That was what drew Lucius to Voldemort's side during the First War. The Dark Lord had made such grandiose promises when he first began his rise, and Lucius was among the first to join his ranks when the time came. Such promises they were: Lord Voldemort and those who served him would usher in a new era, where purebloods would reign supreme and those undeserving of magic would be put back in their rightful place. But now, as Lucius lay in his bed, with his pillow held desperately over his ears in a vain attempt to drown out the screams that were echoing throughout his manor, Lucius would have given anything to go back and forget he ever heard the name, Voldemort. Another burst of agonized screaming made Lucius grit his teeth and pull the pillow tighter over his head, yet the screams bombarded him all the same. He desperately wanted to sleep, yet he dared not put up a slinking word in case his lord might summon him for something, as was the case the last few weeks. Something had changed in Lord Voldemort since his return to Malfoy Manor all those weeks ago, and it was tea. He reasoned that Lucius had not gotten a good night's sleep since his lord's return. After his punishment was complete, Lucius immediately sent a letter to Narcissa telling her to extend her holiday in Italy for as long as possible. Lucius had even included a cipher that only he and his wife knew to ensure she was fully aware of what was happening and to stay away. She had thankfully understood because her following letter, which Voldemort made Lucius read aloud, had said she had met some old friends and had been invited to spend a few weeks with them in Germany, an offer she would accept. For the next few weeks, Voldemort began making plans to free his top lieutenants locked away in Azkaban and interrogated Lucius on everything he knew about the state of England and the ministry. Throughout these long weeks, and due to the close proximity that Voldemort kept Lucius, the Malfoy Patriarch began to notice that something seemed off about his lord. At times, Voldemort seemed like his old self, full of energy and power. But at other times, when Voldemort thought Lucius preoccupied, the pureblood would catch Voldemort gasping for breath and sweating profusely. Things had only gotten worse as the weeks progressed until Voldemort finally ordered Lucius to kidnap a healer and have them brought before him to discover what was happening. After a terrifying examination, the healer delivered horrifying news, which instantly caused V leaving her lifeless corpse lying on Lucius' expensive Chinese rug. The rituals and various arcane mysteries that Voldemort had sought out after losing his powers the first time appeared to have damaged his core entirely beyond repair, and absorbing the essence trapped in Harry Potter's scar seemed to have been the catalyst which broke his core completely. Never again would Lord Voldemort be able to sustain a continuous supply of magic from his core because his core was now shattered from Voldemort trying to repair it in the first place. The irony made Voldemort apoplectic with rage. But he had quickly vented his anger upon a small Muggle hamlet, wiping out its entire population with a swift bout of fiendfire that left nothing but ash in its wake. The Muggle press was claiming it was a massive gas leak. Lucius had even dared to hope that he might actually soon be free from Voldemort. All he had to do was wait until his lord was weak and magicless. And then Lucius could finally end the threat to his family once and for all. But that hope had been smashed into fine powder when Voldemort found a way around his current predicament, as showing Lucius new levels of depravity that the pureblood didn't know existed. Voldemort's core was unable to contain magic and recycle his magic. That was true, but what if he didn't need to recycle it? What if he only needed to make sure his core was constantly full so he'd never have to worry about losing his power, just sustaining it? That line of thought had led Voldemort to showing Lucius an ancient tome that Voldemort had discovered in Transylvania. As Voldemort spoke of some of the various spells and rituals inside, Lucius felt himself growing pale with horror as he heard some of the unspeakable things the tome was capable of. For a price, Lucius was no stranger to depravity and horror. The Malfoy library was filled with books on spells and rituals so dark that even Lucius feared to use them. And that wasn't even mentioning all the unspeakable things Lucius had done in service to Voldemort during the First War. But as Voldemort spoke of what he had planned to ensure he never ran out of magic, Lucius knew that all the darkness in the world paled in comparison to his master's inhumanity. The ritual that Voldemort had in mind was created by a Transylvanian wizard in the Foe Earth century who wanted to increase his powers and thereby increase his dominion. The ritual he created to do this was monstrous in its cruelty but had given him the desired results. A victim was laid flat upon an altar that had been bathed in the blood of 3 different innocents. Then, special runes were cut into the victim's forehead, chest, and stomach. When that was done, the wizard would begin to recite the words, at which point the victim's core would be drained entirely and absorbed into the caster. Naturally, draining someone's entire core was an agonizing experience, and not one of Voldemort's victims had survived the process so far. It had been Lucius, of course, who had been ordered to bring Voldemort fresh victims to drain, another humiliating job forced upon him by his lord. Night after night, week after week, Lucius was forced to listen as the Muggle-born girls that Lucius brought back to his manor screamed for help, for mercy, before finally settling on just screaming. As Voldemort drained them like a sponge of every drop of magic in their bodies, leaving nothing behind but withered and broken bodies that soon disappeared down the gullet of Voldemort's pet snake. As the screaming finally ended, Lucius let out a sigh of both relief and despair as he pulled the pillow off of his head and wiped away the sweat from his brow. This was the 3rd girl that Lucius had kidnapped. A pretty blonde who was working late and made for easy prey. The ritual lasted less time with each new girl that Lucius brought. At this rate, Lucius would be forced to bring another innocent to satisfy his lord's appetite in a matter of days. With that horrifying thought ringing in his head, Lucius closed his eyes and finally fell into a nightmarish sleep. Harry wiped his nose for what seemed like the millionth time with the back of his hand before once again gripping his blanket in a death grip. He didn't bother trying to sleep. It was impossible with his parents screaming at each other downstairs, their voices echoing throughout the house. Why does it have to be you? Lily's voice yelled angrily. Why does it always have to be you who plays hero? Is that what you think this is? James's voice retorted loudly, making Harry whimper slightly. You think I'm doing this to be some kind of hero? I can't think of any other reason. Lily shouted back, you don't need to fight him. You could easily allow Sirius, or anyone for that matter, to fight as your proxy, and have every member of the Wizengamot question my courage. James demanded. I am the one who agreed to be his opponent. If I back out now, I'll be labeled a coward until the end of my days. That is such bullocks. Lily shouted back, and Harry flinched as he heard something break. You proved your courage when you faced 100 werewolves. You proved it again when you tried to arrest Fudge. You have 3 slashes across your face that will ensure your courage will always be known. You're doing this for revenge. You're damn right. I'm doing this for revenge. James snarled back, and Harry flinched again and tried to burrow under his blanket as he heard something heavy being thrown across the room. That bastard almost killed you. He almost killed our children. We almost lost Harry. Again. If anyone is going to make Fudge pay, it'll be me. And if he kills you? Lily demanded, causing Harry to stifle a sob. If our children grow up without a father because he chose to act like an idiot. A loud bang noise suddenly occurred, and a moment later, Harry heard a stranger's voice cry out. That's enough, you two. Not even bothering to put up silencing wards. I would think the two of you would know better. A moment later, the noise dropped away, and Harry was left alone to sniffle sadly in the darkness of his room. He thought for a moment about going to see if Rose would let him sleep with her tonight, but quickly shook the idea away. No doubt his sister would tease him mercilessly for such a request, given his age. Moments later though, his door slowly creaked open and Harry raised his head slowly to see who it was, only for his eyes to widen in surprise as he saw Rose softly come in, before slowly shutting the door behind her. Padding almost cat-like to his bed, Rose whispered softly, "Harry, you awake?" "Rose," Harry asked softly, "what's going on?" "I just thought that maybe we could sleep together tonight." "What'd I think?" Quote ellipsis dot. "Yes, please," Harry whispered back softly as though she might change her mind. Rose all but dove into the bed with Harry, and a moment later, both were snuggled next to each other under the blankets. "You know Dad's going to be okay, right?" Rose whispered softly, "There's nothing to worry about. You know that, right, Harry?" "How can you be sure?" Harry tearfully said, "You don't know what it's like, Rose. You've always had them, but I just got them back, and I don't want to lose them again." Harry began to openly sob at that, and Rose quickly enveloped her little brother in a fierce hug as he cried softly into her chest. More than anything, Rose wanted to go back and save Harry before he ever had to realize what it was like to grow up without a family. Still, all she could do was be there now. "I have faith in our dad," Rose replied with tears in her eyes. "I believe that Dad can win, so he will." "But how do you know?" Harry cried, looking up at Rose with tear-stained cheeks. "Because our dad has survived Lord Moldy Shorts more times than almost anyone else in the world." Rose growled back, "He's fought dark wizards and witches, werewolves, and who knows what else. And he's always come out on top. That's why I believe this time will be no different." Rose's words seemed to penetrate the fog of fear and worry that RRY had be. He soon began to relax in Rose's arms. "Thanks, Rose," Harry whispered back softly, already beginning to fall into Morpheus' arms. "Always, little brother," Rose whispered back as she wrapped her arms tighter around Harry. "Always." An hour later, once tempers had finally cooled, Lily and James made their way up to Harry's room to check on him before bed. There, they found their two children sleeping side by side, facing each other in a fierce embrace that looked as though none would be able to separate them. Seeing her children sleeping so, Lily tucked herself under her husband's arm and gently touched his face until he was facing her. "If you die, James Potter, I will not rest until I have discovered the spell that allows me to bring you back to life so I can kill you again. I promise you, Lily Flower." James replied hoarsely, "I will come back to you." Unseen by all, Lily and James then shared a deep and passionate kiss before retiring to their room. If this was to be James Potter's last night on Earth, then the two of them would make it a memory worth keeping forever. Wizards and witches liked to imagine themselves as an enlightened race, always inclined to listen to new ideas that could be used for the betterment of their society. Still, the reality was that wizards and witches were one thing, if nothing else, traditionalists. That was why when Cornelius Fudge issued his trial by combat, the arena set aside for such challenges was immediately ordered, cleaned, and prepared. This proved to be a bigger job than previously thought, as the last time the arena had been used was during a duel between two brothers in 1614. Built by the goblins before the fall of Rome for the ancient druids of Britannia, the arena sat where no one could ever reach it, the land of the Fae. It could only be accessed through a special door, which required two locks to open. One was given to the goblins, while the other was given to the head witch of Britannia, with express instructions that it should be given to her successor. Nowadays, that meant the current minister. tired of the constant rivers of blood that were being created as goblin and magical armies waged war on one another in greater and greater legions of number. The head witch, at the time, had finally asked the Goblin King to meet with her for talks of peace. Desiring to show how serious she was about peace, Beatrix of High Falls even agreed to meet the Goblin King in the land of the Fae. After many months of threats, demands, accusations, and weary apologies, an accord was finally reached that would ensure that future bloodshed was avoided. The arena, made of pure white marble with runes of protection against both time and the elements carved onto every stone, the arena was a magnificent example of what could be accomplished when goblins and wizards worked together. Upon using the keys to open the doorway, visitors would find themselves magically transported to the land beyond the hedge, the ancestral homeland of the goblins, and all Fae for that matter. Ordinarily, no witch or wizard in their right mind would agree to go beyond the hedge, as it was the home of the Fae, and one could very easily become trapped in their realm. However, the goblins had pledged their lives and honor that so long as the magical world caused no trouble, they would find none for as long as the challenge continued. The arena sat alone, surrounded by miles of open grasslands. Nearby, a calm river sang merrily as it raced away, while a stone path led to the monstrous creation that was the arena. 300 feet high, with cool marble benches that could comfortably seat close to 500 spectators, the seats all revolved around a green stretch of field, measuring only a quarter of a mile from one end to the other. The original meeting place between the Goblin King, Raxus the Proud, and Beatrix of High Falls. While hundreds of doors dotted the arena sporadically, only two were found on the ground floor leading to the field, both on opposite sides so that the opponents would have to meet in the center of the field. The arena's purpose was simple, as was the idea between Raxus and Beatrix that had spawned it. Instead of watching as hundreds of our people kill each other in the field, we will have our two best fighters meet here and fight for us. The idea had worked for 2 centuries, and the bloodshed between goblins and wizards had ebbed significantly. Still, the arena eventually fell out of favor as old grievances reared. The arena had been abandoned entirely in late 17th century, as it was seen to be unwise to willingly walk into the enemy's homeland with only a small guarantee of safety. The day of the duel between Cornelius Fudge and James Potter had come at last, and the stands of the arena were filled beyond capacity as a result. So many had come to see what they considered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that security had been doubled, then doubled again before the actual day came. Desiring this fight to be honorable, James gained further respect from the magical world by ordering the best healers available to tend to Fudge to ensure he was as physically fit as he could be. The last thing James wanted was for some reporter or Voldemort flunky to accuse James of not giving Fudge a fighting chance. Lily was seated in the front row, Sirius seated right next to her and holding her hand in a death grip. Both looked equally pale despite the blazing sun overhead. Harry and Rose sat side by side next to Lily, also holding hands and looking nervous. Lily had tried to leave them with the Longbottoms, but Rose had point-blank refused to stay and had argued until Lily had at last given up. As the crowd around them screamed and cheered in equal measure, Lily felt her eyes drawn to the wooden door that her husband would exit soon. James Potter was many things, but throughout his long life, there was one thing he had never been accused of, and that was being a coward. Even now, as the crowd roared above his head, sending bits of dust to rain down upon him, James felt not fear but justified anger. "Mother Magic," James whispered softly, "I don't know if you can even hear me, but I figure the land of the Fae is as close to home for you as a guy like me can get. I ask you now to grant me the power to deliver justice to my foe. And if it is fate for me to fall today, I ask that you allow me to do it with honor." A loud bell suddenly tolled in the distance, causing the crowd to hush immediately, as well as causing James's head to snap up in sudden readiness. A moment later, the gate groaned open slowly, and James took one last deep breath before calmly stepping out into the sun. Author's note: I know, cliffhangers suck, I agree with you. The problem is that I messed up and didn't even realize it. Writing 4 stories at the same time has kinda burnt me out, and I don't want to put out crappy chapters as a result. So, I write, delete, and write some more until the story is good enough to publish before I send it out. I'm all ready. working on the next chapter, so please just be patient. Until next time, peace. Chapter 14. Lucius Malfoy grimaced as the trumpets blared out, signaling the beginning of the duel. Personally, he'd rather not be here at all, but he'd been ordered to attend by Lord Voldemort to ascertain the strength of his enemies in preparation for the upcoming war. 6 more Muggleborns had been kidnapped, and Lucius had immediately agreed to his lord's order rather than remain at his manor and listen to those poor girls' screams as the Dark Lord drained them of their life and magic. Taking a shaky breath, Lucius cast his eyes across the arena, loath though he was to admit it truly was a testament to the wonders that could be achieved when wizards and goblins worked together. Though he would always consider wizards and witches to be superior to any creature, no matter how powerful their magic, Lucius had to admit that the arena was truly a magnificent creation worthy of remembrance. It being the only safe place that wizards and witches could GF also made it a place of great importance, as many foolish individuals had discovered when leaving the safety of the clearing. Casting his eyes across the crowded arena, Lucius could see Potter's family looking nervous and pale. Lucius, lip curled in distaste as he saw Sirius Black sitting next to the red-headed mudblood, wearing the signature black robes that James Potter had commissioned to show Sirius as one of Potter's personal guard, as if a fancy set of robes would save James Potter when Lord Voldemort finally began his war. Alistair Moody sat not far away from Potter's family, likewise wearing his black robes. At the same time, his magic eye spun around wildly, taking in everything around him. As the twin doors opposite each other on the ground floor opened, the crowd's noise stopped suddenly as if Song E1 had cast the world's most powerful silencing spell, and Lucius could practically feel the tension in the arena grow by an enormous degree. The arena was only built to hold a maximum of 500. Yet, almost double that number were here now, filling every available seat and sitting on the stone steps when the seats ran out. Every eye was focused on the green grass of the arena's floor. A special area had been set aside for the families of those who had died during the Hogsmeade massacre, and Lucius felt pity, despite himself, at how many people were seated on that side, all dressed in black. As the second bell tolled, Lucius turned his attention back to the field and watched expectantly. James Potter strode through the twin wooden doors, his back straight as an arrow, his wand gripped tight in his right hand. The only sign of his nervousness was the slight shake of his hand as he stepped out into the sun. On the far end of the field, James could see Fudge step out of the doors on his end. Both he and Fudge were wearing the traditional white battle robes that showed them as combatants of the arena. The pair seemed to shine like snowflakes among the green grass of the field. Once James and Fudge were 50 feet apart, they both stopped and took their positions. Raising their wands, the pair bowed to one another, and James couldn't help but smirk as he saw that while healed Fudge's face still had ugly yellow bruises. Seeing his smirk, Fudge glared hatefully at his opponent, his face taking on a nasty purple hue as he raised his wand and prepared for the second bell that would begin the duel. For a few tense seconds, James and Fudge stood glaring at each other while the arena held its collective breath. A moment later, the second bell sounded, and Fudge immediately screamed, "Avada Kedavra!" The green light flew from Fudge's wand like a bolt from a crossbow and flew straight toward James, who quickly dove out of the way, narrowly missing the beam by inches as the crowd shouted in alarm. At Fudge's immediate use of the killing curse, rolling to his feet, James countered with Reducto. Fudge only had a moment to stare before he was thrown from his feet. He rolled several times end over end before finally coming to a stop on his stomach several feet away. Quickly rising to his feet, his once white robes now dirty and sweat-stained, Fudge began firing nay curse after another in such quick succession that James found himself almost in a continuous dance of duck, dodge, roll, and evade. Confringo. Fudge snarled. Deprimo. Expulso. Defindo. Crucio. Avada Kedavra. Stay still and die. Damn you. Rather than reply, James simply flicked his wrist at Fudge as a smirk took over James's face. For a moment, Fudge thought that whatever James had been trying had failed. But then laughter began to echo from around the pair of duelists. Looking down at himself, Fudge's face turned red with humiliation as he saw that James had transformed his white robes into a frilly pink tutu that seemed to be a size too small. "Looks good on you, mate," James called out as the laughter around them grew, causing Fudge's humiliation to increase tenfold. "You ba a starred," Fudge roared, transforming the tutu back into white robes and conjuring 4 large spears above his head that shot forward to impale James. James attempted to jump out of the way as quickly as he could, narrowly missing 3 of the spears. The 4th, however, slashed across James's shoulder, leaving a deep cut before impaling itself in the dirt behind him. The crowd gasped in horror as James' white robe began to turn red from the wound. James thought he heard someone scream his name, but before he could register it, Fudge sent more spears at him, trying to keep James as far away as possible. "My turn," James growled before snapping his wand arm toward Fudge, expulso. So invested in sending spear after spear at his opponent, Fudge failed to realize his danger until it was too late. And the beam of light slammed into his forearm. A moment later, Fudge's wand arm exploded in a shower of gore that made even Sirius turn pale in shock. Fudge stared at the mutilated appendage for a moment before he began to shriek in agony, clutching the arm to his chest as it spurted blood. "Pick up your wand," James growled as the arena grew silent again. "I'm not done with you. Pick it up." Fudge didn't respond to James's words, just continued sobbing as he cradled his now ruined arm. Quickly striding toward his opponent, James grabbed Fudge's arm and muttered under his breath, using a special spell from the Potter family grimoire. When he was done muttering, the tip of James's wand glowed bright red, and Fudge fearfully tried to pull away as the crowd watched with bated breath. By now, Fudge was very pale from blood loss and looked close to passing out. As James finished his spell, Fudge's mangled arm suddenly burst into flames, causing the man to cry out in agony, but as the fire died away, the crowd saw, to their amazement, that Fudge's arm had been cauterized. "You saved me," Fudge asked in shock, causing James to release his arm with a sneer. "I'm not finished with you." Grabbing Fudge's wand from where it lay, James roughly shoved it into the man's hand before storming back to a respectful distance and raising his wand again as he waited for Fudge to shakily get back on his feet. "You nearly killed my son," James snarled. "A son? I just got back. So no, Fudge, you don't get to die yet until that debt is paid. You stole everything from me," Fudge retorted. "I worked my whole life to become minister. I had to do horrible things to finally achieve that position, and you took it all from me." "How pathetic," James sneered. "Even now, you can't take responsibility for your actions. Blaming others for your problems. You are unfit to lead our country, and now you will pay for all those whose blood you spilled." A roar of approval echoed throughout the arena at James's words, and Fudge's face was colored with shame, anger, and humiliation. Never had the magical world cheered for him like that, not in all the years he had served them as minister. As the roar continued, Fudge felt his anger morph into a deep black hatred for all that he had suffered and how James Potter had shredded his reputation to bits. "Crucio," Fudge snarled, sending a burst of light at James, who simply spun in place, causing the light to miss him effortlessly and sending droplets of blood sailing from his still wounded shoulder. Snapping his wand out, James snarled out, "Levicorpus." Fudge immediately was pulled into the air by his ankle and hung there, his robes falling over his face. This gave the crowd a look at his skinny white legs, which made them all howl with laughter again. Not wasting a moment, James snarled again, "Sectum Sempra." Fudge screamed in agony as his body was shredded to bits as though it had been slashed by 100 knives while the crowd watched in horror. Flicking his wrist again, James released his hold on Fudge, who collapsed to the ground in a shower of blood and bits of torn robe. As James slowly approached Fudge's body, he thought for a moment that he had killed Fudge, only for the man to begin sobbing as he slowly tried to crawl away from James. "Saint, stay away." Fudge sobbed at the ground and tried to crawl away from his opponent. "Leave me alone." The sight of the man responsible for nearly killing his family, as well as killing so many others, begging for his life enraged James beyond all reason, and before he knew what he was doing, James had snapped his wand forward and snarled, "Crucio." Fudge's body began to convulse as he shrieked in absolute agony, his body twisting this way and that as though he might somehow ache. The pain stopped through sheer force of will. After several seconds of this, James finally ended the spell, breathing like a bull as sweat and blood poured off of his body. The crowd watched with mixed emotions. Some stared at their new minister in awe, while others stared in horror at the fact that James could be so merciless. Lucius gulped and looked over at a few of his former Death Eaters. Seeing that their view of James Potter had changed significantly during this duel, just as Lucius had. This was not a man to trifle with, and in the coming days, Lucius fully expected alliances to shift as news of this duel was released. James raised his wand to cast the torture curse again when he heard a voice call out his name. Minister Potter. Turning, James saw that one of the family members in black, a pale witch with long blonde hair, had risen from her chair and called out to him. "That's enough," the witch called out, "he's beaten. Please don't let your anger destroy the good man you are. Don't let him take your honor." Quote. Her voice echoed across the quiet arena, and for a moment, only silence followed her words. Suddenly, as though a bomb went off, the crowd roared their approval at the witch's words. Some shouting their own words of encouragement for James to finish off Fudge rather than continue to torture him. James's eyes found those of his wife, and he saw, to his shame, that she was crying as she stared at him. Slowly, she nodded at him in an unspoken message. Seeing all the people shouting for his death, Fudge began to sob harder, his remaining hand making gouges eye and the dirt as he desperately tried to crawl away. "May your suffering be legendary," James said as he slowly raised his wand, "even in hell." "No, please," Fudge begged, "please, I beg you." "Avada Kedavra," James said in disgust, as though the words were poison on his tongue. A green bolt of light flew from James's wand and slammed into Fudge's face, sending his body onto the grass. A small breeze blew across the field as the crowd looked in awe between Fudge's still corpse and a very pale James Potter, who stood breathing hard, his shoulder still bleeding profusely. A moment later, the crowd roared at James's victory, shouting acclaim and cheers as loud as they could. Sirius was jumping up and down like a maniac as he screamed to heaven at his friend still being alive. Rose and Harry were sobbing happily as they hugged one another. A moment later, they were both scooped into Lily's arms, and she hugged her children tight, whispering a silent thank you to whoever might be listening. "Get a healer down there, immediately." Mad Eye roared above the crowd suddenly, releasing her children. Lily saw to her horror that James had collapsed to the ground, and a growing pool of blood was beginning to spread around him. "James!" Lily screamed, rising to her feet and violently pushing people out of her way as she ran down the stairs. Once she reached the banister, Lily threw herself over it, landing on the soft grass with an oomph. Running toward her husband, Lily saw the blood pool growing larger. James. Chapter 15. 4 days. That's how long James Potter was in a magic-induced coma as the healers of St. Mungo's desperately tried to save their new minister's life. They'd tried to reason with Lily Potter that the best way to save her husband's life was to amputate the arm and so stop the spread of the curse that Fudge had used before James had finished him. Lily, in appropriate fashion, had immediately threatened to sever whichever of the healer's arms they tried to use to take her husband's. This was the reason the healers were forced to put James into a coma, as they realized that whenever he awoke from the pain of the curse, it would begin to spread at double the speed at which it spread when he was asleep. After 4 days of a non-stop regimen of spells and potions, the head healer proclaimed to the awaiting crowd, who had refused to move, that their minister would recover fully. The Daily Prophet issued a breaking news edition soon after, and it was reported that celebrations across England had come dangerously close to breaking the statute of secrecy. For Harry and Rose, it had been an agonizing 4 days of worry in which neither had gotten much sleep. Lily had insisted that the children return to Hogwarts, stating that there was nothing they could do. James wouldn't want them to lose out on furthering their education, so the pair had been forced to try and pay attention in class while they awaited word about their father. When word finally did reach Hogwarts, the headmaster declared that a feast was in order, and Hogwarts celebrated as one, aside from a few from Slytherin, who chose not to attend. The following weekend, when Lily came to Hogwarts to take Rose and Harry to see James, they'd nearly broken his ribs when they jumped on top of him and began trying to hug him to death. When the Potter children returned on Monday, the whole school could see that they were as good as new. This was further proved when, during the next Quidditch game against Slytherin, the Gryffindor team flattened them by an unbelievable 180-50. The sly Theron players were so disgusted by this defeat that at the game's end, the team actually attacked the Gryffindors. So outraged by the actions of their house's team, the Gryffindor crowd decided to attack the Slytherin side of the stadium. While Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff joined together in a mad dash for the exit. This free-for-all brawl, once finally ended by the professors, would later be spoken of in legend. And it created a school record for the most detentions ever given in a single instance. "It's not funny, James," Lily yelled as James wiped his eyes and put his glasses back on. There were over 100 children admitted to the hospital wing, and over a dozen of them were sent there by our children. What if those parents decide to sue? Or worse, press charges? Lily, relax, James said calmly. No one's going to get sued, and I very much doubt anyone will press charges. Nearly all of Hogwarts was involved in that fight, and they will never know who attacked whom. But Rose and Harry aren't just any kids. They're the minister's kids, Lily retorted, and even if it's a lie, there will probably be people lining up soon to sue you. PFF'd, not likely, Sirius scoffed as he entered the conversation. James Potter is the most beloved minister we've ever had, and he hasn't even done anything yet. Which is even more reason why some might take what they can from him. Lily retorted, growing angrier as Sirius, instead of looking worried as she was, grinned at her as though in on some private joke. That's just as unlikely. And why is that? Lily growled, dangerously close to hexing the man. Because, Sirius laughed, James just finished showing almost all of England what happens when you try and take what is his. Lily seemed to pale at Sirius' words while James closed his eyes and sighed softly. Now that he'd had time to think about it, James found himself deeply disturbed by some of the things he'd done during the duel. You haven't seen it yet, Sirius continued, being in here and all. But alliances are shifting after what you did. I've already counted 6 families joining the light faction, and another 3 have switched to the neutral party. The dark faction has lost that many? James asked in surprise. That was a considerable loss of power for one side, and James had no doubt that the dark faction would not react favorably to this loss. Yup, you should have seen Lucius' face when the Wizengamot met this morning. He looked like he'd been force-fed. A pious laughed. It was glorious. Hey, I bet it was, James chuckled before raising himself up more. The healers say I will need to be here for another few days, so Monday morning, we begin. Begin? Sirius asked with a raised brow. Yes, James said with a nod. I plan to make a lot of changes in the next few weeks. Many of which will upset the more traditionalists of the Wizengamot. I imagine the next few weeks will be quite fun. You have a very strange sense of fun, Prongs, Sirius groaned. I know I said we should upset the system, but I didn't mean in your first month in office. Why wait? James replied with a shrug. Whether we do it this year or next, these things are going to happen. James, I know patience was never your strong suit, Lily began before James cut her off. What are you talking about? I waited for you for 7 years. You stalked me, you mean, Lily scoffed, anyway, as I was saying. I know patience was never your strong suit, but if you truly are intent on not just changing the system but creating a completely new one, then we need to do it slowly. Try and change too much too fast and you might see the opposition join together to see you fail and protect their way of life. We need to keep them guessing, keep them from seeing what we're doing until it's too late to stop it. The room was dead quiet for a moment, and both men stared at Lily in open-mouthed awe. Merlin, Sirius breathed after a moment, you're a devious woman, you know that. Lily said nothing and grinned in delight before she rose to her feet and stepped over to the sink to refill James's glass. She's right, James replied. Pick the laws we want to implement that will upset the least number of people. Those are the ones we'll start with. While we're doing that, I want you to whisper in a few ears on the opposition's side. Oh, and what will I be whispering? Sirius asked with intrigue. You said that your grandfather, Arcturus Black, kept a book of dirt on almost everyone in the Wizengamot. Was that true, or were you pranking me? It's real, Sirius replied in a no-nonsense tone. I saw it once, but you're not thinking of blackmailing the Wizengamot, are you? Prongs. That's beneath you. No, I'm not going to do that, James replied, taking the glass of water from his wife and quickly taking several gulps. I want you to look through the book and find whatever you need to make the dark faction turn on each other. We'll use their own grievances and hidden sins against them. And they'll be so busy fighting each other that by the time they realize who their true enemy is, it'll be too late to stop the laws I plan to push through. Merlin, James, Sirius said in a mock horrified voice, Lily has turned you into a snake. Oh, shut up, Lily replied, sending a mild stinging hex at Sirius and making him yelp as it struck him in the bum. Have Moody help you if you need it. James continued, but I want everything ready when I walk in on Monday morning. I'll do my best, Sirius grumbled, still rubbing his butt. I'm sure old Mad IWI'll enjoy taking down those arrogant purebloods a peg or two. With a final nod, Sirius departed, leaving Lily and James alone. Slowly, Lily climbed onto the bed with James, causing him to move over a bit to let her in. Wrapping his arm around her lovingly. I hope this works, Lily whispered. I just want our children to grow up in a better world than I did. They will, Lily Flower, James replied. I will make one for them. And I won't let anyone stand in my way. The rest of the year passed by without much fervor. Gryffindor went on to win the Quidditch Cup, something that had serious promise. Sing both Potter children a brand new Nimbus 2001 when they hit the market in a few months. To the surprise of all, Hufflepuff won the House Cup for the first time in nearly 75 years. Many suspected that the only reason for this was due to how many points were taken off of the other three houses during the Great Quidditch Brawl. As many had correctly guessed, James came out of St. Mungo like a man possessed. Within his first month in office, he had audited the entire Ministry of Magic and reappropriated a vast amount of funds that had been improperly distributed. He had those funds sent to the correct departments, and the change could immediately be felt. 6 months later, the Auror department suddenly went from not being able to afford any new hires to being able to hire dozens, if not hundreds, of fresh recruits. Several other vastly underfunded departments underwent an overhaul. They were either shut down entirely if seen as unnecessary or given the appropriate funds. That Fudge had denied them for entirely too long. Remembering what Harry had told him about his life with his aunt and uncle, James created an altogether new department called the Magical Child Protection Department. Its sole mission was to visit magical children after their first bout of accidental magic and see how the children were being treated by their parents as a result, should the investigators discover any evidence that the child is in danger or that they might be treated like Harry had been. The child would be removed, and the parents obliviated to forget they ever had a child, to begin with. The child would then be sent to a loving home where they would be raised without fear of being hurt for their gifts. This revolutionary act of altruism and mercy had made James's popularity soar to meteoric heights and made his enemies even more reluctant to oppose him or his new laws, no matter how much they might hate them. And hate them, they did. Unable to slow James's momentum, they chose to rant to anyone who would listen that the new minister was destroying traditional wizard values and would unleash anarchy if not stopped. These voices, however, were drowned out by the overwhelming roar of applause that James was receiving as each new law put forth made the poor a little less so and the outcast a little more welcome. One of the first laws that James put forward was one he, Lily, and Dumbledore had put together in order to forestall Voldemort from finding any support amongst the creatures he once called allies. The Magical Creature Protection Act, as it was called, was one that many were calling the greatest piece of legislature ever put forward in the Wizengamot, though whether that was just obsequiousness or true was anybody's guess. The MCPA basically said at any magical creature that had near to, or greater than, human intelligence would henceforth be regarded with a level of respect equal to that of a human. The fact that it was now illegal to discriminate against these creatures instantly made life easier for many creatures who had been forced to the very fringes of civilization due to the laws of the ministry. One of the most affected were the werewolves, who instantly found that their lives had become much easier. Though still viewed with extreme suspicion by some and downright hated by many more, werewolves could now hold any job they shed and were required under law to have 2 days before and 2 days after the full moon off work to allow for the change. James had gone further by lowering the price of the Wolfsbane potion for werewolves by nearly 2/3, further helping the werewolves of England. When asked by the Daily Prophet why James would aid the very creatures that had almost slaughtered his son, James responded with, "Fen. RIR and his pack are the ones who nearly killed my family, and they're all dead. Those poor souls are just victims afflicted by a terrible curse and need help, not hate." James's popularity soared after that interview. And amongst the werewolves, especially, one of the students who had survived the attack on Hogsmeade actually broke down in tears as she thanked Jam for securing her future. Now at many of the creatures that had been drawn to Voldemort through the ostracization of the Ministry were, at last, being given the chance at a new and better life. He would find it far more difficult to grow his ranks. And that was exactly what James and Dumbledore wanted. Lee of Dumbledore, James waited until he had been in office for 6 months before he moved forward with his next bill that would curtail any chance of Voldemort returning to power, not wishing to push forward too many changes too fast. Surprisingly, Sirius and Mad-Eye had made a glorious team in sowing discord amongst the RK faction and even the Light faction a few times. Too busy attacking each other meant that they didn't have the strength to stand against James. James's next act was to make it mandatory for all children attend Muggle schools until they turned 11 and began attendance at Hogwarts. This act was meant to begin showing children of magical birth that Muggles were not animals to be feared or hated but were just like them. The pure bloods were nearly apoplectic with rage at this and tried to vote him out of office, but when the leaders of this movement were attacked in the street by a mob of James's supporters, the idea to remove James from office swiftly died, and the bill was made into law. Furthermore, a new class would be taught at Hogwarts to all purebloods that would cover a Muggle history for the last century to catch them all up and change their viewpoints on Muggles. Lily Potter had been made the class's first professor and was already creating a lesson plan, seeing as how Muggle studies would now be defunct. Likewise, a similar class would be taught to all Muggleborns covering wizarding culture and traditions so that they might have a better understanding of the world in which they were now entering. After much grumbling and gnashing of teeth, both sides agreed that it was a fair trade-off and looked forward to seeing what their children would learn once the new year began. Even crime had gone down in the 6 months that James had been in office, giving Mad-Eye a virtual army of Aurors. James sent the old bastard into Knockturn Alley with orders to arrest anyone they caught breaking the law. James wanted the alley cleared out once and for all. For 10 days after this order, droves of wizards and witches could be seen being dragged out of the alley in handcuffs by Aurors either for selling dark objects or for some other crime. The only dark cloud that had appeared so far in James's reign was an apparent rash of disappearances that seemed to be occurring in increasingly large numbers. The only thing that all of the victims shared seemed to be that they were all Muggleborn, and both James and Dumbledore agreed that Voldemort was no doubt responsible. Hoping to find the monster before any more innocents could be hurt, James prioritized the case and put a team of 20 Aurors on it, led by Mad-Eye, with a particular insistence on solving it as quickly as possible. Furthermore, James ordered the number of Auror patrols in magically populated areas to be doubled and had given an interview in the Daily Prophet about the disappearances, and warned all Muggleborn to take great care until the person responsible was caught. He'd also made a curfew for Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade and ordered his Aurors to arrest anyone caught out after dark until the one responsible was caught. This had caused some grumblings amongst the populace, as many did not like being told they could no longer enjoy the nightlife, but they understood the reason for the order, even if they did not like it. Lucius Malfoy gasped for air as he laid flat on his back, his body twitching from the after effects of his master's latest displeasure. Lord Voldemort had been incensed when James Potter had taken away half his forces by introducing that insufferable MCPA bill. But his rage had truly awoken when he read the new law requiring purebloods to send their children to Muggle schools, mingling with those disgusting creatures of filth. Never. It was below the dignity of any pureblood. The last and final breaking point that had caused Lucius to end up the subject of his master's wrath was when James Potter had issued a curfew warning, thus making it nearly impossible for Lucius to bring his master any more victims to drain. As Lucius painfully raised his HEAD off the ground and stared at his master, he couldn't keep the horror off of his face. Whereas before, one could still see a trace of humanity in Voldemort's form, the months of draining the magic others in order to keep his own had transformed Voldemort into a true monster. His face had become pale white and scaled, as though his inner snake had finally managed to work its way to the surface. This image was made worse by the fact that Voldemort's ears had shrunk into his head, and his head had become slightly pointed, while his neck became slightly elongated, his eyes, blood red and slit. Ted glared hatefully at Lucius as he gasped for breath. Your inability to slow James Potter's continued annoyances is becoming increasingly tedious, Lucius, Voldemort hissed, rising from his seat and moving to stand over his servant. Forgive me, Master, Lucius gasped. Since his duel, few have been willing to make an enemy of James Potter. I don't want excuses, Voldemort snarled, his snake-like tongue flicking out of his mouth for a moment. I want these inconveniences to cease. Crucio. Lucius thought his voice would break as he screamed out his agony, his body violently shaking and twitching as he tried to break away from the curse. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Voldemort ended the curse, and Lucius found himself sobbing onto his mahogany floor. I have had enough of James Potter and his accursed family. Tonight, we begin the conquest of England. And when I am done, I will make James Potter watch as I wipe his bloodline from this earth forever. What do you mean, Master? Lucius asked through his tears, his body twitching uncontrollably. Summon the rest of my servants and prepare them for war, Voldemort hissed. Tonight, we raid Azkaban and free my most loyal, my most powerful. Tomorrow, we plan our revenge. Lucius' eyes widened in horror as Voldemort's cruel laughter echoed around him. He realized which inmate, in particular, his master was referring to Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort's second-in-command, who had taken down over 24 Aurors the night she had been captured, the witch once referred to as the Dark Angel of Death. In fact, the only reason she was alive was because she wanted to die after Voldemort's fall, thinking that life wasn't worth living with a powerful lord like Voldemort no longer to continue his conquest and put mudbloods in their place. Many considered it a far worse punishment to keep her alive and locked away in a tomb ruled by monsters. What better fate for a monster, after all? Why are you still lying there? Voldemort's voice asked, breaking through Lucius' temporary lapse in attention. Do you wish to taste more of my disapproval? No, Master, Lucius gasped, slowly and painfully rising to his feet. I will summon them all immediately. Quote, as Lucius limped quickly away, he swallowed the bile in his throat as he came to a horrifying realization. He must betray the Dark Lord. There was simply no other choice. Before, when his lord had been powerful, Lucius had followed because he agreed with his lord's vision about what the world should be, but now, the only future that Lucius could see was one of darkness, where every magical being was looked at as nothing but food to satisfy Lord Voldemort's unending hunger until the day finally came when nothing remained but wasteland and sun-bleached bones. No matter how much he might hate James Potter and his ilk, Lucius would ally with even the devil himself if it kept his family safe from Voldemort. With a gasp of pain, Lucius stumbled into his study and muttered a quick silencing spell to seal the room. Once that was done, Lucius grabbed the nearest blank parchment he could find and wrote a quick message. To Sirius Black, I hope you will believe the truth of this letter and act on it as soon as you possibly can. Voldemort plans to attack Azkaban prison tonight and free his most powerful servant. You know as well as I do that he knew. Saint not have Bellatrix Lestrange returned to him. Act accordingly. Signed an ally. Carefully sealing the letter, Lucius called out in a pained voice, Dobby. Instantly, a house elf appeared from nowhere with a loud pop. Master calls for Dobby. Yes, Dobby, Lucius said softly, I need you to take this letter to Sirius Black. Shove it into his hand if you have to, but make sure he gets it. Understood. Yes, Master, Dobby replied softly before disappearing again with another loud pop. Left alone, Lucius took one last pained gasp of air before angrily pulling up his sleeve and looking down hatefully at the tattoo that defamed his once pristine skin. Taking a shaky breath, Lucius finally pressed one long finger to the dark mark tattooed on his forearm. Gasping with pain as it suddenly turned black, he felt the call go out to every other person who had one. Please let them believe the letter, Lucius whispered as he limped back out the door to the meeting hall where the others would soon arrive. Author's note. I'm sorry it's been so long since the last update. I hope this one meets your expectations. As always, review it and tell me what you think. Chapter 16. James stared hard at the parchment clutched in his hand while his other was curled into a fist atop his desk. Mere moments ago, Sirius had come bursting into James's office as James was reading through another TED IOUS bill that was set to go to the Wizengamot for voting. James knew he could have had one of his secretaries do this, but he preferred to do it himself to ensure that nothing was slipped into the bill without him noticing. That had been attempted twice so far by persons unknown. A jape had been on the tip of James's tongue before he noticed how pale Sirius looked, and James knew instantly that something was very wrong. But before he could ask what it was, however, Sirius had shoved a roll of parchment into James's hands. "Where did you get this?" James asked in a deadly calm voice, having read it 3 times before speaking. "Some mad little elf suddenly apparated on top of my desk while I was doing some reports and nearly gave me a heart attack." Sirius quickly replied, "Shoved that scroll into my hand and disapparated again before I could say a word." "Did you recognize it?" James demanded. "Could you tell who it belonged to?" "No, I'm sorry. The cheeky bugger vanished too fast for me to get a good look." "You think it's genuine?" James asked. "We can't take the chance." Sirius replied at once, "You remember the night we caught Bellatrix, just as I do. Voldemort cannot be allowed to take her back." James scowled at that as memories of that night slammed into him with all the force of a charging Cerberus. James had only been an Auror for 2 years by that point, but had built a fierce reputation alongside Sirius as a warrior who would not flinch under fire. It had been why the two of them had been chosen to join the group that was being sent to kill or capture that last of Voldemort's followers. 40 Aurors had attacked Lestrange Manor, led by Alistair Moody, a living legend at the time, and only 12 had come back. The group had been expecting a small pocket of resistance. Considering that most of Voldemort's followers had fled to the winds after the man himself had lost his powers. What they'd found instead was almost 24 Death Eaters all under the leadership of Bellatrix Lestrange. Unfortunately, the Aurors had stumbled upon them while Bellatrix was whipping them all into a frenzy, giving a manic speech about how while Voldemort may be gone, his fall Nari had a sacred duty to continue his noble work. The fight had been long and bloody, and James was not ashamed to admit that he had never been more terrified in his entire life than he was then. Bellatrix Lestrange had fought like a woman possessed, and 24 Aurors fell to her wand, alone, never mind how many fell to the rest of her band of demented followers. More than once, James had aped death by mere inches as the witch hurled the darkest curses that James had ever seen, like Morgana Reborn. It had been a hard-fought battle, and no Auror survived that night without some form of injury. Mad Eye had lost his leg, while Sirius had suffered horrible burns to his back, which even today caused him to be very embarrassed to be seen without his shirt. When it was finally over, Lestrange Manor was a burning ruin. And only 6 of the Death Eaters were left alive, seeing Bellatrix Lestrange kneeling unarmed, her arms bound behind her back amidst the bodies of men and women who had once been his friends. James had been almost consumed by an all-powerful urge to end the witch once and for all. That urge had only grown as Bellatrix began to cackle and taunt the survivors about their losses. Several of the surviving Aurors had raised their wands at her, the tips growing killing curse green as the words danced on the tips of their tongues. It had only been by Mad Eye's intervention, lying against a nearby tree, his missing leg bleeding profusely, that had saved Bellatrix. He alone had seen through her madness, seen her desperation to die so as to not be forced to live in a world where her master was no longer the all-powerful Dark Lord that she had all but worshipped. As the Aurors stared down at the raging and spitting witch, they could see the truth in their commander's eyes and gradually lowered their wands, causing the crazed witch's ranting to increase to near apoplectic levels. Finally, Sirius had decided that enough was enough and stunned the raving lunatic. Reinforcements had soon come, and the survivors had quickly found themselves either in a bed at St. Mungo's or a cell in Azkaban awaiting trial. Unsurprisingly, Bellatrix, her husband, and all the Death Eaters who had survived the battle were sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Many had demanded that they all be shoved through the veil, but Moody had stood in the center of the Wizengamot. still wrapped in bandages from his wounds, and leaning heavily on a wooden crutch, and argued that killing Bellatrix would be counterproductive because death was the very thing she wanted most. A better punishment would be to lock her and all her compatriots in the deepest hole that Azkaban had to offer and let them rot surrounded by monsters even worse than they. The last time that James had seen Bellatrix, she had been screaming at the Wizengamot that Azkaban would not be able to hold her, that she would escape and return to kill them all. "You're right," James admitted, "Voldemort. RT cannot be allowed to retrieve his chief lieutenant. Sound the alarm, round up as many Aurors as you can muster, we leave for Azkaban within the hour, and Padfoot, make sure that everyone knows what we will be facing tonight. I don't want anyone trying to act like a hero, this will be a battle that very few will have fought in." Sirius replied with surprise, "You're planning to go as well. You can't really expect to go along." "And why not?" James demanded, rising angrily to his feet. "Because you're the bloody minister, that's why." "And what kind of minister will I be if I send others to fight and die, while I hide here?" James demanded. "I understand what you're saying, James. Believe me, I do, but you're the leader of our country. You can't just go off into a battle. You're needed here." "I'm going, Padfoot," James said firmly, "and nothing you can say will deter me." Sirius opened his mouth to argue but must have seen something dangerous in James's eye, for he simply grit his teeth and growled out, "Understood." "Should I send an owl to Dumbledore?" James sat back down, steepled his fingers at that, and took a deep breath in thought before a scowl came across his features. "Yes, we will need him if we're to survive Voldemort. But make sure that Dumbledore understands that we will not be taking prisoners. His way of fighting a war is ineffectual and will just get more people killed, as far as I'm concerned. Tonight, we put Voldemort down once and for all." Sirius just grinned at his friend, a cruel grin that promised death to all those who would bring harm to his family and friend. Sirius turned and exited the office, leaving a weary James behind. With a sigh, James stood and walked to the fire, staring at the flames. Should he call Lily? No. If he made that call, James feared his courage would fail him, and he wouldn't be able to say goodbye. As James leaned against the mantel and stared into the fire, he thought of his children. Harry had come so far from the scared little boy who had suddenly appeared in his and Lily's lives, and with him, he'd brought new life into James and Lily's lives. Even Rose had blossomed in ways that only those who had known her for a long time could see. He was so bloody proud of them that sometimes he thought his heart would burst from it. James had done everything in his power the last year to make a better world for his children. In this world, no child ever need fear being treated as less than, for no other reason than antiquated views that somehow one's blood determined their worth. Tonight could very well be his last night on Earth. But if fate demanded that James give up his life as payment to ensure that Voldemort was once and for all put down like the mad dog he was, then it was a price that James was willing to pay. Voldemort smiled cruelly as he gazed at the men and women surrounding him. Their fear was practically palpable, and Voldemort gloried in it, drinking in his followers' terror like an alcoholic drowning themselves in their vice of choice. Only 36 had come when Lucius had put out the call. The remainder had either ignored the summons or been too cowardly to return to their lord, most likely expecting to be punished for abandoning their master. No matter, after tonight, Voldemort would have his most powerful killer return to him, and then, he would make all those who had forgotten their oaths of loyalty pay in blood. As his followers gazed at him, he could feel their fear rising with each passing second. His physical transformation after weeks of draining mudbloods of their magic had been severe. Even Voldemort had to admit that, loath though he was to accept it. But even as the thought crossed his mind, he angrily batted it away. What use was physical attraction when compared to absolute power? "My friends," Voldemort hisses, his forked tongue tasting the air and making more than one robed figure take a step back in anxiety. "So glad am I to see you all returning to my service. It saves me the time of hunting you all down, like I was forced to do to Crabbe, McNair, Wilkes, and Avery." Several of his followers shared looks of horror as they realized that the horrible murders that had been occurring had been Voldemort punishing those who had betrayed him. Voldemort saw this and grinned, showing his long fangs that gleamed white, almost vampiric. "While I do wish more of your brethren were here, we must make do with what we have," Voldemort hissed, his tongue darting out again. We have important work to do, tonight. Doing what, my lord? An unfortunate Death Eater asked, only to receive a crucio as a reply that lasted for several seconds in which her screams echoed throughout the hall. Never interrupt me, Caro, Voldemort hissed, gazing down at the twitching form of his follower, with contempt. Now, as I was saying, tonight, we will attack Azkaban and free my most loyal followers, as well as secure the loyalty of the Dementor guards. When I offer them the souls of all the Muggles of England, they will swarm to our side en masse. But, my lord, another Death Eater replied softly, how can we possibly attack Azkaban? We are too few for such a battle. Ah, that is where you are wrong, Goyle. Voldemort smiled. My powers have doubled since my fall. I am more powerful than I have ever been. Together, we will raze Azkaban to the ground. And with its destruction we will let the world know that I have returned. Tonight, our war begins anew. As the Death Eaters screamed and cheered, only one refrained. Lucius leaned against the far wall. His arms crossed over his chest and his eyes narrowed as he watched the others scream insensibly, only one thought running through his mind. Please, Mother Magic, let James Potter have gotten my message. James stared out at the Aurors before him, his back straight as he gazed at each one, trying to memorize their faces. Many of them would not be coming back tonight, and He was determined to commit every face to memory. 50 men and women stood before him, each wearing the blood-red robes of an Auror. Each had a look of fierce determination, and though a few trembled slightly, none looked ready to run. I'm sure that Auror Black has already told you what to expect, James said softly, though his voice echoed around the chamber. You know your duty, and you know what is waiting for you, tonight. I won't lie to you, this isn't some back alley skirmish that we'll be facing but a full-scale battle, and the one we'll be facing is Voldemort. James sighed softly, Nning, his hand across the 3 scars on his face as he watched the men and women pale at the acknowledgement that the Dark Lord had indeed returned. I could order you all to fight, as your minister, James said before sighing, his shoulders slumping, but I don't want to do that. I know how terrified many of you are because I feel the same. The one we'll be facing tonight isn't a man, he's a monster. I won't lie to you. I need your help, tonight. If we lose, and Voldemort manages to regain his most powerful followers, let alone manages to recruit the Dementors of Azkaban, there is a very real chance that our world will fall. We are all that is left to stop that from happening. But I won't force any of you to fight, so any who wish to step away, now is your chance to do so. No dishonor fall on you should you wish to go home to your families, rather than stay and fight. The Aurors facing him stared in shock as James gave them the opportunity to go home without facing punishment, for several long seconds. James stood and stared at them, his hands clasped tight behind his back while Sirius and Mad Eye stood on either side of him. After nearly a minute had passed, one lone Auror stepped forward. And James stared at her with a raised brow. She was young, barely 20, with long black hair and cool brown eyes, with a splash of freckles across her face, giving her an almost mask-like appearance. Minister, if what you say is true and He has returned, how can we possibly turn and run? We would be condemning our families, our children to horrors that can be scarcely imagined. I don't know what anyone else will do, but I will stand with you. Until the end. Another Auror strode forward a moment later, then another, and another, until all 50 were standing before James. Backs straight and looks of determination across every face, James couldn't help but smile as his chest filled with pride at the bravery of these men and women. These were who England should belong to, those willing to stand up. Even when every instinct was telling them to run. No minister was ever more proud of his people, James said softly, watching as several Aurors turned red with embarrassment. Far more, however, stood straighter under the words of pride that their leader had just given them. Let us go, then, James said in a firm voice, let us face our destiny together, for good or for ill. Tonight, Voldemort's war ends. Once and for all. The hall echoed with the screams and cheers of 1,000 voices as James turned and strode toward the exit, his Aurors stepping behind him, every one of them ready to die for him. James couldn't help but swallow down his sadness as he realized that, unfortunately, many would. Author's note. We're getting close to the end, maybe a dozen chapters and this story will complete. Next time, a battle that I have been planning for some time. It won't be Voldemort's end, as I plan to include him in one final battle, but he will lose a lot of his followers. Hope you enjoy this chapter, and if not, let me know what you think I can do better. Chapter 17. James Potter took a deep breath, relishing the way the cogs as he gazed out at the dark sea below. He and his oars had arrived at Azkaban nearly an hour before and had immediately done everything in their power to make the prison as impregnable as possible. Realizing how undependable they were, and unable to properly trust them not to stab his oars in the back during the fight, James had also rounded up all of the Dementors in the prison and locked them away in the deepest bow else of Azkaban where they could do no harm, placing a magical shield over the cell just in case. Now, he stood on the highest tower of Azkaban, where he had a 360-degree view of the prison, and stared out into the darkness that surrounded him. Mad Eye and Sirius stood not far away, each copying their leader and staring silently into the darkness with firm resolve, mentally preparing for the fight to come. Truthfully, James hated Azkaban. He hated the cold of the prison, he hated the wave of evil that seemed to permeate the entire island, but above all he hated the demons that haunted its halls. Once Voldemort was finally dealt with, James would see if there was a way to deal with the Dementors as well. Though he may hate the ones who followed Voldemort, even James would admit that no one's hold be left in the custody of those monsters. Well, maybe Bellatrix deserved to, but that was a separate matter. Thinking of the Mad Witch, James frowned, his hands clasped tight behind his back. He had Bellatrix moved to a more secure cell upon his arrival, currently guarded by half a dozen Aurors who had orders to kill anyone who approached. Bellatrix had cackled madly as she was moved into the cell, proudly proclaiming to anyone who could hear that her master had finally come for her, and that all the Aurors in Azkaban were going to die. Only 75 Aurors stood between Voldemort and the complete destruction of Azkaban, the 50 that James had brought with him, and the 25 that were on permanent detail. 75 against the horde that would be soon descending on them. Would it be enough? A cold wind suddenly blew across James, causing him to shudder uncontrollably for a moment. James didn't want to be here. He wanted to go home and kiss his wife, to hug his children and never let go. It would have been all too easy for James to stay behind, to order others to go in his place. That's what Fudge would have done, let others fight and die in his place, but Mies didn't have it in him to send others where he would not go himself. A sudden explosion from below brought James's attention back to the present, and he leaned over the battlements as he stared down at the ground below, squinting to see what was happening. "He's here," James said gravely as he watched dozens of black-cloaked figures quickly making their way off the beach towards the prison. Sirius and Mad Eye stepped beside him and stared down. "Are those?" Sirius asked softly as he gazed at a dozen running figures before his face paled in horror. "Where the bloody hell did he get werewolves?" "The last of Greyback's pack." "No doubt," Mad Eye growled. "I imagine it wouldn't have taken much for Voldemort to convince the survivors to fight for him, and revenge themselves against the ones responsible for nearly killing them all." Quote. Pulling his wand from its holster, James gave it a casual wave over his head. A moment later, the sound of a bell echoed throughout Azkaban, letting his Aurors know that the time had come. 4 slow tolls echoed throughout the prison, and James couldn't help but shudder at the sound, for it rang out like a funeral bell, and he knew that for some it was exactly that. Below him, James could hear shouts and yells as his Aurors prepared for battle, each taking position by the nearest available window, as they had been instructed. As the dark-robed individuals reached the courtyard, James raised his wand to his throat and called out in what he hoped was an unwavering voice. "Halt! You are all under arrest. Surrender now and face justice, or you will be killed without mercy." James's thunderous voice roared across the entire island, causing the Death Eaters below to momentarily pause in their advance. A moment later, a single individual stepped forward. Dee and James suddenly heard a voice echo back, hissing almost snake-like. "James Potter, it is you who will die tonight, you and all who follow you, but I am a merciful lord and will spare any man or woman who chooses to join me. Why die for those who are beneath you? Join me, and we will wipe our world clean of the filth that has polluted it for far too long. Or fight me and die screaming. I am more powerful than I have ever been. You cannot hope to stop me from taking Azkaban. I will give you this one opportunity to save yourselves. After that, I will show no mercy. Join me or die, all except you, James Potter. You will beg me to kill you before I am done with you, but I won't. I want you to live and see what I do to this world, and to your mudblood and her brats. If you will not surrender, then you will die. James's voice roared back, "Orders, open fire." Instantly, dozens of spells flew from Azkaban, peppering the courtyard and sending several Death Eaters to the ground with screams and curses as the others ran for cover while at the same time trying to fire back. Azkaban's courtyard became a virtual light show as spells and curses flew back and forth. The Aurors had much better cover, using the windows of Azkaban to fire indiscriminately into the courtyard. The Death Eaters, on the other hand, were forced to hastily construct their own cover, transfiguring the stone courtyard into heavy walls, behind which they were firing at the prison and tearing its stone walls to bits, yet hitting nothing. "Keep it up, lads." Mad Eye's voice roared out, his wand pressed to his throat, and making both James and Sirius wince at the sudden explosion of noise. "Pour it on them. Keep them back." For a moment, James dared to hope they could win this. It was working. Those hopes dashed a moment later when Voldemort stepped forward from behind his cover and snapped his wand arm out. A moment later, an enormous beam of light shot out of his wand and struck the prison. The door of Azkaban exploded in a blinding flash of light and roar of thunder that all but obliterated the stone entranceway and rocked the prison so that, for a moment, James actually stumbled and lost his footing. Once he ran back to the battlement and stared down at the courtyard, his face paling as he saw the Death Eaters pouring into the now enormous hole that was once the front door. Raising his wand back to his throat, James roared out, "The front door is breached. Prepare for battle." Turning to his oldest friend, James raised his hand to his chest, a look of determination on his face. "Ready, Padfoot." Instantly, Sirius clasped his hand into James's, a smirk dancing across his face. "Always, Prongs. Let's finish this, once and for all." "All right, enough of this maudlin behavior," Mad Eye growled. "We've got a war to win. Let's go kill the bastard." With a final nod, the trio made their way down the dark stairs where the sounds of battle were already reaching their ears. Voldemort smiled cruelly as he made his way down the dark hallways of Azkaban prison, his followers mercilessly slaughtering everything that crossed their paths. A female Auror had just had her throat ripped out by one of his werewolves mere moments agone, and now lay gurgling and bleeding on the ground before him. Bending down onto one knee, Voldemort ran his hand almost lovingly across the woman's face, relishing the fear he saw in her eyes at not only his new appearance, but also at the knowledge that she was dying. "I gave you the opportunity to live, and yet you chose to fight against me. Why? Why fight for the unpure?" A look of defiance suddenly came across the woman's face, and with the last of her strength, she spit into Voldemort's face, leaving a glob of blood and spit on his left cheek, which he wiped at angrily. Fuck you," the woman gurgled before her eyes finally slid shut, and she fell to the F. The strangest thing, however, was that her corpse now sported a small smirk, which infuriated Voldemort beyond words. "Pity," Voldemort hissed, his snake-like tongue flicking the air. For a moment, she died far too quickly. Rising back to his feet, Voldemort lazily flicked his wrist, urging his followers to move forward. With a roar, the Death Eaters charged down the dark hallway, unlocking all the cells they encountered and increasing their numbers as they continued mad rush to slaughter all who stood in their way. One freed prisoner ripped the fallen Auror's wand from her dead hand and screamed out a crazed cheer as he followed the other Death Eaters. The wound made Voldemort smile with cruel enjoyment as he imagined how many new followers he would gain before the night was over, but there was only one who he wanted to see freed. And before this night was through, his angel of death would be returned to him, and her first plaything would be James Potter. Sirius snarled with fury as he blasted a Death Eater into bits, turning the nearby wall into a collage of blood and gore. He had less than a second before another Death Eater took the previous one's place, sending a blast of green that missed Sirius' head by mere inches and blasted the wall behind him into pieces, leaving behind a deep hole gouged into the rock. Dropping to his knees, Sirius fired a blasting curse that slammed into the Death Eater's chest, sending him screaming out of the nearby window. Sirius simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How had they spread so fast? It seemed like mere moments ago, the battle had begun, and yet now, it seemed like the Death Eaters were everywhere. Sirius had personally killed 4 so far, and yet they just kept coming. It was mad. How many Aurors were left? Sirius had no idea. Screams echoed from everywhere, and the darkened hallways say. Emed to perpetually light up with curses and spells that appeared to come from everywhere and nowhere. Sirius had long since lost track of James and Mad Eye, the battle forcing them apart almost immediately after they encountered their first Death Eater, and Sirius prayed to whoever might be listening that his best friend was still alive. If it had just been the few Death Eaters that Voldemort brought with them, Sirius wouldn't have been worried, but the bastard had ordered his followers to release every prisoner they encountered, thereby creating a continuous supply of fighters who would take the place of every fighter that Sirius and the other Aurors took out. If this continued, the Aurors would be overrun, and this battle would soon turn into a slaughter. Breathing heavily, Sirius leaned against a nearby wall with one hand and tried to catch his breath, finally managing to regain control of his breathing. Sirius turned the next corner, only for something large and heavy to slam into him, knocking him onto his back. His wand flying from his hand and skittering across the floor as hot breath washed over his face. Looking up at his attacker, Sirius felt his blood turn cold as he saw that it was one of the few werewolves that Voldemort had brought with him. The wolf snarled down at Sirius, drool falling onto Sirius' face as the wizard tried to hold the beast at bay by its throat with one hand while the other desperately reached for his wand. The werewolf's clawed hand knocked Sirius's arm away, and it snapped its yellow teeth at him, missing his face by inches as Sirius used both hands to push it away. Finally slamming his fist into the beast's jaw, Sirius managed to knock it off of him and desperately spun onto his hands and knees as he crawled toward his wand. Just as he reached it, he felt the beast's claws dig into his back, making Sirius scream in pain as it lifted him into the air and hurled him further down the hallway, slamming into the nearby wall and knocking him senseless. Realizing that to stay still was to die, Sirius ignored the agony of his wounds and willed his body to act. Spinning onto his back, Sirius saw the werewolf slowly stalking toward him, its lips pulled back into a snarl. Drool dripping from its jaws as it relished the feast to come. As the beast lunged at him, Sirius raised his wand and screamed so loud that it felt like his throat would tear. Confringo. The spell slammed center mass, ripping an enormous hole in the beast's chest. The werewolf looked down at the wound for a moment, as though not believing what had happened, before falling to its knees. Issuing one last snarl, and falling to the side, dead. The danger now past, Sirius leaned back against the wall behind him and slowly slid to the ground, his breath coming out short and ragged. His back was screaming at him in agony, and his left arm felt like it might very well be broken. Willing his body to obey, Sirius pushed himself off the wall and began to limp down the dark hallway toward the sounds of screams. Just as he rounded the next corner, he saw one of his Aurors being held under the Cruciatus curse by a laughing Death Eater. Snarling in fury at his sight of the female screaming as the man laughed, Sirius snapped his arm out and roared. Avada Kedavra! A streak of green slammed into the Death Eater's back, causing him to instantly drop to the floor like a puppet whose strings have been cut, leaving the hallway deathly quiet, save for the sounds of sobbing coming from the female Auror. Quickly limping to her, Sirius pulled the woman into his arms. The woman struggled, at first, but then realized that she was no longer in danger and instead began to sob into Sirius' chest as he held her and tried to calm her down. Easy there, lass, you're all right, it's over, now. After giving the woman several moments to compose herself, Sirius asked in a ragged voice. Can you stand? Yes, I think so, the woman replied with a sniffle. Can you fight? Sirius growled, causing the woman to look up at him. Despite the pain that she'd been put through, Sirius was pleased to see anger and determination reflecting in the woman's eyes. An inner fire burned behind those brown irises that the Death Eater hadn't been able to put out, despite his torture, and Sirius couldn't help but smile as the woman nodded at once, pulling away from him and quickly rising to her feet before extending a hand and helping him to his own. Good lass, Sirius groaned as he slowly climbed to his feet. Well, come on, then. Let's go kill some more of these bastards, shall we? Sounds good to me. The woman growled back, Bending down and picking up her wand, giving the Death Eater's corpse one final kick in the head, the woman followed Sirius as he limped slowly down the hallway. The sounds of screaming echoing throughout the prison. Mad-Eye Moody smiled cruelly as he sent another nameless prisoner to hell. Early on in the battle, Moody realized that Voldemort couldn't possibly hope to win this battle with the numbers he'd brought with him. That left only one avenue for him to win: release the prisoners. Realizing this, Moody had made the executive decision to deny Voldemort his reinforcements by going from cell to cell and systematically killing every prisoner he came across, as well as every Death Eater that dared challenge him. Any other person would call what Moody was doing murder, but Moody was more pragmatic. He'd always hated sending Voldemort's followers to Azkaban, never believing that their master was truly dead. No, if Moody had his way, every single dark witch and wizard would have been sent through the veil, and the threat of them rising again ended permanently. It was only the disgusting politics of the ministry that stopped Moody from giving these filthy murderers what he felt they deserved. Now, however, Moody was no longer under any such restrictions and so was indulging himself a small amount of pleasure as he rid Voldemort of any and all who might fight for him. Striding to the next cell, Moody raised his wand and pointed it at a dark-skinned witch who snarled at him and rushed the door, slamming into the gate and reaching out a yellowed claw at him, which swiped the air uselessly. Growled, almost lazily, sending a green beam of light straight into the forehead of the witch, who fell to the floor of her cell with a soft thump. Turning away from the witch, Moody continued down the dark hallway to the next cell. There were dozens more on this floor alone and Moody was in no mood to leave a single one of them alive. Who might aid the monster currently trying to kill not only him, but every Auror in Azkaban? James Potter was tired, more tired than he'd ever felt in his entire life. He was currently fighting 3 Death Eaters at once, and as his strength ebbed, he truly believed that his life was measured in mere moments. As he dipped, ducked and jumped away from the curses that flew past him, he snarled in fury. Refusing to let these bastards take him down without a fight, a green killing curse missed him by mere inches as he ducked down at the last second, feeling the curse breeze past his head and ruffle his hair. Rising back to his full height, James unleashed a killing curse of his own, which slammed into one of the Death Eater's face, and dropped the man to the floor, bringing his opponents down to 2. Kill him. The Dark Lord will reward us greatly if we bring him this bastard's corpse. A large Death Eater screamed as he unleashed curse after curse at James. Die, Potter. Die. Hearing the sound of more Death Eaters approaching, and feeling the last of his strength waning, James felt his patience finally come to an end. There were no Aurors on this floor. He'd already sent the few there were off to secure other floors that were currently in danger of being overwhelmed, and so unleashed the most powerful spell he could think of. Fiendfire. Immediately, an enormous wave of green fire roared out of James's wand and washed over his startled opponents, who only had seconds to scream in shock before the fire swept over them and turned their bodies to ash. Pouring more of his magic into the wand, James sent the fire surging down the dark hallway like a green wave of death that consumed everything in its path, as the sounds of screaming reaching his ears. James couldn't help but smile as he finally ended the spell. The fire slowly died away, leaving nothing behind but ash and scorched rock and causing James to gasp with relief as he leaned against the nearby wall and gasped for air. How were there so many? James simply couldn't understand how Voldemort had managed to pull so many fighters together so quickly. Suddenly, it was as though someone smacked James across the back of his head as the answer finally came to him: the prisoners. It didn't matter how many Aurors James had, eventually the constant battle would drain them of their strength. And they would be overwhelmed by the unending number of prisoners that Voldemort had at his disposal. In a battle of attrition, James and his Aurors simply had no chance of victory. With a growl of anger at how slow he'd been to figure out Voldemort's plan, James slammed his fist into the stone wall before pressing his wand to his throat. Aurors. This is James Potter. Voldemort plans to overwhelm us by releasing the prisoners. As your acting minister, I am issuing an executive order. Kill all the prisoners of Azkaban. James knew that he would probably face extreme scrutiny for that order once this battle was over. But if it came down to a choice between allowing Voldemort to win this battle, and quite possibly never seeing his family again, or winning and returning to them alive, then the choice was easy for James. Stepping down the dark stairs, James descended to the next floor and narrowed his eyes as he saw the number of cells on this floor. Many of them had shuffling shadows within them. Grappling his wand tighter, James steeled his nerve and stepped into the hallway. He had work to do, no matter how much he might despise himself afterwards for it. Voldemort couldn't help but stare in shock as James Potter's words echoed throughout Azkaban. He didn't think the wizard had it in him to issue such an order. True, it made sense for Potter to give such an order, yet the fact that he'd actually done so made Voldemort's respect for the man rise, if only by the smallest of margins. As an aura charged at him, Voldemort hissed in anger and unleashed an overpowered curse at the unfortunate man. The curse blasted the aura to pieces, leaving just a red mist behind, which quickly dispersed as his Death Eaters watched in shock. Find Bellatrix Lestrange before Potter's auras kill her. Voldemort hissed angrily. Fail me, and I will suck the magic from your bones. The Death Eaters all seemed to quake with terror at the threat and quickly swarmed past him, wands held high as they rushed down the hallway, eager to fulfill their master's will, and save their own skins at the same time. As Voldemort began to follow, he was suddenly overcome with an overwhelming sense of agony that shot from the top of his skull down to the base of his chest. It suddenly felt as though someone had strapped him to a rack and was pulling his body apart. Placing a hand on the cold stone of the wall, Voldemort tried to breathe through the pain that seemed to be overwhelming his body until he suddenly found himself leaning full body against the wall. When the pain finally came to an end, Voldemort slowly limped towards a nearby dirty mirror that hung on the wall. Approaching it, Voldemort couldn't help but stare in shock at what gazed back at him. His neck and head had extended slightly so that he almost resembled a king cobra, while his eyes had sunken deeper into his skull, so that they now had an everlasting shadowy appearance. Added to this, the scales surrounding his face had increased so that they now nearly encompassed the entirety of it. His mouth had also grown larger, and jagged teeth now spread throughout the length of it. All in all, Voldemort now resembled a snake in all but name. And in the sight of this, Voldemort couldn't help but snarl in fury. While he was never vain about his appearance, this was simply too much for him to bear, and he snarled as he slammed his fist into the mirror, shattering it to pieces and leaving it cracked. Pulling his hood quickly over his head to hide his new features, Voldemort continued down the dark hallway, eager to find his greatest follower and be done with Azkaban, once and for all. My lord, a Death Eater screamed as he ran towards Voldemort. We've found the Dementors. It looks like Potter had them all locked away to keep them from siding against him, but the cell he locked them in is protected by a magical shield. We can't get through. Voldemort smiled at this, and the Death Eater took a step back in terror as the light shone across Voldemort's face for a moment, allowing the Death Eater a brief glimpse of Voldemort's new features. Show me, Voldemort hissed happily. No doubt the Dementors would be enraged at James Potter for taking away their food source, and would be eager for revenge for such an affront. Too terrified to argue, the Death Eater swallowed and nodded at his master before earning and hurrying back down the hallway. James leaned against shook as he bent over, his hands resting on his knees as he dry heaved, having nothing left to throw up. A small puddle of puke lay before him from where he'd already expelled everything that his stomach had to offer. The reason for this was due to the horrible things that James had done in the past half hour. In that time, James cleared nearly 3 floors of prisoners, killing everyone he'd come across so that Voldemort couldn't release them and resupply his dwindling numbers. Many had been too insane to do anything other than scream or laugh at him as James killed them. A few, however, had begged for their lives, and James knew he would never get those voices out of his head, not until the day he died. James knew that he had to stop Voldemort from releasing them, but it didn't make the act any less heinous to him. He felt dirty, defiled by what Voldemort had forced him to do, and it was simply another sin that James laid at the monster's feet. Now, more than ever, Jamio his family, but even as the thought struck him, James felt another dry heave run through him. Would Lily ever look at him the same way if she learned what he had been forced to do? Or would she see him as a monster, no less than Voldemort? Unable to stop the despair that suddenly inundated him, James felt himself sink to the floor as he hugged his arms around him and began to sob. All his life, James had lived by a code, and now, thanks to Voldemort, James had been forced to abandon that code and kill defenseless prisoners just to ensure that they wouldn't join Voldemort against him and his Aurors. Prongs. A sudden voice called out, causing James to jump in alarm. His wand snapped into his hand as he turned toward the source of the voice. Sirius Black stood at the end of the hallway, looking bruised and bloodied, behind which stood 4 other Aurors, all looking at James in alarm. Prongs, what's wrong? Sirius demanded as he rushed toward his friend. Are you hurt? James couldn't help himself. When Sirius came near, he grabbed the man and pulled him into a tight embrace, hugging him as though he never wanted to let him go. Padfoot. I killed them. I killed them all. Suddenly realizing what had happened, Sirius wrapped his arms around James and hugged his friend as angry tears ran down his cheeks. Oh Prongs, I'm so sorry. I'm a monster, James whispered. No, Sirius growled. Voldemort is the monster, he's the one who forced us to do these things. I killed defenseless prisoners, James whispered back as Sirius hugged him tighter. And if you hadn't, Voldemort would have released them, and who knows how many of our people they would have killed, Sirius replied at once. We're at war, Prongs, and in war. You have to do things that make you sick to your core. But we do those things so that others don't have to. We do these things so that our children will never know the name of war, Prongs. Never forget that. Minister Potter, a female Auror said softly, making James look up at her. I know you feel awful about what you've had to do, but you shouldn't. I can't speak for everyone here, but as for myself, I feel like you made the right call in ordering the prisoners killed. You're a good man, maybe the best minister we've had in a good long time, and I'm bloody glad you're our leader. Voldemort is a mad dog that needs to be put down, and the quicker we do that, the quicker this war can finally come to an end. Exactly, Sirius nodded, smiling at the Auror for saying what Sirius felt to be true in his bones. Seeing no lie in the Auror's eyes, James couldn't help but nod in gratitude as he struggled to regain his composure. The other Aurors all mumbled agreements, and James felt the gratitude swell within him at the loyalty that he saw shing back at him from his Aurors. Slowly pulling himself to his feet, with the aid of Sirius, James nodded once at his men before clearing his throat with a deep cough. Any sight of Voldemort yet? None, sir, Kingsley Shacklebolt replied, stepping forward, not for lack of looking though. Before James could reply, an inhuman shriek suddenly echoed throughout the prison, causing James to pale with horror. He's released the Dementors. What do we do, Prongs? Sirius whispered in horror. There's over 500 Dementors in this prison. If they all agree to follow Voldemort, we have no chance. Biting his lip in momentary indecision, James's thoughts raced as he tried to figure out what he should do next, but each plan loaded in on itself with the realization that this battle was all but lost if Voldemort added the Dementors to his growing number of allies. I'm ordering a withdrawal, James growled finally. Azkaban cannot be held. And I won't lose any more fighters trying to. You can't be serious, Prongs, Sirius said in shock. You would have us retreat. We cannot win this fight. James snapped back. This isn't a defeat, Padfoot. Simply a tactical withdrawal. How many of Voldemort's followers have we taken from him tonight? He can ill afford to lose such numbers. I want this war to end tonight as much as you do, Padfoot, but we simply don't have the numbers to do so. This war will have to be concluded another day. Loath though he was to admit it, Sirius couldn't help but grudgingly admit the veracity of his friend's words. Swallowing his anger, Sirius nodded once and replied, So, what's the order? We'll head to Bellatrix's cell first, James growled. First, we kill Voldemort's greatest follower. Then we unleash a wave of fiendfire so great that it consumes this entire island and apparate back to the Ministry. That should rob Voldemort of the majority of his followers. Sirius nodded, seeing no fault in his friend's plan. The Aurors behind him shuffled anxiously, though, as though conflicted about being forced to retreat from Voldemort instead of killing them once and for all as they had intended. Raising his wand to his throat, James swallowed down the bile of shame that seemed to come from being forced to retreat before Voldemort. Finally seeming to regain control of himself, James finally gave the hated order. Aurors, this is James Potter. As your minister, I am ordering all survivors to retreat back to the Ministry. You were ordered to unleash Fiendfire upin Azkaban and then retreat. We cannot win this battle, but we can burn Azkaban to the ground, rather than let our enemies claim it. Burn this hellhole to the ground. That is an order. Taking the wand from his throat, James nodded once at Sirius before spinning on his heel, and limping down the hallway. Right, let's kill Bellatrix and get the hell out of here. Sounds good to me, Sirius groaned, his tle wounds making themselves known as he limped after his friend, the other Aurors following behind. Voldemort snarled in fury as he quickly made his way through the ever-growing inferno that was once Azkaban prison. The Aurors had seemingly followed James Potter's order with gusto and had poured fiendfire upon Azkaban with an almost unholy fury. Fire stretched in all directions, and more than ONCE Voldemort had only been spared from the fire's destruction only by throwing one of his followers in its path so that he could duck down a hallway and escape. Where was Bellatrix? He should have found her by now. There were only so many places Potter could have hidden her. The Dementors had all fled from the fire with shrieks rather than stay and kill his enemies as Voldemort intended, and that seemed to only intensify his anger as he made his way down the smoke-filled hallway, freeing any prisoner he came upon as he sought out his greatest weapon. As he rounded the following corner, Voldemort felt a grin spread across his face as he saw 6 Aurors standing in front of a nearby cell door. Only one being could warrant such protection. As the Aurors caught sight of Voldemort, they immediately opened fire. Sending several powerful curses at the Dark Lord, Voldemort easily avoided these, and sent 2 Aurors to their grave in mere moments with 2 killing curses. Rushing forward, Voldemort grabbed one of the Aurors by the throat and raised him into the air before sinking his fangs into the man's throat and began to suck the magic from his as easily as a vampire would consume blood as the remaining Aurors watched in horror. In a matter of seconds, the Aurors' once youthful features were gone, and a withered husk hung in its place, held by the throat by Voldemort, who carelessly threw the poor man's body to the floor as he felt the man's magic fill him with power. The 3 remaining Aurors stared at their friend's body in horror for a moment before seemingly coming to a unanimous decision and spinning on the spot, disappearing with a loud crack. For a moment, Voldemort stared down at the man's withered husk with a thoughtful expression on his face. No longer would he need to use the ritual to steal magic. It seemed, now, he could do it simply by sucking the magic from them like a vampire feeding on blood. Smiling cruelly at that realization, Voldemort turned to thread his wand through the air, causing the cell door to rip from the wall in a shower of dust and debris. Stepping into the cell, Voldemort felt his gaze immediately drawn to the prisoner within. Time had not been kind to his greatest weapon. It would seem, Bellatrix Lestrange's once youthful features had been ripped away. Now, her once jet-black hair had streaks of silver through it, and the beginning of wrinkles could be seen around her eyes and upon her brow. Voldemort didn't see any of that, however. What he saw was the devotion in which Bellatrix was directing at him, kneeling before him with her wrists cuffed and a look of pure love upon her face. "My lord," Bellatrix whispered softly, "I knew you would come for me. I never lost hope that you would regain your powers." "My most loyal servant," Voldemort hissed. "Are you ready to serve me again?" "Yes, my lord," Bellatrix said at once. "I've done nothing but wait eagerly for your return." "Good," Voldemort nodded. "We have much to do." With a lazy flick of his hand, Voldemort caused Bellatrix's cuffs to literally melt off her wrists. Rising to her feet, Bellatrix rubbed her wrists for a moment before smiling at her master. "Come, let us away from here. I've got what I came for." As the pair stepped into the hallway, a sudden shout reached their ears, causing them to turn towards the noise's origin, only to see James Potter and several Aurors racing toward them. "You lose, Potter," Voldemort hissed as he grabbed Bellatrix, pulling her close before spinning on the spot and causing the pair to disappear with a crack. As James watched Voldemort and Bellatrix disapparate, he couldn't help but stare in horror at where the pair had stood mere moments ago. With a roar of anger, James snapped his wand out and blew the wall opposite him to bits before sinking to his knees. He'd failed to end the war before it could fully begin, and now, with Voldemort's greatest weapon returned to him, he could only imagine the horror that was to come now that the war had begun in earnest. Taking a ragged breath, James turned to his oldest friend and growled, "Burn everything." Author's note: 1. Oh Cancino, yeah, the story got away from me. I had fully intended it to be solely about Harry regaining his family, but it quickly spread to be just about James's attempt to make a better world for his children. Hopefully the next few chapters will be about Harry. Again. 2. Kazikamika's 24. Thank you. I hope you liked this chapter as much as the last one. I'm not going to lie, I'm not happy about this chapter. I've rewritten it 3 times. And this was the best one I came up with. I hope it holds up to your standards, but I feel like it could have been better. Please let me know how it holds up, and if there's something you think I could have done better. Let me know. In the next few chapters, I plan to focus more on Harry and Rose while Voldemort prepares for war. Until next time. Chapter 18. He who must not be named returns. Azkaban prison razed to the ground. Bellatrix Lestrange escapes. By Rita Skeeter. Chaos erupted in the Wizengamot today when Minister James Potter called for an emergency session, with only a few reporters allowed to attend. Including this reporter. Once the session had begun, Minister Potter quickly rose to his feet and proclaimed that the wizarding world's most hated enemy had returned and had the previous night attacked Azkaban prison in an attempt to free his most loyal supporters. Naturally, once order was restored, calls rang out from all 3 factions demanding answers as to how this was possible. As most are aware, the Dark Lord was thought gone for good following his defeat at the hands of Minister Potter over a decade ago, in which the Dark Lord attempted to murder Minister Potter's youngest child. Minister Potter then called for several Aurors who were present at what is being called the Battle of Azkaban, and had them provide testimony as well as their memories of the event. At the end of these memories, it was obvious beyond all doubt that the veracity of Minister Potter's words had been proven empirically, much to the horror of all present, this reporter included. Almost immediately, calls came from the Dark faction for James Potter's dismissal from office, for not only allowing the Dark Lord to escape with his most valuable follower, for more information on Bellatrix, the Angel of Death, Lestrange, turn to page 2, but also for the incredibly controversial order that Minister Potter gave during the battle. According to eyewitness testimony given to the Wizengamot by the Aurors that participated in the battle, Minister Potter ordered his men to kill the prisoners of Azkaban. You read that correctly, my dear readers, that was not a histrionic over-exaggeration. Nor was it a discrepancy on the part of this reporter. According to both eyewitness testimony and from James Potter's own mouth, he ordered the prisoners killed when it became apparent that the Dark Lord was freeing them in order to win through a battle of attrition by overwhelming Minister Potter's already small force with the very prisoners they were in charge of guarding. This extremely controversial order has caused many in the Wizengamot to view Minister Potter in a far different light than before, and many in the Dark faction called for his immediate arrest and imprisonment for slaughtering their friends and family. Even Albus Dumbledore, the leader of the Light faction and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, called for James Potter to be censored for such an abhorrent act, to the surprise of many. When Minister Potter was finally allowed to speak in his defense, he gave a rousing, heartfelt speech reminding everyone how horrible the last war against he who must not be named truly was, and how in giving such an order, even as it disgusted him to his very being, he was doing so to stop such a war from ever happening again. So magnificent and rousing was the minister's speech that when he finished and retook his seat, the hall echoed for several moments, and this reporter is not ashamed to admit that she too felt her heart swell as James Potter boldly proclaimed, "England will never again bow to a Dark Lord, nor to his supporters who hide behind their gold, while making widows and orphans out of all those they deem inferior." To read Minister Potter's full speech, turn to page 3. To the surprise of all, it would appear that Minister Potter's detractors pale in comparison to his supporters, and an outstanding margin quickly denied the vote to have Minister Potter formally charged. Once that farce of a vote was complete, Minister Potter declared that England would now be considered in a state of war, and that he was giving his Aurors executive powers to kill on sight any wizard or witch found wearing Death Eater robes. This declaration received near equal support and hate as the hall once again echoed with both cheers and boos. Furthermore, Minister Potter declared that he was placing a 500,000 galleon bounty on the head of he who must not be named, with an additional 100,000 galleon bounty on the head of Bellatrix Lestrange, dead or alive. Minister Potter's next words seemed to silence even his most hated detractors and brought home the seriousness of what was to come. Make no mistake, fellow members of the Wizengamot, you are all dealing with a far less merciful minister than Fudge. Those here today who seek to aid the Dark Lord will find themselves executed as traitors to their country, no matter how much gold they claim nor how venerated their family name. There will be no middle ground this time. You are either for the citizens of the wizarding world or for the Dark Lord. Make your choice, but know that if you choose wrong, you will be shown the same mercy that the Dark Lord has shown his victims, for foolish and naive ideas like stunning and imprisonment will not be used this time. At the end of his speech, this reporter noticed that Minister Potter was glaring directly at Albus Dumbledore, which makes me wonder if there is bad blood there that we are unawares. Reporter went out into the street to see how the citizens felt about the things that their minister has done as well as his words towards those in the Wizengamot who may have pro-Death Eater sympathies. To this reporter's surprise, the elation seems almost equally split regarding the minister, with some calling him a breath of fresh air to an otherwise corrupt government, while others are accusing him of going beyond the bounds of his office and behaving like a military dictator. But whether you hate him or love him, this reporter will continue to bring you all the freshest news regarding not only the Wizengamot, but also with the upcoming war. May Merlin protect us all. James glared down at the newspaper as he reread the front page for what seemed like the 5th time. With a weary sigh, he threw the paper onto his desk and ran a tired hand across his face as he closed his eyes and reveled in the silence. It was nearly 9 o'clock, and most had gone home for the night. Moody and Sirius were standing guard outside his door as they usually did, giving James a small reprieve from the constant stream of visitors and sycophants that had bombarded him the last few days, and James couldn't help but sigh happily as the blessed sound of silence filled his ears. Had it really been a week since Azkaban? It felt like more, much more, and James couldn't help but let his mind wander to everything that had happened since then. The Wizengamot had split almost down the middle since its last session, with some calling James a dictator in the making, while others lauded him with honors for being a true leader. The population too seemed split almost equally, and while James's popularity was still the highest of any sitting minister in the last century, it had dropped slightly since news of the battle had been released. Some were calling him a dictator, and that he was going beyond what his office allowed and should be censored for it. Many more, however, especially those that remembered the horrors that Voldemort had brought to their world during the First War, rallied behind James and were calling him their Minister General, a term that had made Sirius laugh himself silly as James groaned. A sudden p made James turn his head to the office fireplace, and he felt comfort as he stared into the dancing flames, even as his mind raced with everything that had happened in the last week since he had declared England at war. Voldemort had yet to make another move since he fled from Azkaban, no doubt due to the terrible losses he had taken. The tally had come back a few days ago, and James couldn't help but smile when he saw that Voldemort had lost nearly 24 followers, as well as nearly 20 werewolves. That feeling was quickly swept away by a wave of guilt when James next saw the tally of nearly 250 prisoners who had also been killed during the battle. James still remembered falling into Lily's arms after the battle and sobbing into her chest as he begged her to forgive him, feeling almost positive that she would call him a monster and leave him for what he had done, no doubt taking the kids with her. Instead, she had smacked him round the head for such idiotic notions and held him tight to her as she repeatedly assured him that she wasn't going anywhere, and that she did not see him as a monster but as a man who had been forced to make a terrible, yet necessary decision. It had been Lily that had kept James from going off the deep end the following days of the battle, keeping him grounded and reminding him why he was fighting, why they must all keep fighting. To make a world for their children where they could finally be free from the terrors and idiotic notions of blood purity of the past. Turning back away from the fire, James's eyes landed on a letter that was sitting innocuously on his desk, the writing swirling elegantly, and he felt his temper spike again as he thought about who had sent it. James and Dumbledore had had a terrible fight night after the emergency session of the Wizengamot, and Sirius had to actually hold James back at one point from physically attacking the old man. As James glared at the letter, inviting him to attend the upcoming meeting with the Order of the Phoenix, his thoughts ran back to the last meeting he and Dumbledore had. Flashback. Dumbledore had come to James's office the day after the emergency session of the Wizengamot. All but demanding that James's secretary let him in when she told Dumbledore that James was in the middle of a meeting. Stepping into the office, Dumbledore saw James looking over a map that sat unrolled upon his desk, Frank Longbottom's finger pointing at something, while his face turned in surprise to Dumbledore. Behind James, Sirius and Mad-Eye were standing guard, their hands resting on their wands at the sudden intrusion. Seeing who it was, both men slowly relaxed and the tension of the office relaxed again, though only just. "That'll be all, Frank," James said simply. "Make sure your oars are ready at a moment's notice." "They will be," Frank nodded. "Mad-Eye's been drilling them hard. Whatever Voldemort has planned, we'll be ready for him." Without another word, Frank gathered up the map he'd been pointing at and walked out of the office, offering a quick nod at Dumbledore as he passed, which was returned by the headmaster. "Good morning, Professor," James said softly, once Frank was gone. "I wasn't aware that we had a meeting scheduled." "We do not," Dumbledore replied, "but I felt that current events required us to speak." "Do they? And what would we speak about?" "How about we start with you nearly having me sacked from office?" Dumbledore sighed wearily at that and slowly made his way to the chair opposite James's desk, sinking into it with all the strength of a tired old man. "I only did what I thought was right, James. And you're saying I did otherwise?" James demanded in a hurt tone. "You killed over 200 people, my boy," Dumbledore replied sadly. "And destroyed Azkaban prison, releasing the Dementors onto an unsuspecting populace. Merlin knows how many are in danger now. The Aurors are already rounding them up as we speak," James clapped back. "They're being housed in the bowels of the Ministry until we can decide what to do with them. And, while I truly hate the fact that I was forced to give the order to kill Azkaban's prisoners, I had no choice in order to save my Aurors' lives and try to stop Voldemort. Something that I ultimately failed to do, in the end. So, what's your next accusation?" Dumbledore stared silently at his one-time student, looking far older than he had ever looked before. Finally, after a moment of silence, Dumbledore released a sad and weary sigh, his shoulders slumping. "I'm worried about you, James. Your decisions as of late are leaving me most distressed, and I'm worried about where the path you're on will lead you. You slaughtered almost 100 werewolves, which were in the process of killing innocent children," James growled back. "You killed Fudge, when you could have just ended the duel with a stunner," Dumbledore added, making James's brow twitch angrily. "After he murdered 2 Ministry employees, as well as orchestrated the attack on Hogsmeade." James snapped back, his fists gripping the arms of his chair, tight. "And now, you've killed hundreds of people, Opal, who could have been redeemed and brought back into the light. Any chance those poor souls had of ever finding forgiveness for their sins and attaining redemption is forever gone." "Oh, don't give me that, Dumbledore." Mad-Eye spat suddenly. "We all know that the ones locked up there were the scum of our world and deserved what they got." "By what right do you think so?" Dumbledore demanded, anger heating his tone. "Are you God? Who are you to decide whether a person is beyond saving or not? I'm the man who has spent the last 50 years fighting men and women like that." Mad-Eye snarled back, "I've spent nearly my whole life battling scum like those people you want to save. People who rape and kill would willingly set the whole world ablaze as long as they got to stand on top of the ashes. Things will never get better in our world as long as the fires of hatred are allowed to grow." Dumbledore sighed. "The only way we can create a brighter and better future for those who come after us, is if we learn to forgive." "Is that what you said to the victims of Grindelwald?" James asked, causing Dumbledore's head to snap up. "Are those the words you used to justify sitting on your ass and letting that madman tear Europe apart, rather than actually do something about it? How many innocent people died either by his wand or in one of his camps while you quibbled over your naive ideas of forgiveness and mercy? Being merciful is not naive, James, and I'm sorry you feel so. The things that Gellert did are reprehensible and can never be forgiven. But that doesn't mean that I old have acted like him just to end his tyranny. That would have made me no better than he is." "You misunderstand me, Professor," James replied softly. "I am not saying that being merciful is wrong, but there is a time and place for it. How much faster could the last war with Voldemort have ended if we had been allowed to fight back on equal terms, rather than just stun them and lock his followers in Azkaban? Only for their friends to break them out a few days later and start the whole process all over again. We cannot defeat Voldemort by acting like him, James, Dumbledore said sadly, causing Sirius to growl angrily. How dare you compare James to that monster? Voldemort wants to control the entire world and crush anyone that he feels is unworthy of magic, beneath his boot heel. James wants to create a world where men and women like Voldemort have no place, and yet you would compare the two of them as though they were two sides of the same coin. How dare you, sir? I mean no offense, Sirius. Dumbledore offered, raising his hands in surrender. I'm simply worried that if James, or any of you for that matter, continue down this path of hatred and bloodshed, may come a time when you can no longer see any other path to take but the one you're on. And what other path would you have us take, Headmaster? James demanded. Should we take Voldemort alive? Oh, that he can one day escape and start his war all over again. Should I allow my Aurors to risk their lives needlessly, forcing them to use half-measure like stunning their enemies, only for them to receive a killing curse in the back because of it? Tell me, O high and noble Dumbledore, what should I do to be worthy of such venerations as you? Rescind the order to allow Aurors to kill on sight, rather than stun. Dumbledore replied forcefully, give those foolish men and women the chance at redemption for their crimes, and yourself as well. And what crimes have I done that require redemption? James demanded, jumping to his feet and slamming his palms down onto his desk. I think we both know the answer to that, my boy, Dumbledore replied, staring at James from over his half-moon glasses. You unbelievably hypocritical bastard, James breathed, the blood on my hands is nothing compared to the ocean on yours. Yes, I am aware, Dumbledore replied sadly, yet between the two of us, I appear to be the only one trying to wash it off. Is this what you want Harry to aspire to hate, or would you rather teach him to forgive his enemies and grow up never knowing hatred's name? You're the reason Harry died. James raged, his temper finally breaking loose as he tried to jump over the desk at Dumbledore, only to be held back by Sirius as Mad Eye cast a silencing charm on the office. If I had known then what I know now, my son would never have been murdered. We should have been killing them then, instead of stunning them. But no, we listened to the noble advice of Albus. Bloody Dumbledore and nearly ended up losing the whole war. Dumbledore sat relaxed in his chair as James's anger washed over him and yet left him untouched, which seemed to anger James even more, as he struggled to break free from Sirius' iron grip. I am sorry, James, for what you lost, but my stance hasn't changed. We cannot defeat evil by using their methods to fight. Then it's a good thing you're not in charge, Mad Eye spat. Otherwise Voldemort would have already won by now. This meeting is at an end, Professor, James growled, kindly leave, I have others waiting and decisions need to be made regarding this war. Decisions that you are no longer a part of. James, please, I said get out. James snarled, his magic exploding outward and actually ruffling Dumbledore's robes, causing the man's eyes to widen for a moment before he released another sad sigh and rose to his feet. Just before he left, he cast one last weary look at his former students. I hope in the coming days you will reconsider my words. James, there's still time to turn away from this path you're on. Before James could respond, Dumbledore stepped out of the office, closing the door behind him with a sharp snap. Once he was gone, Mad Eye turned to James with a raised brow. Now, who wants to tell me just what our dear minister meant when he said his son was murdered? Because as far as I'm aware, the boy is alive and well at Hogwarts. Unless that's not the case at all. End flashback. After making Mad Eye swear a magical vow not to tell anyone about Harry, James and Sirius had told the old man the whole sordid story regarding Harry's miraculous return, and how they had made up the whole story about finding him at an orphanage in order to keep Harry from becoming a lab rat. Naturally, Mad E had been stunned by the revelation and had wholeheartedly agreed with James that Harry's true origins should be kept hidden lest the unspeakable snatch the boy up and make him a permanent resident in the bowels of the ministry as they attempted to find out all they could, uncaring about the boy's comfort throughout the ordeal. Now, as James gazed down at the written invitation from Dumbledore to the next order meeting. His thoughts traveled across the country to where his children were safely studying at Hogwarts. If only James had been able to kill Bellatrix before Voldemort escaped with her. He could have ended the war before it ever began. Instead, the bastard had been allowed to flee with his most deadly servant in tow, and the war was now all but inevitable. Throwing down the letter with a weary sigh, James ran a tired hand over his face as he sat back in his chair, his thoughts traveling back to the first war so long ago, and how it had made him grow up much faster than he'd wanted to. He'd just been a boy when the war had begun in earnest, too cocksure of himself and all too eager to join the fighting, not yet knowing the horrors of battle that would quickly dispel all his foolish notions of glory and honor. Both Dumbledore and James's parents had done all they could to keep James and his friends out of the war, having already experienced such horrors during the war with Grindelwald, and not wanting the next generation to go through it. Their pleas had fallen on deaf ears, however, and soon after graduation Hogwarts, James and his friends had joined the fighting. Determined to put an end to Voldemort and his ilk, while bringing glory to all their names as heroes of the wizarding world. His very first battle had immediately destroyed all of James's foolish notions of what war truly was. 10 seconds into the battle, James had watched as a girl he'd gone to school with was literally blown to pieces, leaving nothing behind but a puddle of blood and gore as a red mist hung in the air. James had frozen in horror at the sight, an action that very nearly cost him his life, and would have if not for Sirius tackling him out of the way of an incoming killing curse. That missed the pair by mere inches. That battle was James's first encounter with Bellatrix, the Angel of Death, less strange, and it would leave a lasting impression on him for the remainder of his life. When the battle finally came to an end, a dozen of his horribly injured, while the Death Eaters were able to boast of only losing 4 of their own. Peter had lost an eye that night and had never been the same after. And James found himself often wondering if that was the night that Peter had decided to join Voldemort, if Peter would have ever betrayed them had James not stupidly dragged them all into a war that none of them were ready for. Truthfully, James believed that was the night his innocence died, killed off in a war that he and his friends should never have been a part of. A war that should never have happened in the first place, and would never happen again if James had his way. Once Voldemort was finally sent to hell where he belonged, James would finally be able to focus his full attention on making the wizarding world a better place where his children will be safe and where the idiotic beliefs that the purebloods held so dear would finally die out, as they should have decades, perhaps even centuries ago. The changes he had already made were well on their way to making such a future not only a possibility, but a reality, but James knew he had so much more to do before his children and their children after them would finally be able to live in a world where they would be safe from the cruel bigotry that James had known growing up. A knock on his office door brought his focus back to the present as Sirius stepped in with a worried look on his face. James, almost ready to go home. Yeah, let me just get my coat. With a nod, Sirius backed out and closed the door behind him, leaving James once again alone in his office. With a weary sigh, James slowly rose to his feet and waved his wand at the fireplace, instantly extinguishing the flames as he grabbed his black coat off the rack. Quickly throwing it on, James felt his back pop and released a satisfied groan before he stepped out the door. Harry's original world. Ron Weasley tried not to show utterly heartbroken he was as he stared down at the sheet covering the body of his baby sister, Ginny. His parents had been escorted to the headmaster's office some time ago, leaving just him and his brothers to stand guard over the dead girl's body that lay covered up in the hospital wing of Hogwarts. His poor mother had been nearly catatonic as she was led away, having thrown herself onto her daughter's body and openly sobbed out her misery when she and Ron's father had arrived. Tearing his eyes away from Ginny's body, Ron cast his eyes to his brothers as tears ran freely down his cheeks. He twins were staring dead-eyed at their little sister's body, while Percy sat in a nearby chair, his face in his hands and his shoulders shaking with quiet sobs. As Ron turned his eyes back to Ginny's covered body, he couldn't help but acknowledge that this whole year had been a misery, not just for him but for Hogwarts in general, as well. Ever since his best mate, Harry Potter, had disappeared last year. Ron's life had been turned completely upside down. Dumbledore had nearly torn Hogwarts apart when Harry had first vanished, determined to find the boy at all costs. A few weeks later, Professor Quirrell was discovered trying to steal something by Professor Dumbledore. Quirrell had attempted to flee from Hogwarts upon being caught in the act but found the act impossible once Dumbledore sealed the castle and activated the wards. With no other options available, Quirrell had run into the Great Hall and attempted to use the students as hostages, resulting in another furious and spurring duel between Quirrell and Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick, while the rest of the staff tried to shield the students. For nearly 10 minutes, the four professors traded shots at each other. While the Watchers stared in awe at the amount of magic being used, finally, Dumbledore stormed into the Great Hall, and Quirrell found himself completely inundated. The Great Hall had then watched in horror as it was revealed that Quirrell was possessed by the spirit of Voldemort, when Professor Snape accidentally set Quirrell's turban on fire, causing the man to violently tear it off his head, instead of the back of his head. Quirrell actually had a second face protruding from his skull, and the Great Hall had exploded in screams of horror and shock. After several moments of chaos Voldemort and Dumbledore traded threats and taunts at one another while the staff and students stared in horror. Black smoke began to pour off of Quirrell, causing the man to scream in agony before finally collapsing to the floor as the smoke hovered above the man's body. With an inhuman scream of rage, the smoke had then flown out of the window and disappeared as the Great Hall watched in horror. Moments later, it was proclaimed by Professor Snape that Quirrell was dead, to the shock of all. Within hours, the Ministry had descended upon Hogwarts en masse and had questioned nearly every student and staff member who had been present. Fudge had tried his best to cover up the incident once it was all but affirmed that Voldemort had indeed been possessing Professor Quirrell, but the number of eyewitnesses made any such attempt impossible, especially once the students began writing home about what they had seen. The Daily Prophet had run the story for weeks afterwards, and Fudge had no choice but to publicly admit that Voldemort was somehow still alive, albeit in spirit form. Only, under an unbearable wave of pressure, Fudge had then placed a 1 million galleon bounty on the Dark Lord's spirit. Though how anyone was supposed to collect was anyone's guess. Because of all this chaos, interest in the mystery of the disappearance of Harry Potter had all but vanished until it seemed like Dumbledore, Ron and Hermione were the only ones still looking for him. Ron's friendship with Hermione soon dried up as well, unfortunately, without Harry to keep the two from constantly tearing into each other. The two had realized how little they had in common and slowly drifted apart. Ron had begun to make friends with the rest of the boys in his dorm, while Hermione had begun to seek out like-minded individuals in Ravenclaw House. In fact, the only time that the two even saw each other anymore, outside of class, was when they would meet up in the library and try and find some answers to where Harry might have vanished to. Hedwig, Harry's beautiful snowy owl, had also vanished, a few weeks after Harry, and that had seemed to galvanize Hermione into an almost all-consuming determination to find her friend. Ron was more pragmatic, while he still met up with Hermione in the library as often as he could. He was beginning to give up hope of ever seeing his friend again, alive at least. Ron had even voiced his opinion to Hermione a few months prior, resulting in an awful fight that very nearly had both drawing their wands on the other. It was only with Professor McGonagall's interruption that both were quickly disarmed and told to stay away from each other for the foreseeable future. This year had been even worse than the last one. First, Dumbledore had hired a narcissistic professor named Gilderoy Lockhart, who spent more time talking about his many exploits in fighting the dark forces of the world than he did actually teaching the students anything. Personally, Ron thought that Lockhart's so-called exploits were nothing more than a load of dragon dung. Ron had even been given detention for standing up and saying so, right to the professor's face after finally having had enough during one lesson. The second thing that had made this year worse than the previous one was that soon after Halloween, attacks began to happen at Hogwarts. Half-Blood and Mugglebow RN students were found one after another petrified by some unknown force, with looks of horror on their faces. Whoever was responsible had even left a message stating the mythical Chamber of Secrets had been opened and that they were using the monster inside to purge the school of all those who were unfit to study magic. There was even talk of closing Hogwarts if the attacks didn't stop soon, and Hagrid had been arrested under Fudge himself, for apparently playing a part in the attacks. This was proven to be not the case a few weeks later when another attack occurred, and Hagrid was swiftly released with the Ministry's apologies. Worse still, Dumbledore had been suspended by the Hogwarts Board of Governors for failing to stop the attacks. Draco Malfoy had been practically giddy at that. And Ron had lost Gryffindor 50 points for breaking the wanker's nose with a well-deserved right hook. Ginny had gone missing a week ago and a bloody message had been found painted on the wall where the first attack had occurred, stating that her skeleton would lie in the chamber forever. To the disgust of all, Lockhart had fled like a coward in the night soon after, and many suspected he did so because the staff had all but demanded that he use his expertise to find Ginny and save her. Ron had vowed then and there that if he ever saw Lockhart again, Ron would kill the man with his own 2 hands. Immediately after Ginny's disappearance, Dumbledore had returned with a Parseltongue friend of his from India. Dumbledore was of the belief that only a Parseltongue would be able to find the hidden chamber. Seeing as how Salazar Slytherin was one, and would have used said gift to make his chamber virtually impossible to find otherwise. Dumbledore's theory was proven true when the entrance was found a few days after his return, in a bathroom of all places. The staff had descended into the chamber together and the students waited anxiously for their return, hoping beyond hope that Ginny would be found alive. This hope was crushed when the staff members returned several hours later, covered in blood and wounds from facing whatever lay in Slytherin's chamber, each looking as though it was taking all their strength not to break down and sob at their failure to save Ginny. Professor Sprout had, unfortunately, not come back, while Flitwick had lost his left arm. Dumbledore had come out of the chamber with a heartbroken look on his face, carrying Ginny's dead body, and a black book that looked like it had been set on fire. Even Snape's usual sneer was absent, replaced with a look of sorrow that seemed odd and out of place on his sallow face. No one ever discovered what happened down in the chamber, for Dumbledore would not speak of it, nor would any of the other staff. Then when Fudge showed up and demanded they do so, Professor McGonagall had drawn her wand on the minister then, and demanded he leave Hogwarts at once before she decided to kill him. Something in her eyes must have convinced Fudge that she was being deadly serious, for he promptly fled the castle, and McGonagall retired to her office where it was said she drank herself into oblivion, as she sobbed out her frustrations. Rumors spread throughout the castle that Voldemort was to blame for the attacks as well as for Ginny's death, and Dumbledore had all but confirmed it when he spoke to Ron's parents, subtly hinting that the Dark Lord had somehow possessed Ginny the same way he'd possessed Quirrell the previous year. As Ron stared down at his little sister's body, black rage seemed to spread throughout him, and his hands curled into fists at his sides. Voldemort had taken Ron's uncles, he had taken Harry's parents, and now he had taken Ron's little sister. Ron even suspected that Voldemort had killed Harry, and that was why they couldn't find him. There and then, Ron made a vow: Voldemort would take no more from this world. If it was the last thing Ron did, he would hunt that monster down, as well as all who followed him, and send them all to hell where they belonged. Harry's new world. Zeke groaned in pain as he leaned heavily over the chair he was currently chained to. How long had it been since the Battle of Azkaban? Days, weeks, longer. Zeke no longer knew. Time seemed to have no meaning in the dark depths of the Ministry's cells. His once dirty blonde hair was now even more so, from the lack of a proper bath. And his bright blue eyes were clenched shut tight as he tried to breathe through the pain in his chest. He'd considered himself lucky at the time to have survived the battle. But he'd quickly been disabused of that foolish idea after he'd woken in the bowels of the Ministry and been handed over to the tender mercies of Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. When Fenrir had been executed, Zeke had thought that he'd finally gotten the lucky streak he'd been waiting for. He'd managed to take over Greyback's pack without even having to lift a finger. He'd quickly used his greatest weapon, his intelligence, to shore up his power and quickly and quietly get rid of all those who might challenge his right to rule. The only thing he hadn't counted on was Voldemort showing up and offering Zeke's new pack the chance to exact revenge on the wizarding world for how many of their friends and packmates had been slaughtered. It had taken Zeke mere moments to realize the way the winds were blowing. And that if he turned Voldemort away, the pack would tear Zeke apart for cowardice. So, internally fuming, Zeke had agreed to join Voldemort's attack on Azkaban, and as a result had been left as the only member of the pack still alive. Caught hiding under a pile of his packmates' bodies, Zeke had been immediately taken into custody and for the first time in his life met someone who scared him more than Fenrir Greyback, James Potter. The Minister of Magic already had a fearsome reputation since he fought nearly alone against hordes of Zeke's packmates, and somehow survived. That reputation had only grown since then with James's duel against Fudge, and his victory at Azkaban. James had simply stared at Zeke for a moment, when the werewolf had been brought to the ministry cells. As though silently evaluating Zeke. Finally, after several moments of tense silence, James had spoken in a voice so cold that it had sent shivers down Zeke's spine. "I want to know what Voldemort's plans are. And you are going to tell me. However much pain you endure between now and then, however, is entirely up to you." "I don't know anything," Zeke had cried back, struggling to break free from the iron grip that the two oars on either side of him held Zeke with. James sneered at that and tilted his head slightly as he stared at the man before him. "I've read the report on you. Zeke Balin. You were once considered a prodigy, perhaps one of the brightest students that Hogwarts had seen in decades. That is, until you were bitten and forced to leave Hogwarts when you were 16. You tried to find honest work for a while, but no one would hire a werewolf, so you chose to join Fenrir's pack and used your cunning and intelligence to bring the same misery to others that had been brought to you. I know my own life well enough," Zeke spat bitterly. "Why are you telling me what I already know?" "Because I want you to know that I know what type of man you are," James growled back. "You're the type who will do whatever it takes to survive. You hold no loyalties to anyone but yourself and will betray everyone as long as you can manage to save your own skin. I know these things because I once had a friend like you, someone I once considered a brother. And yet, despite the number of years together, he still chose to betray my family and I to Voldemort, just to save his own pathetic skin. You will do the same, it's just a matter of which will break first, your loyalty to Voldemort or your body." "Give me Veritaserum," Zeke cried back quickly. "You'll see that I'm not lying. I don't know anything." "Unfortunately, that's not possible at the moment," James growled back. "The Ministry has used up its whole supply of questioning Ministry officials to find Voldemort's spies. Which means that we must fall back on tried and true methods to get you to talk." Turning away from the pale werewolf, James looked at the two oars holding Zeke and twitched his head for them to take the man away. The last thing Zeke heard as he was dragged away from the minister was James Potter growling to Mad-Eye Moody. "Get me that information, Alistair. I don't care how you do it." Into the elevator. He felt his blood freeze as he heard Moody chuckling darkly in reply. Since then, Zeke's life had been one of constant misery. Mad-Eye Moody would come to Zeke's cell at all hours of the day or night, and drag Zeke to the interrogation room where he would be questioned for hours before being thrown back into his cell. Between the lack of sleep, the constant beatings, and the terror of not knowing when the next round of questioning would come, Zeke's most powerful weapon, his mind, began to unravel and he feared it wouldn't be long before he went truly mad. At times, he wondered if he should tell Moody when he knew. Zeke was no fool, but he was very good at playing one. It was how he lulled his victims into a false sense of security and always managed to come out on top. He knew what Voldemort's next plan was. Not the entirety of it, but enough, but had said nothing for fear of the Dark Lord's wrath coming down on Zeke. James Potter and his band of ignoramuses were fools if they thought Voldemort wouldn't be able to get to Zeke in here, even if he was locked up in the Ministry. That was why Zeke had pushed so hard for Veritaserum to be used on him. Voldemort would understand if Zeke talked due to being dosed with potion. No one could lie while under its effects. At worst, Zeke could expect a few hours of the torture curse. But if Voldemort found Zeke had talked of his own free will, then Zeke would be dead in a matter of days. Today's session had been the worst one by far and Zeke's throat was nearly raw from the amount of screaming he'd done. It seemed as though Moody was finally beginning to lose his patience with Zeke's intransigence, and Zeke took a bitter form of pleasure from that small victory. Slowly raising his head, Zeke saw Moody glaring at him as he leaned heavily on his walking stick. Swallowing his fear, Zeke gathered what saliva he had left and swallowed to ease the pain in his throat before speaking. How many more times do you want me to say it, old man? I don't know anything. Yes, you've repeated that ad nauseum, Moody growled back. Problem is that we both know you're lying. And unfortunately for you, today's your last chance to tell me what I want to know. Quote, what do you mean? Zeke whispered, his eyes widening at Moody's threat. I don't have any more time to waste on you, dog, Moody growled, ignoring the angry look that Zeke sent at the insult. And James doesn't either. The next batch of Veritaserum won't be ready for a good while yet, and since it seems like you truly refuse to break, you're of no further use to us, save one. Which is? Zeke asked fearfully, his body beginning to shake from both the pain of his injuries and the terror in his heart. The Dementors, those we've captured at any rate, are locked up deep beneath our feet. In the darkest bowels of the Ministry, Moody growled, and they're quite hungry after several days of no food. So, if you don't tell me what I want, you'll be given to them for dinner. Zeke's eyes widened in horror at the threat. Surely, they wouldn't do something so evil. Not even Voldemort would do something so horrifically monstrous. You're lying, Zeke whispered back. The Ministry would never allow something so inhumane. Moody chuckled at that, and the sound sent shivers up and down Zeke's spine. A moment later, Moody began to slowly circle Zeke's chair. The only sound being the clunk of Moody's staff in the darkened cell. James Potter is a good man, much better than me by leaps and bounds. That is why neither he nor the Ministry will know what happened to you. I'll tell them that you died under questioning. That makes you no better than the Dark Lord. Zeke cried out in terror, you're a monster. Wrong, I'm a warrior, Moody retorted, and this is war. A war that you and all the other bastards who chose to follow Voldemort started. And in war, sometimes you must do things that disgust you in order to end the fighting as quickly as possible. Zeke said nothing, his thoughts running a mile a minute as he calculated the odds of Moody following through with his threat. Moody seemed to realize what Zeke was doing and chuckled darkly. Not many know this, but out of all the dark creatures in the world, I hate werewolves the most. Not all of them, mind you, some can be quite honorable allies, like the minister's friend, Remus Lupin. But the minority is vastly outnumbered by those like you, who choose to kill and destroy with no care. Pulling up the right sleeve of his robe, Moody showed Zeke a horrible scar that ran across the Auror's bicep. As though some creature had slashed at the arm, and nearly severed it entirely. You know how I got this scar? Moody asked, his voice barely above a whisper as Zeke stared at the white lines. My father was a local tavern keeper, a good and honorable man who always had a smile and a joke to tell his customers. I loved my father very much. One night after work, he was walking home and was attacked by a werewolf. Realizing what would happen if anyone were to find out that he'd been bitten, my father chose to hide his injuries and stitch up his wounds himself. The next full moon, when he changed, he killed my mother. Then he came for me. I killed my own father. Beast, I'll have no trouble killing you. As Zeke stared into the dark depths of Moody's eyes, he came to a hoary FYING conclusion. Moody had meant every word he'd spoken. If Zeke didn't speak, Moody would, without a doubt, follow through with his threat and feed Zeke to the Dementors, and there would be no one to stop Moody from doing so. This horrific realization shattered Zeke's loyalty and courage like fine china, and he finally began to speak. Author's note. Sorry for the long wait, guys. It's been a hell of a few months. And I didn't have time to write anymore. I hope this chapter satisfies you, and I promise that the next one won't be so long. In the following few chapters, I plan to put James in the war on the back burner and focus more on Harry, again. Someone pointed out, correctly, that the story has begun to be more about James than Harry, and I realized that I needed to get back to the story's main character before I made this a completely different story than I intended. I only plan on writing probably another 10 or so chapters, and then this story will be complete, so I hope you all stick around to the end. Until next time. Chapter 19. Harry glared in annoyance at the newspaper clutched tightly in his hands, his temper rising as he once again read the interviews that the Daily Prophet had done, which were alternating between calling his father a tyrant and calling him a hero. Harry hated the number of people who were denigrating his father for no other reason than their ignorant thinking that James Potter was changing too many things about their world too fast. As his eyes continued to dance back and forth, reading the words on the paper, Harry couldn't help but think about his life now. So much had changed in the past year since his arrival to this world. Gone was the scared little boy who would constantly flinch whenever someone tried to hug him, who was constantly afraid that any misstep or wrong word would lead to a brutal beating. In his place, now stood a confident and happy boy who loved his life with every fiber of his being and counted every day as a blessing. There was still a part of Harry, it was true, that was constantly afraid that he would be sent back to his own world at any moment, but that part of Harry was growing smaller with each passing day. Rose had been a tremendous help in making Harry the boy he was now, and for that, Harry was eternally grateful to his elder sister. For the first few months, she had placed an alarm charm in his bed so that whenever his nightmares would come and make him wake with a scream, she would come running and would happily spend the night curled up next to her little brother, despite his protests. The other boys accepted Rose's sleeping habits without complaint, knowing about the horrors that Harry had lived through, or at least the story that dumb at any rate. Finally, after months, when Harry's nightmares began to wane and mercifully come to an end, Rose took the charm off and would only occasionally visit Harry's bed, more for her own peace of mind than his. As the months rolled by, Harry began to realize that his stay in this world would likely be permanent. He began to take into account his surroundings with a more critical eye, surprised at how different this world was to his own. And yet how similar at the same time. The differences between his Neville Longbottom and this world's was but one shocking change to Harry. The boy Harry had known could not have been any different to this world's. Not only was this Neville slimmer, more confident, and far more affable, but this Neville was also far more gifted with magic than the one from Harry's had been. This world's Neville was a member of Professor Flitwick's dueling club, which met every Friday, and would always place in the top 3 during the mock battles that Professor Flitwick would have. Harry had been coerced into joining by Rose and yet had, unfortunately, never been able to rise above the 7th spot, trailing far behind Rose, who always seemed to either take 2nd place or fight tooth and nail with Neville for 3rd. Another difference in this world was that Percy Weasley, the pedantic rule-obsessed prefect from Harry's world, didn't exist here. Rather, Bill Weasley's twin sister, Priscilla, had taken his place in the Weasley family, and was currently working as a chaser for England's national Quidditch team. Just as in Harry's past world, he and Ron seemed glued together at the hip, and he pair had already gotten a whole slew of detentions from the pranks the pair had performed, much to Lily's despair and James's delight. Even Hermione, to Harry's shock and delight, had joined the pair on the occasional prank and smiled happily as she joined them in detention. Soon enough, the 3 of them were spending every free period together, and together, Ron and Harry had managed to break Hermione of her obsession with following the rules as if they were gospel. Another shocking difference between Harry's world and this one was the sheer number of students that attended Hogwarts. Harry's dormitory had only held half a dozen boys in Harry's world, but in this one, there was over 20 of them. And double that number of girls. Harry had talked about this with his mother, and Lily had carefully explained that while brutal to the extreme, Voldemort seemed to have gone out of his way to avoid killing magical children, thinking it a waste of future followers that he could rule over. Adults were shown no quarter. But children were given a shocking amount of mercy when his Death Eaters would attack, some children even being taken in by Death Eaters and brainwashed into being future followers of the Dark Lord. These same children had been quickly rescued and returned to their families when the war ended, though some took years to undo the damage to their minds that Voldemort and his ilk had done. In fact, there were so many students attending Hogwarts that the Quidditch teams were able to not only have a healthy amount of players but also field a reserve team in case a player was injured to the point where, in Harry's world at least, they could no longer go on, the team would be forced to forfeit. Harry had made quite a few enemies when he had, supposedly, jumped the in being placed as starter seeker ahead of the reservist, but those angry voices were quickly silenced when they saw the boy play for the first time. Harry was quickly called a natural on the BR. And soon was heralded as Gryffindor's greatest seeker to date. The final thing that differed from Harry's world and this one, which Harry thoroughly enjoyed, was the vast difference in the number of classes at Hogwarts. Due to the small number of students in Harry's world, the number of different classes that students could take was relatively small. There were the basic courses, of course, like transfiguration, potions, charms, etc. There were also the more advanced classes that third years could sign up for, like ancient runes, Muggle studies, etc. However, that was all there seemed to be in Harry's world. And any other subjects would require the students to go out and seek the knowledge for themselves, or hope that they could gain an apprenticeship with a witch or wizard knowledgeable in said subjects. Here, the subjects were as vast as the student body, and Harry could hardly wait until his third year so that he could enroll in some of them. The same ones from Harry's old world existed here as well. But there was also a few that Harry knew would make his Hermione snarl with jealous fury if she had been transported here. Spirit magic was the one class that everyone wanted to partake in, where students would learn how to channel and control powerful spirits of nature. Rose was already enrolled in that class and would happily talk for hours about some of the wizards of the past who had learned to control spirits so powerful that they had nearly been worshipped as gods by the Muggles of the past. However, such magic was also incredibly dangerous, and the students were warned not to try and bite off more than they could chew before they were ready. Professor Donnelly, the one in charge of the class, had made sure to impart just how powerful some spirits could be. He told all his new students how a stupid witch had once tried to summon a spirit beyond her ability to control and caused the magical country of Atlantis to sink beneath the waves as a result. That was but one of the classes here at Hogwarts that students could choose from, and there were other far safer classes that students could take, such as Animagus class, advanced potions, elemental magic, enchantment, illusion magic, evocation, ritual, magic, conjuration, on and on the choices went. Harry was actually worried that he would make a bad choice and miss out on the chance to pursue nay of the other wonderful classes that he could take, but Lily had assuaged his fears by stating that he still had plenty of time to decide where he would like to go when the time came. One thing that stayed the same between Harry's world and this one was that Draco Malfoy and most of Slytherin House were still a bunch of bigots. More than once, Harry had found himself directly in the crosshairs of the younger Malfoy, as the boy sneered at Harry's father, supposedly destroying all the traditions that made the magical world great. Lily Potter's Muggle studies class had been going on for nearly a year now, and thanks to James Potter's new law, all purebloods were required to attend it, much to their consternation. At first, many of the pureblood children had dismissed the class as a waste of their time. How could the Muggles have anything that would possibly interest beings of magic? That line of thought had quickly evaporated when Lily had shown those same children the events of World War I, World War II, and the Cold War. Suddenly, Muggles weren't an inferior species anymore, and that made the purebloods afraid. How could they possibly fight against people who could obliterate entire cities with the push of a button? They had thought that the few thousand that had fallen to Grindelwald's army was an atrocious number, but compared to the 6 million of Nazi Germany. Needless to say, many a pureblood child had lost their lunch after that class and had spent the next few hours in shocked silence. In just 7 months, Lily Potter's class was well on its way to changing the way that the majority of the wizarding world thought, which was just what Lily and James wanted to happen. Likewise, the new class being taught to all Muggleborn children and half-bloods, designed to teach the children about the world they would one day be a part of, was being considered a great success, with many of those same children happily proclaiming how grateful they were that such a class existed to help them learn about their new world. Many in Hogwarts now viewed Lily and James Potter as revolutionaries who were into the 21st century, and helping the wizarding world better understand the new age that they were a part of. Far fewer, but no less prevalent, however, viewed the two of them as upstarts who were changing the wizarding world far too fast for their liking, destroying century-old traditions that were all but considered the foundations of their world. Twice before, Harry had been cornered by members of Slytherin House, who had such thoughts, and been forced to put up a courageous fight as those students tried to hurt James Potter by hurting his son. After the second attack, Rose had all but declared war on the House of the Snakes, despite Lily's soothing words to just let the adults handle it. going out of her way to escort her little brother to his classes and attacking anyone that even dared to look at Harry in a way that she considered dangerous. Rose's interference, however, only seemed to galvanize the Slytherins' attempts at harming James through Harry, and due to how fond of Rose's kid brother, Gryffindor House had become, not just because of what Harry had already suffered, but also because of how nice the boy was to everyone he met. The Lions had rallied around the boy, going out of their way to look out for him whenever Rose couldn't. This silent war had culminated in a final battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor House on the Quidditch pitch in what would be famously known as the Great Quidditch Battle, in which more than 100 students would be given detention. Both houses would lose nearly all of the points that they had gained over the year as a result. After that, Dumbledore finally decided that enough was enough and summoned the entirety of Hogwarts to the Great Hall, where he told the student body, in no ambiguous terms, that the war between Slytherin and Gryffindor must come to an end, that Hogwarts was a place of learning and not a battlefield. The students were meant to be friends, not enemies, and that all they were doing by antagonizing each other was destroying any chance of creating lasting bonds of friendship and perhaps even love. The headmaster's words had done very little in terms of reconciliation, but tensions had seemed to ebb, all the same, and Harry no longer seemed to have a perpetual target on his back. Though Rose still walked him to class for a few weeks afterward. These days, however, ever since Voldemort's return, Slytherin's house, and a great many students from the other houses as well, had decided to target Harry and Rose with castigation in lieu of actual physical violence. Their favorite weapon was calling Harry's father a tyrant in the making, repeatedly saying that the new minister was well on his way to making himself a king and stealing away the Wizengame's ability to curb James Potter's ever-growing power base. Several times, Rose had been drawn into a shouting match, coming close to actually drawing her wand, as she defended her father against such slander, repeatedly telling the Slytherins that her father was only doing what was best for the wizarding world as a whole, and that once Voldemort was destroyed, her father would return the liberties he had suspended. This, however, only seemed to give the pureblood children more ammunition, which Hay gleefully used to defame the minister, saying that no man with power would ever willingly give it up. Lily had composed herself rather well when she heard such slander against her husband, calmly, and repeatedly denying that James was a tyrant and repeating her daughter's words that when the war was over, James would return rule to the Wizengamot. As Harry finished reading the newspaper for the second time, he slammed it down on the table, angry tears in his eyes at the way some people were treating his dad. It wasn't fair. Voldemort was trying to destroy their world and Harry's dad was trying to save it. And yet James Potter's good name was being dragged through the mud as a result. It simply wasn't fair. "You okay, Harry?" Rose asked from where she sat next to him, placing a calm arm around his shoulders. "It's not fair," Harry growled as he wiped his eyes. "Dad's just doing what he thinks is right, and these jerks are saying such horrible things about him." "I know, kid," Rose sighed angrily. "Believe me, I'd like nothing better than to see the whole lot of them defenestrated for their insults." "What?" Harry asked, looking over at Rose in confusion. "It means thrown out of a window," Rose laughed, making Harry grin. "You know, just cause you use big words doesn't make you smarter than everyone else," Harry joked. "Yes, it does," Rose replied, sticking her tongue out at him and making him giggle. "But seriously, kid," Rose continued, "don't let it bother you. Dad is doing what he must to win this war and send that bastard to hell where he belongs. All we can do is support him, I guess," Harry replied softly. "It's just hard when the Slytherins are being so mean." "I know, kid," Rose replied sadly, "but one day this war will be over, and everyone'll see that everything Dad did was necessary." "I hope so, Rose." As the bell rang, signaling the end of breakfast, Harry and Rose quickly grabbed their bags and exited the Great Hall to their first class. Author's note: not the longest chapter I've ever done, but I wanted to push one out before Christmas. The next few chapters will all be Harry-centered as I want to get back to my story's main character. I feel like I lost control of my story for a while, and I want to get it back. I am not going to lie. I was actually considering just deleting this story and rewriting it, beginning after the Fudge duel. My wife convinced me to finish what I've done so far. I hope you enjoy this chapter. and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas. Chapter 20. Rose Potter raised her left arm above her head, roaring "N victory" as the quaffle easily blew past the Ravenclaw keeper, who swore angrily at yet another miss. Circling her broomstick back toward the Gryffindor side of the Quidditch field, where the rest of her housemates were cheering with a deafening fury, Rose's eyes were drawn to where her little brother was floating, clapping his hands wildly as he cheered her for another successful goal. Zooming past the boy, Rose leaned out and gave her little brother a passing high five, her smile growing larger as she did so. A year ago, Rose would never have believed that she could have possibly been so happy, for more than a decade. Rose had felt as though someone had punched a hole into her chest, where her heart should have been, and left her hollow. That wasn't to say that she didn't enjoy her life, for she did. Rose had parents who loved her and doted on her without going too far and spoiling her. She had friends and admirers whom she loved and enjoyed spending time with. Her two best friends were the Weasley twins. And over the years, the three of them had probably been the cause of more of Professor McGonagall's hair turning gray than Rose's father ever managed to do. Yet, even with all of this love and friendship, Rose always felt as though something was missing in her life, and it was a feeling that Rose knew her parents shared. Occasionally, when they thought she wasn't looking, Rose would catch them with heartbreaking looks on their faces, especially during Halloween or the end of July when they visit Harry's grave. But all of that had changed last year when Harry returned to them. Brought to their world by what might just be the greatest gift that magic had ever bestowed upon anyone. Suddenly, the hollowed-out feeling that Rose had become accustomed to for so long was gone. Replaced with an unbearable level of happiness that made her feel like she was on a perpetual sugar rush. Rose noticed that even her parents seemed to have been healed. Her mother seemed to share in Rose's unending joy, while Rose's father seemed like an entirely new man, one who was consumed by the determination to never again let anyone or anything harm his family. But even with all this happiness, a horrible thought echoed in the back of Rose's mind, one that refused to how much she willed it to. What if the magic that brought Harry here, one day took him back? Harry had made no secret of the nightmare in which he'd been brought up, nor had he tried to hide it from Rose or their parents when questioned about it. Harry's upbringing was the stuff of nightmares, as far as Rose was concerned. And it was a world that Rose was absolutely terrified of him returning to. For more nights than she could count, Rose had been awoken by the silent alarm she'd put on Harry, alerting her if he was having a nightmare. When those nights came, Rose would all but scramble to his room to make sure he was all right, usually ending up sleeping beside him and holding him close as a silent protector against the monsters that only he could see. Eventually, after a year of therapy, Harry's nightmares had finally begun to ebb, and Rose's need to sleep curled up next to her little brother began to cease as well. Much to her silent disappointment. However, even after the nightmares ended, Rose would sometimes return to Harry's room, scared that he would suddenly vanish and she would once again be left alone. For more nights than she could remember, Rose would find herself standing at the end of Harry's bed, watching him sleep as she smiled down at him. After a year, the horrible feeling that He might one day disappear was finally beginning to leave as the realization that this was now Harry's world began to settle on her, only for a new fear to rear its head, that Voldemort would try and kill her baby brother again. The bastard had already tried once before and had very nearly succeeded when he had his minions snatch Harry from the train station mere months before. Never had Rose been more terrified than that moment when she thought she might lose Harry all over again, to the same monster who had taken him once before. But Mother Magic had heard Rose's prayer, it seemed, and Harry was returned to her family. Damaged but thankfully alive. Then, when Rose had finally learned how to breathe again, another attack on her family had nearly taken Harry from her, this time brought up on by Cornelius Fudge hiring a pack of werewolves to kill not just Harry, but Rose and her mum as well, all because the prick couldn't stand the fact that he'd lost the election for Minister of Magic to Rose's father. Rose didn't like to think of herself as a vindictive person, by any stretch of the imagination, but seeing her father put that swine, Fudge, to death had been one memory that Rose Kn.E.U. would bring a smile to her face for years to come. She'd hoped that would be the last time that her family would be in danger. Unfortunately, Mother Magic seemed determined to make Rose prematurely gray. As her family was not only placed, once again, in danger but put directly in the path of Voldemort and his minions. With open war now having been declared against Voldemort, as well as anyone who bore his mark, by her father, Rose's family was under constant threat, not just from the pureblood supremacists who constantly tried to curse Rose and Harry in the back as retaliation for their family's current incarceration in Azkaban, but also from the multitude of reporters who were determined to use James Potter's wife and children as pawns in their own sick little game to try and discredit the new minister, who quite a few saw as a tyrant in the making, due to his new laws that sought to curb, or outright stop, the power of the purebloods from being punished for their support of Voldemort. More than once, a reporter had tried to sneak into Hogwarts and gain an interview with Lily or the Potter children, only to find themselves quickly bound and gagged by an irate staff member, NLY Dumbledore, before being escorted to a ministry cell by an equally angry Auror, who viewed the Potter family with the same respect that they viewed their new minister. The Aurors, once only a few hundred in number due to Fudge's refusal to allocate more funding to the department so that they could hire more, had exploded in numbers since James Potter's sweeping changes, and now almost 1,000 had been hired and trained in order to build up the numbers that James thought were necessary for the war with Voldemort, with more applying to the program every day. Not all were accepted, of course. The Auror department still had to maintain its reputation for only hiring the best, but the additional funding had ensured that the best were quickly getting better all the time. What's more, James Potter's open disdain for the political game, as well as his reputation as an honorable yet ruthless leader who would always lead from the front and would never sacrifice lives if it could be avoided, had ensured that loyalty of those hired to the Auror department to their new minister was absolute. If James pointed a finger and told his Aurors to fight, they would do so in a heartbeat because they knew that James would be right there with them. This seeming absolute loyalty was another thing the reporters used against Rose's dad, making it seem as though James Potter was building up his own army to make himself king. As a bludger sailed past Rose, missing her by mere inches, Rose's mind was dragged back to the present, and she growled angrily at herself for her gross crime of becoming inattentive and complacent during a game, something her captain, Oliver Wood, shared, judging by the angry look on his face as he stared at her from his place in front of the gold rings. No doubt, he would be having a word with her after the game. Looking out into the crowd, Rose saw her Uncle Remus standing next to her mum, both cheering loudly for her and Harry, thankfully apparently having missed Rose's lack of concentration. Looking back toward where she last saw Harry, Rose couldn't help but smile as she saw her little brother had shot into the air with his right arm extended, an NSE look of determination on his face as he chased down the snitch. Behind him, the Ravenclaw seeker, Cho Chang, was desperately trying to catch up, a look of fury on her Asian features. Leaving Harry to his work, Rose pushed her broomstick forward as a Ravenclaw chaser passed her by, the quaffle clutched tightly under his arm. Harry had his job, and Rose had hers, and right now, her job was to make sure that, once again, Gryffindor came out as the victor. The following day, after Gryffindor soundly defeated Ravenclaw 210-100, Harry found himself seated at the Gryffindor table, desperately trying to make sense of his Transfiguration homework. As he chewed on the end of his quill and reread the same chapter Professor McGonagall had assigned to his class, trying vainly to understand the material, Harry suddenly heard someone cough behind him. Quickly turning in his seat, Harry felt himself involuntarily blush as he beheld a girl about his age with hair so blonde that it was nearly white. Added to that, the girl bore a pair of strikingly beautiful blue eyes that seemed to stare right through him. As Harry continued to stare, he noticed that she was wearing a Slytherin house robe and seemed to be staring at him with a mixture of annoyance and resignation. Behind her, the rest of Slytherin house appeared to be staring between her and Harry with looks of jealousy, anger, outrage, or sheer indifference. Yet for what reason was lost to Harry. Outside of class, Harry tried to stay as far away from the House of the Snakes as he could, remembering the few instances that he had with Slytherin House in his old world. The members of this world seemed to be the exact same, the only difference being that the ones from Harry's old world didn't constantly try and curse him when his back was turned. Well, maybe Malfoy. Hello, Harry said respectfully, can I help you? That remains to be seen. The girl replied so softly that Harry nearly missed it. "Good morning, Herr Potter. My name is Daphne Greengrass. And on behalf of House Greengrass, I have been asked by my father to give this to you, to deliver to your parents. He has tried to send correspondence directly to your father. But it appears that the minister is too bendable, of course. Given his duties, of late." As she finished speaking, Daphne held out a thick envelope to Harry, which bore a strange seal in red wax. As Harry reached out to take it from the girl, Rose suddenly snatched the letter from her grip, appearing as if from thin air. As Harry stared in abject confusion, Rose held the envelope close to her face and studied the seal on the back before a look of annoyance came across her features, and she turned back to Daphne with a glare. "This had better not be what I think it is, Greengrass," Rose growled as she stared down at the blonde girl. To Harry's surprise, Rose's anger seemed to affect Daphne, not a bit. If Rose had looked at Harry like that, he would have been running for the hills, yet strangely, Daphne seemed almost amused by Rose's reaction. "Whether it is what you suspect or not is of no matter to you, Heiress Potter," Daphne replied with a small smirk, though her voice was as cold as ice. "That letter is intended for your parents, and I would think you would have been brought up well enough to know not to open correspondence that doesn't pertain to you." Doesn't pertain to me," Rose replied in a strangled voice. "Harry is my brother, for one thing. And secondly, he's too young even to be considered for such things." "Nonsense," Daphne retorted. "Herr Malfoy and my sister Astoria have had such a contract in place since they were infants. If anything, your family's reluctance to secure Harry with someone equal to him in your house has greatly reduced his chances of finding such a match. Though, it's understandable considering what the boy has gone through so far in his life." "Huh," Harry said in confusion, looking between the two girls. "What's she talking about, Rosé? Contract, match, quote, not now, Harry," Rose growled. "I'll tell you later, much later." Turning back to Daphne, who was staring at Harry with an expression on her face as though he was trying not to laugh at the boy's naivete, Rose continued her tirade as she curled a fist around the envelope in her grasp. "And as for you, whatever plans or plots your family has for my little brother, stop right now. House Potter is not interested in allying with a bunch of jumped-up purebloods who sided with the Dark Douche during the last war." "How dare you?" Daphne snarled, her cold maw breaking for a moment to show pure fury. "My family has never supported that man. Neither now nor in the past." "No, but you didn't fight against him either, did you?" Rose countered angrily. "Your family just sat on the sidelines and waited to see who would come out the winner while my parents' friends were all murdered or tortured. Your house is nothing more than a pack of jackals, like carrion waiting for meat. And I tell you now, my brother will never join with such a house." "And how exactly is that your decision?" a cold voice said, causing the three to turn in surprise, only to see Lily Potter staring at Rose with a look of disappointment and fury, making Rose take an involuntary step back. As Rose looked around, she suddenly realized that the entire Great Hall had gone silent, and nearly every eye was on her, Harry, and Daphne. "Mum," Rose said softly. Enough," Lily said at once, silencing her daughter in an instant. "You have said quite enough, Rose Elizabeth Potter." Hearing her full name, Rose knew she had screwed up big time, and swallowed nervously as her mother extended her hand toward the girl. "Now, I believe you were given something by Heiress Greengrass. Something that was meant to be given to me or your father." For a moment, Rose looked as though she would refuse to hand it over, and her fist curled tighter around the envelope, making Lily's eyes narrow angrily. "Now, Rose, or you can forget about playing in the next Quidditch match." Rose's eyes widened momentarily at that before she finally shoved the letter into her mother's hand and turned to Harry. "Come on, Harry, grab your homework and let's go to the library to study. It'll be quieter there." Okay," Harry replied in confusion before turning back to Daphne, who was still glaring angrily at Rose. Sorry for my sister. I don't know what's happening, but I'm sure she didn't mean to say such horrible things." "Oh, yes, I did," Rose snapped back as she quickly put Harry's things away, only to flinch as Lily leveled an eye on her that spoke of untold punishment in the future. "It's quite all right, Herr Potter," Daphne replied. "I'm glad to see at least one of you has manners." Right. Harry mumbled back as Rose grabbed his hand and began to lead him away. Well, bye, then. I guess. Once Harry and Rose had quickly departed from the Great Hall, those watching went back to their own business as Lily began to smooth out the crumpled envelope. I must apologize for my daughter's harsh words, Ms. Greengrass. This war has been harder on my family than most. I accept your apology, Professor. Daphne nodded. Now, about my father's numerous attempts to reach you and your husband. Would I be remiss if I told him that you will finally reply? Lily felt her lips twitch at the girl and had to fight back a laugh as she stared down at her. The girl was bold and brash and had absolutely no time for those who would waste hers. If this letter contains what I think it contains, my husband and I will decide it together, and respond to your father as soon as we can. That is all I can expect, then. Daphne nodded, seemingly approving of Lily's words, without another word on the matter. Daphne spun on her heel and quickly made her way back to the Slytherin table as Lily watched with amusement. As Lily retook her seat at the head table, she looked down at the envelope in her hands. Barely a year ago, Harry had been returned to her, and now she was already receiving marriage contracts. She knew this wouldn't be the last, not by a long shot, considering how powerful James had become of late. And that thought saddened her beyond words. There were many things about the wizarding world that Lily despised, but chief among them was what she viewed as the barbaric ritual of arranged marriage. The idea that you would never be able to freely choose who you spent the rest of your life with was something that Lily personally found reprehensible, and she had argued this point many times with James in the past. With a weary sigh, Lily placed the letter in her robe and went back to her breakfast. She would pass on the letter to James soon enough, albeit with her own choice words of annoyance, but for now, she was content to let the matter lie.